a 50s blues man and a deep soul survivor. It held 1,000,000 secrets and none at all. C was a creature of a dark-humored cynicism, stemming, I suppose, from growing up a big black man in the American South. He also mysteriously contained a near-hopeless optimism and eerie innocence, I guess coming from being a mama's boy like myself. Those two elements, when mixed, are as potent a combination as raw dynamite, and though C's trigger points softened over the years, you did not want to set those two poles arcing. You would be destined for an unhappy ending, for the middle ground of those 2 points was a psychic, no answer, no man's land. I watched Clarence barrel through life with a spirited recklessness and humor, both admirable and concerning. C's story, like the story of a survivor of a vicious ocean crossing, was best experienced by the warmth of your fireplace rather than alongside him in the boat. He was married many times, his wives suffering outrageous behavior as he suffered romantic and financial confusion. One thing the layman needs to remember about Clarence is Clarence was very important to Clarence. Now in this he was not so different from most of us, except by fabulous degree. To take care of C, it took a village. He was rich and broke and rich again. Heartbreak and disappointment were often just around the corner, though he would be guaranteed to rise again the next morning, back at it in search of love, peace, and satisfaction, until he got it right with his beautiful wife, Victoria. Clarence's racial identity was somewhat clouded by his sheer fantasticalness. He struggled living in the predominantly white world of our band. At that point, the E Street Band was half black and half white. The loss of Davy Sanchez and Boone Carter deeply affected him. For a long time he was alone, and no matter how close we were, I was white. We had as deep a relationship as I can imagine, but we lived in the real world, where we'd experienced that nothing, not all the love in God's heaven, obliterates race. It was a part of the given of our relationship. I believe it was also a part of its primal compellingness for the both of us. We were incongruent missing pieces to an old and unresolved puzzle, two longing halves of an eccentric and potent whole. If you travel for years in an integrated band, you see racism in action. In the early 70s, it was a few schools that didn't want us to bring our black singers, and on the road with E Street, it would, not often, but occasionally, come up out of the murk. Luckily, nothing damagingly physical happened, and approaching C in this manner at all showed reckless disregard for self. In our youth, I'd watch Clarence stack every weight on each Nautilus machine in the gym to its maximum, make one casual circuit, and go home. But still, there were times when it came close. Heat of the night. I've lived around the biggest guys in central New Jersey, black belt bar bouncers who literally drank their beer, then ate the glass to liven up the evening. Every big man uses his size differently, to impress, to control, to intimidate, to protect, to calm. C usually used his to project a quiet, kind, powerful presence that naturally dominated the space around him. It was rarely questioned, but that degree of physical authority always carried with it a warning: use only in case of emergency. It was a summer evening. Clarence and I took a cruise north up Route 9 to check out a club his buddy had opened and maybe do a little jamming to help the place along. As we pulled into the parking lot, it was like entering a dead zone. Empty. Inside was the familiar grave of a deserted rock club. A small band was tuning up, getting ready to play to an audience of 4 walls and a bartender. Depressing, but I've done it plenty of times. You go on because of an old shore rule. If there ain't music playing, nobody's staying. Suddenly, there was noise at the front entrance. Clarence went to check it out. Then I heard a bigger rumble. I hustled over to see Clarence tying down 2 big men in the foyer, while the owner grappled with another. Somehow an argument over getting into this black hole had broken out, and C had assisted his pal in keeping the peace. Everybody broke apart, some nasty words were exchanged, and then as these guys backed off across the parking lot, someone whispered, not quite quietly enough, "Nigger." Clarence stood there, seething. A few moments passed. I looked around and couldn't find my friend. I nervously scanned the parking lot, fearing the worst. I took a walk. It was a humid night, the stars above obscured by a veil of slight haze. There was no movement in the air, just an impossible stillness, time hovering to a stop. I've wandered the shore on many nights like this, and they always carry with them a whiff of the end of the world. I found C leaning against the hood of a car at the far end of the parking lot. "I know those guys," he said. "I play football with them every Sunday. Why would they say that?" I should have answered, "Because they're subhuman assholes." But I was caught blank, embarrassed by the moment myself, and all I offered up to my friend was a shrug and a mumbled, "I don't know." Silence. We didn't play that night. We just drove home, in the quiet of the car, with the events of the evening rattling uncomfortably around our heads. A white man and a black man, driving on a lifelong trip together on an otherwise meaningless night. Chapter 35. New Contracts. By 1975, we'd struck gold. Mike, seriously interested in protecting his investment in our relationship, all through Europe, had been carrying around a new set of agreements. He wanted to meet, explain their benefits, and persuade me to sign them. We were both aware our circumstances had profoundly changed. I was no longer the clueless, starving young musician from the outlands. I held some serious power now, and great control. That being said, I was just looking for a straight-up deal so we could carry on our highly enjoyable and fruitful partnership. The first money had rolled in, $500,000, and had been deposited by the record company straight into Mike's accounts, according to the terms of the contracts I'd signed. I received no independent funds or royalties of my own. It all came through Mike, filtered through those Laurel Canyon production, publishing, and management agreements I'd signed so many hazy years ago. They stipulated he paid the artist. Haltingly, we met briefly overseas. It all proved too confusing and added to the stress of an already difficult trip, so we agreed to wait until we returned to the U.S.A. to sort things through. Once at home, we met in a restaurant where Mike extolled the improvements of our new deal. It was better than the old deal, but now that it was time to tally up, I wanted to know how I'd be treated under our old contracts before I signed anything new. I had simple expectations, conventional management, production, and publishing percentages. Let's dole out the cash and move on down the road. We were on top. The hard part was over. The problem was, that was not what I had signed. Initially, I'd been too intimidated by the idea of the contracts to take them seriously. Now it was reckoning time, and if we were holding to them, I needed to thoroughly understand their terms before I could confidently enter into any new agreements with Mike. It seemed like common sense. I asked for a lawyer. Mike and his attorney found me one, and I figured he was a setup, but I wanted to see what would happen anyway. We met in a New York City restaurant, and he focused on the improved terms of the new agreements while steering away from the repercussions of the old one. I knew it was the old ones that would determine the final financial results of Mike's and my past 5 years of work together, so I wanted to know what they said. He futzed me. I left knowing I was probing the dark underbelly of Mike's and my relationship. The rules of engagement were very different here than they were in the studio or on the road, where I knew the ropes, knew exactly what was expected of me, and it was my world. Here, I'd slipped into the last tent, the one down the end of the midway, where the business of music sits at the head of the table. To his right is a bespectacled green-visored accountant, hunched over, tapping away at his adding machine, each tap a nail in your coffin. To his left, music, with a "what happened" look on its face, is bound, gagged, and gaffer-taped to a chair. The irony is that I myself had much to do with the pitching and existing of this tent, here in the corner of my personal little carnival. Mike shouldn't have been so overreaching, but my young fears, insecurities, and refusal to accept responsibility for my own actions also brought much of this into being. Oh well. I needed advice, someone independent of Mike's influence. During the making of Born to Run, my friendship with John Landau had grown. I knew John was not above the politics of his own emotions or interests. Who is? But John had never talked down or diminished Mike's accomplishments. He had never proposed himself in any role other than friend and producer. I knew there was no one else whose intellect and sense of fairness I trusted more, so I gave him a call. Through John, I was introduced to Michael Mayer, attorney at law. Mike Mayer was a stockily built guy with corkscrew hair and a kick-their-ass confidence. After his review of the agreements, I walked into his office, where he cheerfully informed me that these were the worst contracts he'd seen since Frankie Lyman's. He told me the Lenape Indians, our Jersey tribe, got a better deal when they sold Manhattan for $24 than I'd get if I was held to these provisions. I heard slave, rip-off, conflict of interest. I was prepared for that. I thought the contracts were bullshit anyway, a mere formality, and all that really mattered was what Mike was going to say, what he was going to do. After these unpleasant revelations, I had a meeting with Mike over our new contracts in a little bar in New York City. The storytelling went on and on late into the evening. I wouldn't sign, and we both got to laughing so hard. We ordered drink after drink. Mike laid out his sob story, the time we spent, the sacrifices, blah, blah, blah. Mike was always endlessly entertaining, so I enjoyed listening to him yob on, like a Sunday evening used car salesman who hadn't met his quota, trying to get me to sign. But by now, I was used to his shenanigans and scams. He had bought his partner Jimmy's half of my contract from Jules Kurz, supposedly for $1, after Jules took it as collateral on a loan Jimmy needed. He was expert at dodging creditors, left and right, and he had a small pocketful of nefarious skills he gleefully employed as necessary. Case in point, when I signed to Columbia, Mike wanted to immediately insure me for $1 million. He told me he'd made a huge investment in me, and what would become of him if I died? I said no. At 22, I was not comfortable with someone standing to make a quick mill off my demise. As usual, Mike kept hammering at it. He tried to sweeten the deal by having some of the money go to my parents. Look, your poor mother and father will stand to make all this cash, and they won't have to pay me a dime. I'm footing the bill. No. Don't you think you owe it to me? No. Finally, Mike brought in a closer, some insurance company hotshot, who guaranteed Mike he'd seal the deal, and together we were shut up in a small room at Columbia Records. I listened to this guy, dressed in his suit and tie, lay out their pitch for hours as Mike stood waiting outside. He had nothing new. It was the same old con. Mike's investment, mom and pop, free money, no cost to me. I just had to die. I told him I was superstitious. I didn't want $1 million bounty hanging over my head. After a long afternoon of the hard sell, his jacket off, sleeves rolled, tie undone, sweat on his brow, he looked me in the eye and said, "Kid, I've got a wife and family. If I make this sale, it's going to mean a huge commission for me. How about it?" Mike came in, looked at his hitman, whom he'd just set loose on me for hours, sussed out where all this was going, realized he'd taken his swing, struck out, spun on a dime and said, "Hey, asshole, leave the kid alone. Get the fuck out of here." That's my guy. Here at the bar, Mike was starting over again. The accomplishments, John Hammond, Time, Newsweek, a million-selling record. I loved Mike. I still do. And despite the recent contract revelations, I wanted us to continue to work together. It'd been crazy but fun, and we'd made it to the top. Toward the end of a very drunken evening, I stopped Mike in the middle of his po-faced soliloquy. "Enough! Give me the pen!" I downed another shot of Jack Daniels, and with 5 more years of my life spread out before me on the table, I moved to sign on the first dotted line. I wasn't joking. I was going to sign again. Maybe it was just to get the whole fucking business thing, where I was extremely uncomfortable with my ignorance, off my back. I told myself I didn't really give a fuck about the money anyway. I already had what I needed: a band, a roof over my head, food, a car, a guitar, music, a record deal, the beginnings of an audience. Hell, I was alone. Only 25, way out of my league in this area, and I was sick of the complicated, confusing adult world of these fucking papers. Let's get this shit out of the way and just let me play. High on many shots of whiskey, I pressed pen to paper. I felt a hand grab mine. A voice said, "No, not like this." It was Mike. Those papers would never be signed, and Mike's and my relationship would soon be in ruins. The last meet. One final morning, Mike and I got together again at my house in Atlantic Highlands. Tension was starting to rise over our unfinished business. As the light from Sandy Hook Bay streamed in through my scenic front window, we sat down to straighten it all out for the last time. It was just him and me. By now, I knew the full extent of our early contracts, but what were they compared to us? The music, the audience, what we'd been through, our feelings for each other. I started, "Mike, I know the contracts are bad, but that's all right. We can fix it. They're just paper. We can tear them up and start something new. We have X amount of dollars for 5 years of work. Let's split it and move on. Just tell me how much is mine and how much is yours." I was looking for a fair and rational answer. Instead, Mike replied, "Well, that depends. If you sign with me for 5 more years, a significant amount of it will be yours. If you don't, probably very little." I knew when Mike uttered the words, "that depends," we were in real trouble. 5 more years of my life against a fair shake for the 5 previous years of work was not an equation. I'd picked up the guitar, built a life, and forged a future no matter how insignificant to make. Mike left. In the following days, we negotiated a little further and were almost successful. Many of the new contract's terms would be retroactively applied to the early contracts, and the old agreements would be invalid. I was proud, relieved, and thought we'd worked out something reasonable. Shortly thereafter, I received a phone call from Mike explaining his father had counseled him that he'd be giving up the candy store, the $500,000 in the bank, with no guarantees of future success. I tried to explain to Mike that he'd be giving up the Tootsie Roll jar and keeping the candy store, but it was a no-go. Dad had spoken, and it seemed like that was that. I hung up the phone, redialed, and said, "Send in the lawyers." It later dawned on me that I might have stumbled upon a crack in Mike's faith in me. What timing. It would have gone against everything I'd known and felt about him since the day we met. There was no truer believer than Mike Appel. But we were in a very fickle business, where one-hit wonders abound, and $500,000 is the kind of money guys like us may never see again. I knew Mike's mind, and the control of that sum would be a lot for him to give up. Nothing is pretty easy to share, but something? That's tricky, particularly your first and possibly only something. Many nights I lay awake wondering, what did the money in the contracts mean? What did they quantify, symbolize? It seemed, for Mike and me, they meant something bigger than our relationship, all we'd done and might do together. More than our past, present, and future. Mike's grasping insecurity and intemperance, perhaps along with my own willful ignorance, my private insistence on the meaninglessness of all those papers, had let them come between us. We destroyed the joy, affection, and promise we'd taken and had felt in each other. What were the contracts for me? Control, power, self-determination. Sandy, he ain't my boss no more. An insistence on business, conforming to my personal worldview? Maybe so. For Mike, was it the same? Power, control, validation in his father's eyes, ownership of our success, and personal confirmation of how he saw our relationship? Many, if not most, sharp old-school managers had a Machiavellian streak. Mike's idol was Elvis's manager, Colonel Tom Parker. I loved Elvis, and it was a fun conceit for the two of us, but I wasn't going to be Elvis. Those days were gone. I was intentionally trying to not be Elvis. I was motivated by powerful, internal forces to determine the arc of my work and the life I was going to lead. I'd let you help me. I'd need your help. But I needed the certainty of being firmly in control. That was the point. Beyond the exhilaration, the thrill of feeling my own talents rise up inside of me, That's what all the years of struggle were for, and that was the mountain Mike's That Depends had just pushed up against. On this, I was primally unmovable. I'd bowed to power in ways significant and trivial throughout my life. We all have. I'd been bullied. It had often shamed me and made me angry. But okay, in any other field, on any other day, I'd eat it, make my peace, do my best, and move on. But in music, I'd promised myself that if I could, I'd try to make things a little different. I'd try to lead my life as I chose, and over the past half-decade, without parents, much real support, or financial reward, I'd done that. I belonged to me. That's the way it was going to be. Mike's mistake was he fundamentally misunderstood me. He'd voiced what he believed my options to be in the language of power. Now, one of negotiation's dance partners is always power, but civility and compromise must have their place on the dance floor also. At that moment, Mike's words went beyond negotiation and became a not-too-thinly-veiled threat. Amongst friends, that's not nice. We would fight hard. In the end, it wasn't all about the contracts. During our previous tour, something began to be clear to me. Mike's ability to represent me the way I wished, to be my public voice, was rough at best. Mike was a fighter. That was his temperament. It was what he was good at, raw survival by any means necessary. We'd reached a point with Born to Run where there was no one left to fight. We'd won. Everyone just wanted to play on our team. What I needed now was a facilitator, someone who could represent my interests confidently, calmly, and then get things done. Offstage, I didn't like drama. Between the madhouse of the early E Street Band and the silent, unyielding intensity of my father's emotional life, I'd had enough. I wanted people around me who would do their best to create the conditions where I could work peacefully and do my best, uninterrupted by countless self-created tempests in a teapot. Meaningless distraction drains you of the energy you should be placing into more serious things or using to simply enjoy the rewards of your labor. Mike knew nothing about the middle way. John had a lighter, more sophisticated touch that brought with it its own quiet authority. It was more in tune with the confidence with which I now saw myself and wanted to project. John wasn't a businessman. He'd had no managerial experience, and after Mike, I interviewed a variety of the best people in management for the position. They were all perfectly fine professional businessmen, but that was never going to be enough for me. I needed disciples. This would prove an Achilles heel, and in the future, after some costly enmeshments, I'd let it go. But not before it would end several long-time relationships, cost me dearly, and come close to weakening our band. Till then, I needed to feel the deep emotional hold of sworn travelers to make me feel secure, safe, and prepared to do my job in the pop wilderness. I didn't have normal 9-to-5 relationships with the people who worked for me or with my work. Moderate in most other aspects of my life, here I was extreme. At work, you were on my time all the time. John was already too grown up for a lot of this, but his heart, dedication, and love for what I did brought him into the realm. In return, all that was expected of me by my apostles was everything I had. I could handle that for a while. Chapter 36. Living with the Law. I wanted to return to the studio, and I wanted John to produce. Once the deal went down, Mike, of course, wouldn't have it. Stand off, here come the judge. We lost many of our early motions. Mike's power, underwritten by the agreements, proved very effective in stopping my career in its tracks. I found out that agreements mean you agreed to something. Whether you read it, ate it for breakfast, or papered the walls of your rumpus room with it, you'd agreed. Then came the depositions. Discovery or depositions is the legal process in which the opposing sides of an argument get together in a little room with a court stenographer and their lawyers, and each take turns trying to make spaghetti out of the other guy's story in search of the answers you or your opponent need to make your case. It is neither pleasant nor pretty. It is meant to be embarrassing, psychically unsettling, and a small wake-up call as to how your ass is going to be filleted once you step into the witness stand and start spouting your bullshit, truth or not. Let us not forget, it is called the adversarial system, and anyone who's been deposed for anything from mass financial fraud to running a red light will tell you it lives up to its name. By now, I'd already blown more than $100,000 on a losing game plan, and we were just getting started. In my first meeting with my new attorneys, Peter Parcher regaled me with the merits of my case. No upstanding judge or jury in the land will hold up these slave papers. Greed. For fucking Christ, you're signed as an employee. Greed. Ridiculous terms. Egregious conflict of interest. Yada, yada, yada. I'd heard it all before, but it was still music to my ears. After 40 minutes or so, I was feeling pretty good. So I excitedly asked, "Well, hell then, Mr. Parcher, what kind of a case does Mike have?" He turned on a dime. "Mike? He's got a great case. He's got your name on the paper." Oh. Peter Parcher and his colleague Peter Herman determined that the biggest obstacle to getting Mike to settle the case was Mike's disbelief that our relationship was truly over. It would be my job to convince him of that, and it would take getting ugly. I'd been deposed previously with my last attorneys. Mr. Parcher had read the transcripts and told me it had been a pathetic disaster. It was all ambivalence, gray area, indecision, fairness, and no fight. Peter took me in a corner and told me, "You, my friend, are not the judge. The judge is the judge. You are not the jury. The jury is the jury. You will tell your story to the best of your ability as he will tell his. The judge and jury will decide who favor shall fall upon. That is not your job." I'd always had a problem with that. My father spoke so little. I had to provide all the voices, all the points of view of our non-conversations. As well as defending myself, I had to internally argue my old man's case against me. I twisted and turned myself inside out, trying to understand what I'd done wrong and what I might do to right it. I didn't know enough to realize the impossibility of what I was wrestling with. Besides, it was the only way I could manage some control over the confounding emotional temper of our home. Consequently, as I moved on in life, this M.O. often left me with too much empathy for my opponents. No matter how far you took it, I was always trying to understand where you were coming from, see your point of view, walk in your shoes. I later told my children, compassion is a wonderful virtue, but don't waste it on those undeserving. If someone has their boot on your neck, kick them in the balls, then discuss. My surfeit of empathy was great for songwriting, but often very bad for living or lawsuits. So my first day of being deposed under the tutelage of the two Peters, I did not play nice. My answers were profane, part theater, part truly felt anger bordering on the violent. I wasn't mad about the money. It was not owning or controlling any of the music I'd written that infuriated me. That was the fuel I used to set myself on fire. I let it fly, and it went on for days, shouting, banging on the table, pushing back my chair and planting my fist into a file cabinet. I worked hard for the Oscar. Finally, the depositions were called for misbehavior by Leonard Marks, Mike's attorney. We all had to take the subway downtown to court, where I was politely spanked and ordered by the judge to tone down my act. The deposition transcripts make for fun and fascinating bedtime reading, and appear verbatim, along with Mike's side of the story in Mike's book, Down Thunder Road. Like Dickens said, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times. Mostly the worst of times. And it went on for years. I was renting a 160-acre farm on Telegraph Hill Road in Homedale, New Jersey, for $700 a month. I'd hop in my white C10 pickup, which my girl had christened Super Truck, and head on down to the Stone Pony to sit in, play for the locals, flirt with the waitresses, and drown my sorrows in too much blackberry brandy. I had a lot of fun in that C10. I stuffed a half couch, a cooler filled with ice, and a small hibachi grill in its bed. I'd take my date and we'd head to the last of the drive-ins. I'd pull in backward, and we'd hop on the couch, drink beer, and grill burgers during a late-night double feature. That summer I saw Warren Oates and the Fabulous Born to Kill at that drive-in, had time on my hands, and did a little more than a reasonable amount of drinking and bar hopping just to relieve the stress. There were some nights when I left my tire tracks on more than a few lawns in Deal on my way home from the pony. It all became tiring and depressing, but I took comfort in knowing I could lose all but one thing, myself. No lawsuit, no court decision, no judge, no legal outcome could take what I treasured most. That was the craft, an inner life I'd built since I was a teenager, founded on the music I could make with my heart, head, and hands. That was mine forever, and could not be won from me. I'd think, if I lose and have nothing when this is over, you can still drop me with my guitar by parachute anywhere in America. I'll walk to the nearest roadhouse, find a pickup band, and light up your night, just because I can. Settlement. All good things must come to an end. Slowly, sadly, Mike became convinced it was all over. A settlement was reached. Separation papers were drawn up, and one quiet night in a dimmed midtown office building, Mike and I finalized our divorce. At the end of a long conference table, I sat there, doing what you will do, should you ever be lucky enough to wander into a profession where you have even minor success at your passion. I was doing the very thing that got me into the whole fucking mess in the first place, signing more papers I hadn't and would never read, in order to get to do the thing I desired most, the thing I needed to do, make music and play. The money was gone, but the music was primarily mine, and I could choose my career path unobstructed. That done, I walked to the elevator and into a negative image of the ride Mike and I took down from the top floor of Black Rock on the day we were discovered. With my head slowly clearing of the sludge the lawsuit and its troubles had brought, I walked out into the New York night. I would have some dealings with Mike in the future, some good, some cheesy, but once the war was over and time, a good deal of it passed, the fondness and connection remained. We had been someplace special together, someplace unique, a place where we had to depend upon each other and nothing else, where things that meant something were at stake. We had come to cross purposes. This is the world. But I could never hate Mike. I could only love him. His motor mouth walked me into John Hammond's office. From Asbury Park to New York City and Columbia Records, that's a long walk. When it was toughest, he made it work. He was a hard guy, straight out of the New York, New Jersey mold. You couldn't get tough enough for him. He drew energy from it and reveled in it. He had trouble when it got easier. Some people are just that way. They don't know how to stop fighting. Along with John and Steve, Mike was my musical brother-in-arms. He knew everything about the great groups, the fabulous hit records, every important nuance of the great singers' voices, the great guitarists' riffs, the heart and soul that were in our favorite music. When we talked, he could finish my sentences. He was a fan, with all the beauty and import that word carries for me. Mike was funny, cynical, dreamy, and profane. And when you were with him, you were always laughing. Eventually, for seed money, for more kite dreams, Mike sold me back every piece of my music he ever owned. It was another one of his big mistakes. Good for me, bad for my pal. Those songs were going to be money in the bank for a long time. Mike, to a fault, was always about now, next. I'm one of the few artists from those days who owns everything he ever created. All my records are mine. All my songs are mine. It's rare and it's a good feeling. Mike was the cross of Willie Loman and Starbuck. He was a salesman in the classic and most tragic sense. He was a rainmaker. And despite all the hurt and pain of our last years together, he'd made it rain. I thought of my grandfather, Sing Sing alumnus Anthony Zerilli. You will risk and you will pay. I risked and I paid, but I won too. I tried anonymity and it did not please me. My talents, my ego, my desires were too great. As I walked along, the excited, exhausted chatter of my partners in battle, John, Peter, and Peter, floated somewhere behind me. I was filled with the light, the exhilaration of being set free, the power of having fought hard for something I felt was rightly mine. I felt the sadness at the decimation of a good friendship, but Mike and I would see each other again. Right now, I felt the shadow of a future 2 years postponed upon me. The time was here to finally turn all of this into something. Chapter 37. Darkness on the Edge of Town. Scene 1. The grinding, deafening sound of plastic being cut on an open factory floor. I'm standing inches behind my dad, holding a brown paper bag containing his night shift lunch, an egg salad sandwich. I call to him in the din, feel my mouth move, my vocal cords strain, but nothing. No sound. He eventually turns, sees me, mouths a few unheard words, and takes the bag. Scene 2. I am riding shotgun in my dad's delivery truck. It is one of the great days of my childhood. We are traversing New Jersey on what mission I do not know, but its importance to me cannot be debated. We reach our destination. We deliver, I don't remember what. All I recollect is the sliding rear door of the truck rolling up with a metallic roar into its tracks embedded beneath the truck's roof. My father and other men unload large boxes from its enclosed bed, have a smoke, briefly banter amongst themselves, mission accomplished. I remember the bouncing springs of the truck's suspension on the way home, my open window on a beautiful skip-in-school fall day, the black gear shift between my father and me, the smell of 1950s metal and leather in the truck's interior, and my heart beating with admiration, accomplishment, and the pride of being claimed. I'm riding with the king. My dad has taken me to work. Oh, what a world it could have been. Taxi driver, assembly line worker, auto worker, jail guard, bus driver, truck driver. These are just a few of the many jobs my pop worked to hold during his life. My sisters and I grew up in blue-collar neighborhoods, somewhat integrated, filled with factory workers, cops, firemen, long-distance truck drivers. I never saw a man leave a house in a jacket and tie unless it was Sunday or he was in trouble. If you came knocking at our door with a suit on, you were immediately under suspicion. You wanted something. There were good neighbors, filled with eccentricity and kindness and basically decent. There were creeps just like anywhere else, and you had your houses where you could tell something bad was going on. From my 6th to 12th years, we lived at 39.5 Institute Street, in the small half of a very small, cold-water-only house. We only bathed a few times a week because the ritual of my mother heating up pots of water on the gas stove, then carrying them up, one by one, to slowly fill the upstairs bath was too much. My sister and I flipped a coin to see who'd get to go in first. Our walls were thin, really thin. The screaming, yelling, and worse of our neighbors couldn't be hidden or ignored. I remember my mother in her pink curlers sitting on the steps, her ear pressed to the wall of the half-house adjoining ours, listening to the couple next door scrap it out. He was a big, burly guy. He beat his wife, and you could hear it happening at night. The next day, you'd see her bruises. Nobody called the cops. Nobody said anything. Nobody did anything. One day the husband came home and tied some small glass wind chimes with faux Chinese decoration upon them to the eaves of the porch. This came to disgust me. When the slightest wind would blow, they'd make this tinkling sound. These peaceful-sounding wind chimes and the frequent night hell of the house was a grotesque mixture. I can't stomach the sound of wind chimes to this day. They sound like lies. This was a part of my past that I would draw on for the roots of darkness on the edge of town. By 1977, in true American fashion, I'd escaped the shackles of birth, personal history, and finally place, but something wasn't right. Rather than exhilaration, I felt unease. I sensed there was a great difference between unfettered personal license and real freedom. Many of the groups that had come before us, many of my heroes, had mistaken one for the other, and it had ended in poor form. I felt personal license was to freedom as masturbation was to sex. It's not bad, but it's not the real deal. Such were the circumstances that led the lovers I'd envisioned in Born to Run, so determined to head out and away, to turn their car around and head back to town. That's where the deal was going down, amongst the brethren. I began to ask myself some new questions. I felt accountable to the people I'd grown up alongside of, and I needed to address that feeling. Along with the class-conscious pop of the Animals, early 60s beat groups, and the punks, I began to listen seriously to country music, and I discovered Hank Williams. I liked that country dealt with adult topics. I didn't believe you had to age out of rock music, so I wanted my new songs to resonate as I grew older. Film became a great influence, and my title, Darkness on the Edge of Town, was straight out of American Noir. I'd settled on a sound that was leaner and less grand than Born to Run, one I felt would better suit the voices I was trying to bring to life. I was on new ground and searching for a tone somewhere between Born to Run's spiritual hopefulness and 70s cynicism. That cynicism was what my characters were battling against. I wanted them to feel older, weathered, wiser but not beaten. The sense of daily struggle increased. Hope became a lot harder to come by. That was the feeling I wanted to sustain. I steered away from escapism and placed my people in a community under siege. Born to Run had earned me a Steinway baby grand piano and a 1960 Chevrolet Corvette with Krager wheels I bought for $6,000 from a kid behind the counter at the West Long Branch Carvel ice cream stand. There wouldn't be much else but bills. Studio bills, instrument rental bills, bills from all the folks we had stiffed to keep us rolling. There would be lawyers' fees, back taxes, and tiresome fighting. Some enterprising young man at the IRS must have seen those Time and Newsweek covers and said, "Who is this guy?" The answer was, he was a guy who'd never paid a single penny in income taxes his whole life, and neither had most of his friends. Bang! Meet your Uncle Sam. We were all so used to living financially off the grid, it never dawned on us that we might qualify as taxpayers. Even after the amount of money coming in would have brought us up to the bar, Mike had said he used it all for our survival. In a flash, I was hit for back taxes for all my earnings since in utero, and had to pony up for all of the bands too because they were broke. It took a long time. The entire Darkness tour I played for someone else every night. Lawyers, creditors, Uncle Sam, sound companies, trucking companies, all came out of the woodwork to tap our meager earnings. That, along with piling up astronomical studio bills while we learned our craft, would keep me broke until 1982. 10 years and millions of records after I'd signed with CBS. If those records had bombed, I'd have ended up back in Asbury Park with my only reward a drunken story to tell. We cut 40, 50, 60 songs of all genres. Maybe after our 2-year shutdown I was just hungry to record, to get all the songs and ideas out of my head, to clear a space for the record I really wanted to make. Very slowly, that's what happened. We were so rusty when we returned to the studio, weeks went by before a note of music was played. As with Born to Run, our recording process was thwarted by our seeming inability to get the most basic, acceptable sounds. Days went by with the only sound emanating from Studio B at the record plant the dull, endless thwack of Max's drumstick on a tom-tom. Stick! That was our frustrated mantra, shouted day and night over and over. It meant rather than the richness and tone of a true snare or tom-tom, one was hearing the unsatisfying slapping sound of slat wood on taut drum skin. We were literally hearing the drum stick. No thunder of the gods there. We trudged on, blind men in a black alley. At bottom, we were amateur producers, and simply failed to understand the basic physics of getting sound to tape. Recorded sound is relative. When the drums are forceful but moderate, they leave room for a big guitar sound. When the guitars are powerful but lean, you can have drums the size of a house. But you can't feature everything, for in effect you're featuring nothing. Phil Spector's records aren't sonically big. The technology wasn't there. They just sound bigger than your world. It's a beautiful illusion. I wanted everything, so I was getting nothing. We kept on, exhausting ourselves in the process. But exhaustion has always been my friend, and I don't mind going there. Near the bottom of its fathomless pit, I usually find results. We failed until we didn't. I began to find some inspiration in the working-class blues of the Animals, pop hits like the Easy Beats' Friday on My Mind, and the country music I'd so long ignored. Hank Williams, Woody Guthrie. Here was music that emotionally described a life I recognized, my life, the life of my family and neighbors. Here was where I wanted to make my stand musically and search for my own questions and answers. I didn't want out. I wanted in. I didn't want to erase, escape, forget, or reject. I wanted to understand. What were the social forces that held my parents' lives in check? Why was it so hard? In my search, I would blur the lines between the personal and psychological factors that made my father's life so difficult and the political issues that kept a tight clamp on working-class lives across the United States. I had to start somewhere. For my parents' troubled lives, I was determined to be the enlightened, compassionate voice of reason and revenge. This first came to fruition in Darkness on the Edge of Town. It was after my success, my freedom, that I began to seriously delve into these issues. I don't know if it was the survivor's guilt of finally being able to escape the confines of my small-town existence, or if, as on the battlefield, in America we're not supposed to leave anybody behind. In a country this rich, it isn't right. A dignified, decent living is not too much to ask. Where you take it from there is up to you, but that much should be a birthright. Finally, the piece of me that lived in the working-class neighborhoods of my hometown was an essential and permanent part of who I was. No one you have been, and no place you've gone ever leaves you. The new parts of you simply jump in the car and go along for the rest of the ride. The success of your journey and your destination all depend on who's driving. I'd seen other great musicians lose their way and watch their music and art become anemic, rootless, displaced when they seemed to lose touch with who they were. My music would be a music of identity, a search for meaning and the future. Closing in. Party songs, love songs, brill-building pop, absolute top 10 smashes, fire, Because the Night, all came and went. It was my way. I wasn't sure what I wanted, but I smelled something in the air and knew when I didn't have it. As with Born to Run, it was the subtle shaping of the times and the work of creating an identity, an immediate me I could live with, that kept me moving toward what I hoped was light. I eventually cut the massive block of songs I had down to the 10 toughest. I edited out anything that broke the album's mood or tension. The songs I chose wore big titles: Badlands, Prove It All Night, Adam Raised a Cain, Racing in the Street, Darkness on the Edge of Town, and were filled with will, resilience, and resistance. Adam used biblical images to summon the hard inheritance handed down from father to son. Darkness on the Edge of Town proposed that the setting for personal transformation is often found at the end of your rope. In Racing in the Street, my street racers carried with them the years between the innocent car songs of the 60s and the realities of 1978 America. To make racing in those big titles personal, I had to infuse the music with my own experience, my own hopes and fears. Out went anything that smacked of frivolity or nostalgia. The punk revolution had hit, and there was some hard music coming out of England. The Sex Pistols, The Clash, and Elvis Costello all were pushing the envelope of what pop could be in 1977. It was a time of great endings and great beginnings. Elvis had died, and his ghost hovered over our sessions. I'd written Fire especially for him. Across the sea, there were raging, young, idealistic musicians looking to reinvent or destroy what they'd heard, searching for another way. Somebody somewhere had to start a fire. The gods had become too omnipotent and had lost their way. The connection between the fan and the man on stage had grown too abstract. Unspoken promises had been made and broken. It was time for a new order. Or maybe no order. Pop needed new provocations and new responses. In '78, I felt a distant kinship to these groups, to the class consciousness, the anger. They hardened my resolve. I would take my own route, but the punks were frightening, inspirational, and challenging to American musicians. Their energy and influence can be found buried in the subtext of Darkness on the Edge of Town. Darkness was my samurai record, all stripped down for fighting. My protagonists in these songs had to divest themselves of all that was unnecessary to survive. On Born to Run, a personal battle was engaged, but the collective war continued. On Darkness, the political implications of the lives I was writing about began to come to the fore, and I searched for a music that could contain them. I determined that there on the streets of my hometown was the beginning of my purpose, my reason, my passion. Along with Catholicism and my family's neighborhood experience, I found my other Genesis piece, the beginning of my song, home, roots, blood, community, responsibility, stay hard, stay hungry, stay alive. Sweetened by cars, girls, and fortune, these are the things that guided my musical journey. I would travel far, light years from home, and enjoy it all, but I would never completely leave. My music began to have more political implications. I tried to find a way to put my work into service. I read and I studied to become a better, more effective writer. I harbored extravagant ambition and belief in the effect of popular song. I wanted my music grounded in my life, in the life of my family, and in the blood and lives of the people I'd known. Most of my writing is emotionally autobiographical. I've learned you've got to pull up the things that mean something to you in order for them to mean anything to your audience. That's where the proof is. That's how they know you're not kidding. With the record's final verse, "Tonight I'll be on that hill," my characters stand unsure of their fate, but dug in and committed. By the end of Darkness, I'd found my adult voice. Chapter 38. The Drop. After a solid year of endless studio hours, many sleepless nights in my shoebox of a room at the Midtown Navarro Hotel, and a city in darkness, the great New York City blackout of 1977 found me in Times Square, the world's biggest pinball machine when the lights exploded back on. Whoa. My first record in 3 years was complete. It would be Steve Van Zant's first record as an E Street Band member. It would be the beginning of a long and wonderful relationship with producer Chuck Plotkin, and the end of a short but fruitful one with my good friend Jimmy Iovine. It would be the first record on which we recorded our tracks live in studio as a full band, and my first without Mike. John and I were at the production helm, and this record continued and deepened our work and friendship. All we needed was an album cover. I'd gotten to know Patti Smith a little through our work together on Because the Night. When I visited her during one of her performances at the Bottom Line, she gave me the name of a South Jersey photographer and said, "You should let this guy take your picture." One winter afternoon, I drove south to Haddonfield, New Jersey, and met Frank Stefanko. Frank had photographed Patti at the beginning of her career. He worked a day job at a local meatpacking plant and continued to practice his craft in his spare time. Frank was a rough-edged but easygoing kind of guy. My recollection is he borrowed a camera for the day, called the teenage kid from next door to come over and hold up his one light and started shooting. I stood against some flowery wallpaper in Frank and his wife's bedroom, looked straight into the camera, gave him my best troubled young man, and he did the rest. One of these photos ended up on the cover of Darkness on the Edge of Town. Frank's photographs were stark. His talent was he managed to strip away your celebrity, your artifice, and get to the raw you. His photos had a purity and a street poetry to them. They were lovely and true, but they weren't slick. Frank looked for your true grit, and he naturally intuited the conflicts I was struggling to come to terms with. His pictures captured the people I was writing about in my songs and showed me the part of me that was still one of them. We had other cover options, but they didn't have the hungriness of Frank's pictures. When Darkness was released, it was not an instant success, and few made it out for the fan favorite it would become. Gun-shy to the max from my Born to Run experience, I actually started out insisting there be no advertising for my new record at all. John explained, "No one will know the record exists," and said we needed to at least have the cover photo, album title, and release date advertised in the papers. Well, okay. I caught on quick. I wasn't ready to disappear. I'd just recently vanished for 3 years, had felt barely visible most of my life, and if I could help it, I wasn't going back. Without some promotion, folks wouldn't have a clue as to what the fuck we'd been doing. This music held everything I had. So pronto I started to glad hand and make nice with every DJ from the east to the west coast, in hopes of getting what was proving to be a tough record for my fans on the radio. Then we played our ace. Touring. With the burden of proving I wasn't a has-been at 28, I headed out on the road performing long, sweat-drenched rock shows featuring the new album. These were the first shows where the night was split by a brief intermission into two halves. It allowed us to play the favorites we knew our fans wanted to hear, and the new music we were haughty enough to believe they needed to hear. We did a variety of radio broadcasts from clubs in Los Angeles, New Jersey, San Francisco, and Atlanta. Anything to get heard. Show after show we drove hard, expanding our new songs to their limits until they hit home, until the audience recognized them as their own. Again, the live power, the strength of the E Street Band proved invaluable, and night after night we sent our listeners away, back to the recorded versions of this music, newly able to hear their beauty and restrained power. The songs from Darkness on the Edge of Town remain at the core of our live performances today, and are perhaps the purest distillation of what I wanted my rock and roll music to be about. We remained in North America for the entire tour and finished in Cleveland on New Year's Eve, where an exploding firecracker tossed by an inebriated fan opened up a small slash underneath my eye. A little blood had been drawn, but we were back. After years of reading Flash in the Pan, Whatever Happened To, articles, I began to read reviews in city after city about how we delivered. No, you can't tell people anything. You've got to show them. Chapter 39. Downtime. Off the road, life was a puzzle. Without that nightly hit of adrenaline the show provided, I was at loose ends. Whatever it was that was always eating at me rose up and came calling. In the studio and on tour, I was a one-man wrecking crew with a one-track mind. Out of the studio and off the road, I was not. Eventually I had to come to grips with the fact that at rest I was not at ease, and to be at ease I could not rest. The show centered and calmed me, but it could not solve my problems. I had no family, no home, no real life. It's not news. A lot of performers will tell you the same thing. It's a common malady, a profile of sorts that floods my profession. We're travelers, runners, not stayers. But each man or woman runs or stays in their own way. I finally realized one of the reasons my records took so long to make was I had nothing else to do, nothing else I felt comfortable doing. Why not, as Sam Cooke sang, take all night, all night, all night? My recordings were a return to that 3-block walk to school I'd try to stretch into an eternity each morning. Get in the groove and let the good times roll. We're gonna stay here till we soothe our soul. Till we soothe our soul. That could take a while. Family was a terrifying and compelling thought for me in 1980. Since I'd been a young man, I was sure it was going to be a suitcase, guitar, and tour bus till the night drew down. At some point, every young musician thinks so. We beat the game. The rest was for suckers strapped into the straight life. Yet on Darkness I'd begun to write about that life. A part of me truly admired it and felt it was where real manhood lies. I just wasn't any good at it. On my Darkness songs, I presented that life as a dark, oppressive, and sustaining world. A world that took but also provided. Factory takes his hearing. Factory gives him life. That scared me. I only had my father's experience to go by and no intimate knowledge of men who were at ease with family life. I didn't trust myself to bear the burden of, the responsibility for, other lives, for that all-encompassing love. My experience with relationships and love to that point all told me I wasn't built for it. I grew very uncomfortable, very fast, with domestic life. Worse, it uncovered a deep-seated anger in me I was ashamed of but also embraced. It was the silent, dormant volcano of the old man's nightly kitchen vigil, the stillness covering a red, misting rage. All of this sat nicely on top of a sea of fear and depression, So vast I hadn't begun to contemplate it, much less consider what I should do about it. Easier to just roll. I'd had it down. I'd routinely and roughly failed perfectly fine women, over and over again. I'd wrapped my arms around that great big nothing for a long time, and it'd been good. I suppose after my grandmother's death when I was 16, my dad's daily emotional bailout, and both parents leaving for California, I figured needing people too much might not provide the best payoff. You're better off playing defense. But it was getting harder and harder to pretend that nothing was amiss. 2 years inside of any relationship, and it would all simply stop. As soon as I got close to exploring my frailties, I was gone. You were gone. One pull of the pin, it'd be over, and I'd be down the road, tucking another sad ending in my pack. It was rarely the women themselves I was trying to get away from. I had many lovely girlfriends I cared for and who really cared for me. It was what they triggered, the emotional exposure, the implications of a life of commitments and family burdens. At work, though I may have occasionally blown it, I could take on all of the responsibility you could load on my shoulders. But in life, all I could find was a present I could take no comfort in, a future with harsh limits, a past I was struggling to come to terms with in my writing but also running from, and time. Tick, 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 time. I had no time for time. Better off in that lovely, timeless world inside my head, inside the studio. Or on stage, where I master time, stretching it, shortening it, advancing, forward, moving you back, speeding it up, slowing it down, all with the twitch of a shoulder and the drop of a snare beat. With the end of each affair, I'd feel a sad relief from the suffocating claustrophobia love had brought me, and I'd be free to be nothing again. I'd switch partners, hit rewind, and take it from the top, telling myself this time it'd be different. Then it'd be all high times and laughs, until fate and that unbearable anxiety came knocking, and it'd be one more for the road. I loved as best as I could, but I hurt some people I really cared about along the way. I didn't have a clue as to how to do anything else. Now, the less I traveled, the more the truth of what I was doing pressed in on me. It became inescapable. In the past, I'd always had one surefire answer: get writing, get recording, and get out. The road was my trusty shield against the truth. You can't hit a moving target, and you can't catch lightning. Lightning strikes, leaves a scar, and then is gone, baby, gone. The road was always a perfect cover. A transient detachment was the nature of the game. You play. The evening culminates in merry psychosexual carnage, laughs, ecstasy, and sweaty bliss. Then it's on to new faces and new towns. That, my friends, is why they call them one-night stands. The show provided me the illusion of intimacy without risk or consequences. During the show, as good as it is, as real as the emotions called upon are, as physically moving and as hopefully inspirational as I worked to make it, it's fiction, theater, a creation. It isn't reality. And at the end of the day, life trumps art. Always. Robert De Niro once said he loved acting because you got to live other lives without the consequences. I lived a new life every night. Each evening you're a new man in a new town, with all of life and all of life's possibilities spread out before you. For much of my life, I'd vainly sought to recreate this feeling every single day. Perhaps it's the curse of the imaginative mind, or perhaps it's just the running in you. You simply can't stop imagining other worlds, other loves, other places than the one you are comfortably settled in at any given moment, the one holding all your treasures. Those treasures can seem so easily made gray by the vast, open, and barren spaces of the creative mind. Of course, there is but one life. Nobody likes that, but there's just one. And we're lucky to have it. God bless us and have mercy on us, that we may have the understanding and the abilities to live it, and know that possibility of everything is just nothing dressed up in a monkey suit. And I'd had the best monkey suit in town. Chapter 40. The River. The River would be my first album where love, marriage, and family would cautiously move to center stage. Roulette, the portrait of a family man caught in the shadow of the 3 Mile Island nuclear accident, was the first song we cut. The Muse, Musicians United for Safe Energy concerts at Madison Square Garden, had been our entrance into the public political arena, and Roulette was written and recorded shortly after those shows. Next, a road tested The Ties That Bind got the Bob Clearmountain treatment. We were in a new studio, the Power Station, where Studio A had a beautiful, high-ceilinged wooden room that was going to let the noise of our band free. Bob was a new part of our team, knew how to capture the rooms best, and though we'd soon realize we weren't quite ready for him, he engineered and mixed the River's early incarnation. Ties was another rocker focused on real-world commitments. You walk cool, but darling, can you walk the line? I held my doubts. After the tightly controlled recorded sound of Darkness, I wanted this record to have the roughness and spontaneity of our live show. I wanted more trash in our sound. This was right in Steve Van Zant's wheelhouse, and he joined me in the production along with John and Chuck Plotkin. With Steve's encouragement, I began to steer the record into a rawer direction. This was the album where the E Street Band hit its stride, striking the perfect balance between a garage band and the professionalism required to make good records. It was 1979, and state-of-the-art production values were still heavily influenced by the late 70s mainstream sounds of Southern California. Their techniques consisted of an enormous amount of separation between the instruments, and often stultifying attention to detail, and very little echo or live room resonance. Most studios in those days were completely padded to give the engineer the utmost control over each individual instrument. The Eagles, Linda Ronstadt, and many other groups had a lot of success with this sound, and it had its merits, but it just didn't suit our East Coast sensibilities. We wanted open room mics, smashing drums. The snare sound on Elvis's Hound Dog was my holy grail. Crashing cymbals, instruments bleeding into one another, and a voice sounding like it was fighting out from the middle of a brawling house party. We wanted the sound of less control. This was how many of our favorite records from the early days of rock and roll had been recorded. You mic'd the band and the room. You heard the band and the room. The sonic characteristics of the room were essential in the quality and personality of your recording. The room brought the messiness, the realness, the can't get out of each other's way togetherness of musicians in search of that sound. We'd stumbled upon this by accident at the end of Darkness. The record plant had been tearing apart Studio A to rebuild it. We went in to cut the song Darkness on the Edge of Town when the room was still 4 bare concrete walls. That's it. That resonance, that aggression from the drums was exactly what we'd been searching for during all our early days of stick mania. At the Power Station, we set mics high above the band to capture as much ambient sound as we could, and we hoped to be able to dial in or out as much of it as we liked. We'd be half successful. Now, after the unrelenting seriousness of Darkness, I wanted more flexibility in the emotional range of the songs I chose. Along with gravitas, our shows were always filled with fun, and I wanted to make sure this time around that didn't get lost. After some time recording, we prepared a single album and handed it in to the record company. It consisted of Side 1, The Ties That Bind, Cindy, Hungry Heart, Stolen Car, Be True. Side 2, The River, You Can Look But You Better Not Touch, The Price You Pay, I Want to Marry You, and Loose Ends. Everything in one form or another, with the exception of Cindy, appeared on the final version of The River, or later on Tracks, our collection of outtakes, released in November of 1998. That first version of The River was completely engineered and mixed by Bob Clearmountain. It sounded beautiful, but as I spent time listening to it, I felt that it just wasn't enough. Our records were infrequent, and by now I'd set up my audience to expect more than business as usual. Each record was a statement of purpose. I wanted playfulness, good times, but also an underlying philosophical seriousness, a code of living, fusing it all together and making it more than just a collection of my 10 latest songs, though that worked out pretty well for the Beatles. I wouldn't suggest this approach for everyone. Needless to say, it has its pretensions, but I was still defining myself and was inspired by artists who created self-aware, self-contained worlds on their albums and then invited their fans to discover them. Van Morrison, Bob Dylan, The Band, Marvin Gaye, Hank Williams, Frank Sinatra, all made records that had collective power. I wanted a record thematically coherent enough to hold together as a body of work, while not so single-minded as to be damned by the term concept album. I wanted something that could come only from my voice, that was informed by the internal and external geography of my own experience. The single album of The River I'd just turned in didn't quite get us there, so back into the studio we went. Another year went by as I watched the seasons change from my New York City hotel room overlooking Central Park South. Down in the Woolman Rink, I saw people ice skate, stop, sun themselves on the great lawn of Central Park, and start ice skating again. In the studio, not sure of where the record was going, I took out my shotgun again. I'd simply record everything I was writing. When our recording budget ran dry, I took the Francis Ford Coppola route, busting the piggy bank and spending everything I had. The results were I went broke while recording a lot of good music, the 2 records of The River being only a slice. Check out disc 2 of tracks and there's more still waiting in the vault. Finally, it became obvious I was working on at least a double record. It would be the only way I could reconcile the 2 worlds I wanted to present to my fans. The River got its emotional depth from its ballads. Point Blank, Independence Day, The River, and Stolen Car were all narrative-driven story songs. But the album got its energy from its bar band music. Songs like Cadillac Ranch, Out in the Street, and Ramrod. Then there was the music that bled across the lines. Ties That Bind, Two Hearts, and Hungry Heart. All of this blended together into a logical extension of the characters I'd studied on Darkness on the Edge of Town. Finally, the commitments of home, blood, and marriage ran through the album as I tried to understand where these things might fit in my own life. My records are always the sound of someone trying to understand where to place his mind and heart. I imagine a life. I try it on, then see how it fits. I walk in someone else's shoes, down the sunny and dark roads I'm compelled to follow, but may not want to end up living on. It's 1 foot in the light, 1 foot in the darkness, in pursuit of the next day. The song The River was a breakthrough for my writing. The influence of country music proved prescient, as one night in my hotel room, I started singing Hank Williams' My Bucket's Got a Hole in It. And while I went upon the mountain, I looked down in the sea, somehow led to, I'm going down to the river. I drove home to New Jersey and sat at a small oak table in my bedroom, watching the dawn sky draw blue out of black, and I imagined my story. It was just a guy in a bar talking to the stranger on the next stool. I based the song on the crash of the construction industry in late 70s New Jersey, the recession and hard times that fell on my sister Virginia and her family. I watched my brother-in-law lose his good-paying job and work hard to survive without complaint. When my sister first heard it, she came backstage, gave me a hug and said, "That's my life." That's still the best review I ever got. My beautiful sister, tough and unbowed, Kmart employee, wife and mother of 3, holding fast and living the life I ran away from with everything I had. The River crystallized my concerns and committed me to a style of writing I'd further explore in greater depth and detail on Nebraska. The album closes with the title stolen from a Roy Acuff song. In Wreck on the Highway, my character confronts death and an adult life where time is finite. On a rainy night, he witnesses a fatal accident. He drives home, and lying awake next to his lover, he realizes you have a limited number of opportunities to love someone, to do your work, to be a part of something, to parent your children, to do something good. We finished recording and went to Los Angeles to mix the record at Chuck Plotkin's Clover Studios. We mixed, and we mixed, and we mixed, and then we mixed some more. We'd wanted to create a sound that was less controlled, and we had. As ex-President George W. would say, catastrophic success. It was a mess. Bob Clearmountain, with neither the time nor the patience to endure our navel-gazing, had gracefully bowed out years ago. Now everything we'd recorded was bleeding into everything else. Those ceiling mics worked. And our team, including the steadfast and talented Neil Dorsman, who recorded and engineered everything but Ties That Bind and Drive All Night, didn't quite have a clue about how to rein it all in to achieve a reasonable-sounding mix. As usual, I wanted everything, intelligibility and blazing noise. We spent months mixing the 20 songs we'd chosen, and then one night, I invited my old partner Jimmy Iovine, now a successful producer working at A&M Studios, to check it out and give his approval. Jimmy sat expressionless for the 80 minutes of the record. Then as the final notes of Wreck on the Highway drifted out the window onto Santa Monica Boulevard, he looked at me and deadpanned, "When are you going to record the vocals?" Jimmy was subtly telling me, you couldn't hear a fucking thing. The vocals were all but buried beneath what we thought was our masterwork of garage noise and were nearly unintelligible. Sitting there hearing them anew through Jimmy's unbiased ears, I had to admit most of the mixes sucked. I cried. Really. Mixmaster Chuck Plotkin was doing his mightiest around the clock, but once again, we did not know how to mix what we'd recorded. Charlie was one of the sickest men I'd ever met when it came to obsessive-compulsive work habits. Some of our mixes remained on the board for 3, 4 days, even a week, as we fussed, mussed, and murdered one another in a vain attempt to capture all worlds. We had mixes with 3-digit take numbers. We were violently frustrated and puzzled, cursing our brethren, releasing records and touring like normal folk, and finally beseeching God himself, "Why us, Lord? Why?" In the end, Charlie's second or third pass through our carousel of 20 tunes brought victory of sorts. We'd done it. Of course I recollected that Bob Clearmountain had mixed Hungry Heart, our soon-to-be top 5 and only smash, in 30 seconds. But we could never have worked with Bob. He was too fucking fast. We needed to ruminate, contemplate, intellectualize, and mentally masturbate ourselves into a paralytic frenzy. We had to punish ourselves until we'd done it our way. And in those days on E Street, our way was only one way, the hard way. Like Smith Barney, we made our money the old-fashioned way. We earned it, and then we burned it, throwing it away on countless upon countless fruitless hours in a huge, wandering, technical circle jerk. I later realized we weren't making a record. We were on an odyssey, toiling in the vineyards of pop, searching for complicated answers to mystifying questions. Pop may not have been the best place for me to look for those answers, or it may have been perfect. It had long ago become the way I channeled just about any and all information I received from living on planet Earth. Either way, that's how I used my music and my talents from the very beginning, as a salve, a bomb, a tool to tease out the clues to the unknowable in my life. It was the fundamental why and wherefore of my picking up the guitar. Yes, the girls. Yes, the success. But answers, or rather those clues. That's what kept waking me in the middle of the night to roll over and disappear into the sound hole of my 6-string cipher, kept at the foot of my bed while the rest of the world slept. I'm glad I've been handsomely paid for my efforts, but I truly would have done it for free. Because I had to. It was the only way I found momentary release and the purpose I was looking for. So for me, there weren't going to be any shortcuts. It's a lot to lay on a piece of wood with 6 steel strings and a couple of cheap pickups attached, but such was the sword of my deliverance. Bob's near-mystical talents would come in very handy very shortly as we lumbered toward Born in the U.S.A. But for the time being, I need to content myself sunning away my studio tan by the pool at the Sunset Marquee, as other bands recorded, hit the road, and came back to record anew. I watched jaws drop when I told my fellow travelers I was still working on the same record as a year previous, no end in sight. Oh, the road, how I longed for anything but another night in the studio. From Clover's small lounge, I'd stare out onto the traffic cruising Santa Monica Boulevard and dream of a life where one might actually live. I wanted to be free, unburdened of my obsession with writing and recording my dreams of people seizing life while refraining from doing so myself. Finally, I surrendered to the inevitability of doing it the slow way, sort of. The road, its freedoms, and life itself would have to wait. I was a studio mole, squinting in the dawn sunlight after another night's fruitless or fruitful search. It was all right. I realized for now I needed to work like the tortoise, not the hare. Bob's shiny, beautiful, glassy spaces and compressed power would have cut off some of the record's amateurish rough edges. The river wanted and needed them. It wasn't supposed to sound too good, just ragged and right. Our process was both perversely disciplined and indulgent. It broke me financially and almost spiritually. But in the end, as I hear it today, we got the right sound for that record. For an album cover, of course, after many false starts, not quite right photo sessions, too slick, too studied, too flattering, I chose another Frank Stefanko portrait from our Darkness shoot, scrawled some B-movie title type on top, and miraculously, we were done, just in time. In the last weeks of recording, John informed me that almost a decade after being signed to Columbia, several million-selling albums and extensive touring, I had but $20,000 to my name. The clock had run out. Time to make some money. Break time. And hopefully have some fun. There was a short breather after the record was finished, and I hung around in L.A. for a while, trying to relax and come down from what had been another torturous, mind-bending experience. I casually saw a few local women lightly slipping around on my gal from back home. My pal Jimmy Iovine was living a life surrounded by Playboy bunnies and would soon marry the wonderful Miss Vicky, lawyer, author, entrepreneur, and to this day Patty's and my beloved friend. A few of the girls, all of them quite sweet, invited me to the Playboy mansion, but I didn't like the trade-off. I had something that I thought meant something, and I wanted to protect it. For me, it wasn't the sex. It wasn't the drugs. It was the rock and roll. I'd stayed in New Jersey. I didn't hang out. I wasn't a get-your-picture-taken coming out of the hippest nightclub scenester. That other shit was all the stuff I thought ruined it for my old heroes. It made you feel distant from them. It took you out of it. I didn't really think I was that different from my fans, except for some hard work, luck, and natural ability at my gig. They didn't get to go to the Playboy Mansion, so why should I? Those I mentioned it to, however, said, "You could have gone to the Playboy Mansion and you didn't? What the fuck is wrong with you?" My attitude was, who cares what's going on at the Playboy Mansion? That's not where the shit's going down. That's not real. I deemed it all too frivolous for the stakes I was playing for, and so I talked myself out of a perfectly good time, as over the long course of my life it has been my wont to do. I had my principles. I wasn't wrong, and I knew just what I was doing. But still, a part of me always wished on occasion I hadn't followed them so severely. Oh, the road not taken. In truth, off stage, I never really had the ease or ability to enjoy myself very freely. Don't get me wrong. I had high spirits for days, and a happiness, the bright brother of my depression, that was straight out of the Zerilli fountain of youth, but abandon, not so much. Sobriety became a religion of sorts to me, and I mistrusted those who treated the lack thereof as something to rally around and celebrate. For whatever reason, I carried the short stick up my ass with a certain amount of pride. Maybe I'd worked too hard for stability and needed it more than free license. The dumb and destructive shit I saw done in the name of people trying to let it all hang out to be free was legion. I remember my pals and me chasing a friend down a mountainside one 10-degree Virginia morning as he ran half naked and screaming underneath the spell of some bad acid he'd taken during our night camping out. I was embarrassed by his exposure. I was much too reserved and secretive to throw it all out there like that. I was never going to get a first-class ticket to see God the easy way on the Tim Leary clown train. Still, I have to admit, I looked at oblivion with an untrustworthy but longing eye. I half admired what I perceived to be my friend's foolish courage. I was always proud, but also embarrassed by being so in control. Somewhere I intuited that if I crossed that line, it would bring more pain than relief. This was just the shape of my soul. I never cared for any kind of out-of-control stoneness around me. It brought back too many memories of unpredictable and quietly volatile evenings at home. Evenings of never knowing where I stood. I could never be completely at ease or relaxed as a young man in my own home. Later I promised myself, never again. As I ventured into the world, if that was going on and it wasn't my scene, I'd leave. And if it was my scene, I was understanding, but beyond a point, you'd leave. I set boundaries within the band. I didn't get in your business unless I saw it was damaging what we were trying to accomplish or hurting you. I believe those boundaries are one of the reasons that 44 years later, most of us are alive, standing shoulder to shoulder on stage, content and happy to be there. Still, my overweening need for control limited the amount of simple pleasure I'd allow myself. It was just an unfortunate part of my DNA. Work? Give me a shovel, and I'll dig straight through to China before the sun comes up. That was the upside of being a control freak, a bottomless well of anxious energy that when channeled correctly was a mighty force. It served me well. When the crowd files back out of the theater, you, my friend, will be exhausted. Hop in your rolls, drive over to the Playboy Manse, and have a late-night toot and psych session with Dr. Leary, Heff, and Mrs. June, July, and August. I'll be digging my hole under a bloody moon. But come the morning, that fucking hole is dug. And I'm sleeping like a baby. A troubled baby, but a baby. This is why drinking was good for me. I never drank for the pleasures of alcohol. As the great singer and my road buddy Bobby King once said to me, upon my request for his choice of poison at a tour-stop hotel bar, I don't like none of it, so I'll drink any of it. My feelings exactly. And as a lightweight, 4 or 5 shots in me, and I be the life of the party, groping and flirting with anyone in sight before coming to my senses, filled with the morning's regrets and a guilt I so single-mindedly pursued. Once high, I couldn't do something to embarrass myself quick enough. Still, being able to go there after so many young years of caution meant something to me. It gave me an ass-backward confidence that I could handle it and not turn into my dad. I could be foolish and embarrassing, but never intentionally punishing or cruel, and I had a lot of fun. Those who suffered my boorish behavior were usually my close compadres, so I was amongst friends. It unleashed a certain happiness in me. The furniture went out the door, the rug got rolled up, the music was blasted, and there was dancing, dancing, dancing. The one thing I did learn was that we all need a little of our madness. Man cannot live by sobriety alone. We all need help somewhere along the way to relieve us of our daily burdens. It's why intoxicants have been pursued since the beginning of time. Today, I'd simply advise you to choose your methods and materials carefully or not at all, depending upon one's tolerance, and watch the body parts. I used to see my rock heroes enjoying their great fortunes and say, "Damn, I can't wait till I get there." Then when I got there, the shoe only occasionally fit. So much of the raw, dangerous, but beautiful hedonism, the exultant materialism of rock and roll, felt naked and without purpose from me. I have since come a long way and live high on the hog. I yacht around the Mediterranean, who doesn't, and private plane myself between dental appointments. But I've still never regularly quite had the mojo to freely let the bon ton roule. Except on stage. There, strangely enough, exposed in front of thousands, I've always felt perfectly safe to just let it all go. That's why at our shows you can't get rid of me. My pal Bonnie Raitt, upon visiting me backstage, used to smilingly shake her head at me and say, "The boy has it in him, and it's got to come out." So there, with you, I'm near free, and it's party till the lights go out. I don't know why, but I've never gotten anywhere near as far or as high as when I count the band in and feel what seems like all life itself and a small flash of eternity pulsing through me. It's the way I'm built. I've long ago resigned myself to the fact that all of us can't be the Rolling Stones, God bless them, even if we can. Chapter 41. Hitsville. We had a hit. A real one. Hungry Heart went top 10, doubled our album sales, and brought to our live shows women. Thank you, Jesus. Up till now, I'd had a hardcore following of young men who made up a high percentage of our live audience, but Hungry Heart brought in the girls and proved Top 40 Radio's power to transform your audience. Even more than going co-ed, the River Tour was most significant for our return to Europe after a 5-year absence. We were nervous, with the bitter taste of previous battles still in our mouths, but Frank Barcelona, legendary head of Premier Talent, our touring agency, convinced us there was an audience waiting there if we would go over and win it. First stop, Hamburg. That's where the Beatles became made men at the Star Club. I ran into Pete Townsend a few days before we were to ship out, and he added to my pre-tour jitters by telling me the Germans were the worst audience in the world. A few days later, we landed in Germany and were lodged in a hotel just blocks away from a mid-city carnival that looked straight off the boardwalk. I wandered over to calm myself and steady my legs on foreign soil, and followed it up with an evening on the Reeperbahn, training grounds and classroom of the Fab Four. I think the Star Club was still there, but this part of town was now mainly known as the center of the sex market in Hamburg. Our virgin eyes were once again treated to the wide-open sexual bartering taking place, all completely legal. I found myself wandering with my cohorts through an underground garage lit only by black light, where hundreds of women, of all shapes, colors, nationalities, and sizes, stood waiting to make a fool out of you. I observed patrons make brief conversation, strike a deal, and be led to the rear, where small closet-like rooms were lined up side by side. I found the women provocative but intimidating, and at the tender age of 30, I couldn't quite get myself to make believe it was all right. I returned to the hotel for some beer and bratwurst. Showtime. We were booked in a small, rather antiseptic theater, the Congress Centrum. The audience filed in. We kicked it, and as Pete foretold, they sat on their hands the entire first half of the show. As we ended our first set with Badlands, we must have fumbled upon the magic button, for the crowd rose en masse and rushed the stage. The rest of the show was pandemonium, and we were greeted backstage by our German promoter Fritz Rau shouting, "What have you done to my Germans?" Europe this time would be different. Next stop, Paris. In the early 80s, for fear of fan safety, we did not play festival seating, a standing room only seatless dance floor. I thought they were dangerous. I had many European promoters try to explain to me that this was the way it had always been done overseas. In Paris, we had them place wooden folding chairs on the auditorium floor. As we played our opening set to a full house, I watched as the French slowly lifted our chairs over their heads and passed them to the side of the venue, depositing them into 2 bonfire-building piles. By the time we reached the end of our set, the floor was free space, and the crowd was roaring, "Okay, vive la France." This was the reaction we received north in Norway and south in Spain. Our moment in Europe had come. Spain, only years after Franco's death, was not the country it is today. Even in 1981, the room we played was surrounded by machine-gun-toting police. Outside, equipment from the back of our van disappeared up the street, and laundry walked itself out of the hotel into the Barcelona night, never to be seen again. There seemed to be a languid, lovely chaos covering all of Spanish life. But the faces in the crowd were some of the most passionate and beautiful on the planet. We played to just a few thousand, but the hell they stirred shook the band and was unforgettable. We'd be back. Most of the audiences we played to spoke English at best as a second language. It didn't seem to matter. We played to crowd after crowd who let us know they felt about music the way we felt about it, with the same all-consuming anticipatory rush you knew at 16, unwrapping your favorite group's latest LP, waiting, a week for a 3-minute television appearance, or staying up all night, radio on, trolling the dial, trying to catch a single, static-filled play of your favorite record. Maybe it was because we hadn't come across the Atlantic often, or exotic, and therefore inspired a different level of appreciation. All I know is playing for our fans overseas was and continues to be one of the greatest experiences of my life. It fully started in 1981, and it's never stopped. In Berlin, Steve and I ventured through Checkpoint Charlie for an afternoon in the East. Any print you had, newspapers, magazines, was confiscated by the East German border guards. It was a different society. You could feel the boot, the stasis in the streets, and you knew the oppression was real. It changed Steve permanently. After our European trip, the man who had preached that rock and roll and politics should never mix became an activist, his own music turning defiantly political. The power of the wall that split the world in two, its blunt, ugly, mesmerizing realness, couldn't be underestimated. It was an offense to humanity. There was something pornographic about it, and once viewed, it held a scent you couldn't quite get off of you. It truly disturbed some of the band, and there was a communal sigh of relief when we moved on to the next town. But we didn't forget. We'd be back in 1988 to play for a horizonless field of Eastern Bloc faces. They came, 160,000 plus strong, with home-stitched American flags and stretched as far as the eye could see. It was one of the great shows of our lives, and a year later, the wall fell. Europe changed our band, filling us with new commitment and confidence. Even perennially cool Britain glowed with promise. Venturing onto an English stage for the first time since the great self-bamboozlement of '75 was nerve-wracking but satisfying. Steadied by 2 new albums, 5 years of personal battle and years of hard touring, we were not the naive beach bums who'd stepped out of a British Airways 747 half a decade back. I knew I had a hell of a band, and if we couldn't do the job, show me the men who could. I did go with Pete Townsend a few nights after our Brighton show to a London club, where a young band with their first album out was playing a powerful set. They had an unusual name, U.S.A. Better keep a lookout over my shoulder. Our 1981 European tour turned us into an international act, ready to take on all comers anywhere on the planet. Back in the U.S.A. Back home, driving through the Arizona desert, I pulled over outside of Phoenix to gas up. I stopped in a small drugstore, and as I was browsing through a rack of paperback books, I came across Born on the 4th of July, a memoir written by a Vietnam vet, Ron Kovic. The book was a heartbreaking testimony of the experience Ron had as a combat infantryman in Southeast Asia. A week or two later, as I bunked in at the Sunset Marquee, the small world theory proved itself once again. I'd been seeing a young guy with shoulder-length hair in a wheelchair hanging poolside for a few days. One afternoon he rolled up to me and said, "Hi, I'm Ron Kovic. I wrote a book called Born on the 4th of July." I answered, "I just read it. It floored me." Ron talked to me about the many returned soldiers who were struggling with a wide variety of serious problems, and he offered to take me to the vet center in Venice to meet some of the SoCal vets. I said sure. A decade of silence greeted the end of the Vietnam War. Popular culture seemed at a loss as to how to contextualize and tell the hard stories of the only war America had ever lost. There had been very few films, records, or books about Vietnam that had made any kind of national impact. All of this rolled through my head as we approached the vet center. I'm pretty easy with people, but once at the center, I didn't know exactly how to respond or what to do. West Coast shadows of the neighborhood faces I'd grown up with stared back into my eyes. Some of the guys were homeless, had drug problems, were dealing with post-traumatic stress or life-changing physical injury. I thought about my friends who'd been killed in the war. I didn't know what to say, so I just listened. I made small talk and answered questions about music and my own comparatively very privileged life. Driving back, Ron and I discussed what might be done to draw some attention to what these still young men and women were going through. The tour went on. Backstage in New Jersey, I met another vet named Bobby Muller. He'd gone to Vietnam as a lieutenant, been shot, and return to the United States wheelchair-bound and become active in the anti-war demonstrations alongside John Kerry and other returning veterans in Washington, D.C. Due to generational differences in the nature of the war, many returning vets did not feel at home in their World War II and Korean War vet-populated local VFW. He felt the Vietnam vets should have their own service organization that would administer specifically to their own medical and political needs, an organization that might also serve as a conscience for the country, that we might never make the same mistakes or suffer the same consequences again. In 1978, he started the Vietnam Veterans of America, but he said that most businessmen and politicians had turned their backs on the organization. To establish the VVA as a viable concern, they'd need publicity and financing. Those were two things I knew I could deliver. The concert for the Vietnam Veterans of America was held at the Los Angeles Memorial Sports Arena on August 20th, 1981. The bandstand was flanked with risers holding vets from the local vet centers and the Los Angeles VA hospital, including some of the guys I met on my first trip to Venice with Ron Kovic. Ron, who'd set all of this in motion, was there. Bobby Muller gave a short speech from center stage on ending the silence surrounding Vietnam, then rousingly introduced the band. Fronted by Jersey Draft Dodger number 1, we opened with Creedence Clearwater Revival's Who'll Stop the Rain and played hard and well. It was the beginning of lifelong friendships with Ron and Bobby, and the start of putting some piece of what I did to pragmatic political use. I was never going to be Woody Guthrie. I liked the pink Cadillac too much, but there was work to be done. The river flows, it flows to the sea. 3 weeks later, we brought the tour to a close in Cincinnati, satisfactorily altered by a potent drink mix of Clarence's dubbed Kahuna Punch. We held one final bash at the hotel, and I awoke the next morning with a new friend and a pounding punch headache. We headed home. A wide variety of influences and forces had shaped the river tour. First, a return to Europe and the political perspectives that awakened. Then, our work with the Muse concerts and Vietnam Veterans Show proved a practical social use for our talents was waiting. Finally, a sense of history opened up by reading Henry Steele Commanger's A Pocket History of the United States, Howard Zinn's A People's History of the United States, and Joe Klein's Woody Guthrie, A Life, all provided me with a new view of myself as an actor in this moment in time. What happened here was, in some infinitesimally small way, my responsibility. This was my place, my moment, my opportunity for my voice, no matter how faint, to be heard. If I passed it by, I'd have to answer to those children I was beginning to imagine. History was a subject that had bored me in middle and high school, but I devoured it now. It seemed to hold some of the essential pieces to the identity questions I was asking. How could I know who I was if I didn't have a clue as to where I'd personally and collectively come from? What it does mean to be an American is all caught up in what it did mean to be one. Only some combination of those answers could lead you to what it might mean to be an American. Woody. How serious was I about all this? I couldn't tell you. I didn't know. All I know is I was pushed forward by a wide variety of personal and work motivations to address the issues that had begun to unfold on Darkness on the Edge of Town and the river. I searched in new places. Country music, gospel music, and the blues were all forms that gave voice to adult lives under stress and seeking transcendence. But I would have to go farther back than Hank Williams to find music that dealt with the social forces at work on those lives. Joe Klein's biography of Woody Guthrie opened my eyes and ears to Dylan's immediate predecessor at just the moment I was ready to hear the news. I was aware of Woody's name, and of course This Land Is Your Land, but as a pure student of hit radio, I was mostly unaware of the details of his life and his music. I immersed myself and found the subtle writing, raw honesty, humor, and empathy that's made his music eternal. In his stories of Depression-era Okies and migrant workers, he revealed the folks trapped on the fringes of American life. His writing wasn't soapbox rambling, but finely wrought personal portraits of American lives, told with toughness, wit, and common wisdom. In concert, we began to cover This Land Is Your Land nightly. and we worked to give voice to stories that in Reagan's 1980s America, rock and roll wasn't often telling. The turn in my writing in Factory, Promised Land, The River, and Point Blank, and the direction of our shows, provided me a way of honoring my parents' and my sister's lives, and of not losing complete contact with that part of myself. Even with the relatively modest success and financial security I'd graduated to, my life was now very different from the lives of those I'd chosen to write about. This worried me. Despite devoutly pursuing it, I viewed the world of success with great skepticism. I wondered, who were that world's inhabitants, and what did they have to do with me? I was practically the only one of them I knew. Regardless of being born to run, I didn't want to change that part of my life. I remained, from some combination of provincial fear and/or devotion, a mere 10 minutes from my hometown, secure on my turf. There would be no New York, London, Los Angeles, or Paris for me for a long while. I'd stay home, where I felt like I belonged, and told the stories I still felt were mine to tell. The distractions and seductions of fame and success, as I'd seen them displayed, felt dangerous to me and looked like fool's gold. The newspapers and rock rags were constantly filled with tales of good lives that had lost focus and were stumblingly lived, all to keep the gods and the people entertained and laughing. I yearned for something more elegant, more graceful, and seemingly simpler. Of course, in the end, nobody gets away clean, and I'd eventually take my own enjoyment and provide my share of laughs in fame's distractions and seductions, but not until I was sure I could handle them. Then they just become the good life, and if you worked hard for them, they're there at your pleasure. But for the time being, my indulgences were modest, and I worked to make myself aware of fortune's distorting powers and to temper its hold over me. It wasn't that hard. On the Irish side of my immediate family, saying no was in our DNA. No doctors, no cities, no strangers, no travel. The world is out there, and it's a monster, waiting to eat you alive. You'll see. It's yes that doesn't come very easily to us. But I was also extremely protective of my music and what I'd begun to create. I valued it, seriously, almost to a fault, above most other things, maybe everything. Still, caution and sobriety have their blessings and their purposes, and for the time being, they had their moment. That wariness, that slight outsider's perspective, would help me retain the vitality and currency of my own work and keep me in the trenches and close to my audience. In my writing, I was increasingly interested in the place where this land is your land and the river intersected, where the political and personal came together to spill clear water into the muddy river of history. By the end of the river tour, I thought perhaps mapping that territory, the distance between the American dream and American reality, might be my service, one I could provide that would accompany the entertainment and the good times I brought my fans. I hoped it might give roots and mission to our band. Beyond this, I personally needed to know where my family, my grandparents, my mom, dad, and sisters fell in the arc of American experience and what that meant for me, the fortunate son. Chapter 42. Hello, Walls. I returned to New Jersey after the river tour. While on the road, I'd been tossed from my farmhouse and transplanted to a ranch house in Colts Neck, rented sight unseen. The place sat nicely on a reservoir, just a spit from the rope swing my surfing pals and I would visit with our girlfriends on the days the Atlantic lay flat upon the shore. The tour had made sure I finally had my creditors paid and what felt to me like a small fortune in the bank. I'd have to find some new things to worry about. I'd driven strictly vintage automobiles my whole life. My $2,000 '57 Chevy morphed into my $6,000 Vet, backed by my 1970 Ford pickup as a daily driver. In the winter, I'd load my truck bed with tree trunks for rear-wheel traction and run the icy roads of Monmouth County. Debts paid, career established, all should have been pretty free and easy. But I'm not free and easy. So, I sat around and anguished over whether I should spend $10,000 on a new car. I was 31, and I'd never owned a new car in my life. For that matter, Outside of studio expenses, I'd never spent $10,000 on myself. I didn't know anyone who was making more than they could live on, so the money I'd made left me feeling uncomfortably different and somewhat embarrassed. Still, I bit the bullet, rode down to the dealer and drove away in a 1982 Chevy Z28 Camaro. I felt as conspicuous as if I were driving a solid gold Rolls Royce. A house is not a home. My ranch house was wall-to-wall, orange shag carpet. I know, it was Frank Sinatra's favorite color, but I could feel a serial killing coming on. I decided I needed a permanent home. I found a real estate agent, several real estate agents, and started looking. I scoured the state and looked at everything from the humble to the high and mighty. Every available crib in central and western New Jersey was cleared of its inhabitants, invaded and scrutinized. Nothing. They were all either too big, too small, too old, too new, too cheap, too expensive, too far, or too close. At first I felt like, well, I just didn't see anything I liked. It took a while and some mental probing, but I came to see that no home built by man was going to hold/satisfy the Jersey Devil. As was my way, I turned the minutest of decisions into full-blown identity issues. What car? What shirt? What house? What girl? I had not mastered the simple principle that to live shy of insanity, to paraphrase Freud, sometimes a cigar needs to be just a cigar. At the end of the day, I was simply a guy who was rarely comfortable in his own skin, whatever skin that might be. The idea of home itself, like much else, filled me with distrust and a bucket load of grief. I had long convinced myself, almost, that homes were for everybody else. But now something was fucking with my movie. That movie would be the one where I play an itinerant musician, unlucky at love, but fabulously and unrewardingly talented, a charismatic man whose happy-go-lucky exterior covers a bruised but noble soul. As I drift from town to town, two things regularly occur. One, a beautiful woman always falls helplessly in love with me, a love that I cannot reciprocate due to the fact that my heart belongs to the highway. And two, I transform the life of everyone I meet to such a degree that they welcome me into their homes, feed me, lay upon my brow laurels, give me their girlfriends, and will always remember me. I nod my head in humble acknowledgement, then travel on, whistling, suitcase in hand, along the dusty back roads of America, lonely but free to seek out my next adventure. I lived that masterpiece for a long time. A winter morning sun shines on a road-killed doe, its fur covered in a pink frost, as I drive toward my Rosebud, Freehold, New Jersey. I still spent many hours, a four-wheeled phantom, on the edges of my birth city. Mine was a pathetic and quasi-religious compulsion. On my visits to my hometown, I would never leave the confines of my car. That would have ruined it. My car was my sealed time capsule, from whose bucket seats I could experience the little town that had its crushing boot on my neck, in whatever mental time, space, or moment I chose. Come evening, I rolled through its streets, listening for the voices of my father, my mother, me as a child. I'd pass by the old stores and Victorian homes of Freehold and daydream, of purchasing a house, moving back away from all the noise I'd created, bringing it all full circle, fixing things, receiving the blessings of these streets, finding a love, one that would last, marrying, and walking through town, my children in my arms, my woman at my side. It was a pleasant fantasy, and I suppose I took comfort in the illusion that I could go back. But I'd been around long enough to know history is sealed and unchangeable. You can move on, with a heart stronger in the places it's been broken, create new love. You can hammer pain and trauma into a righteous sword and use it in defense of life, love, human grace, and God's blessings. But nobody gets a do-over. Nobody gets to go back, and there's only one road out, ahead, into the dark. Chapter 43, Nebraska. Houseless and clueless about where to turn next, I decided to lose myself in the marginally more controllable terrain of my musical life. With the spiderweb of my past coming up my works, I turned to a world I'd walked through as a child, remained on familiar terms with, and heard calling to me now. Nebraska began as an unknowing meditation on my childhood and its mysteries. I had no conscious political agenda or social theme. I was after a feeling, a tone that felt like the world I'd known and still carried inside me. The remnants of that world were still only 10 minutes and 10 miles from where I was living. The ghosts of Nebraska were drawn from my many sojourns into the small town streets I'd grown up on. My family, Dylan, Woody, Hank, the American Gothic short stories of Flannery O'Connor, the noir novels of James M. Cain, the quiet violence of the films of Terrence Malick, and the decayed fable of director Charles Laughton's The Night of the Hunter, all guided my imagination. That and the flat, dead voice that drifted through my town on the nights I couldn't sleep. The voice I heard when I'd wander in a 3 a.m. trance out onto the front porch of my home to feel the sticky heat and listen to streets silent but for the occasional grinding gears of tractor trailers groaning like dinosaurs beneath the dust cloud, pulling up South Street to Route 33 and out of town. Then, quiet. The songs of Nebraska were written quickly, all rising from the same ground. Each song took maybe 3 or 4 takes to record. I was only making demos. Highway Patrolman and State Trooper were recorded only once each. Mansion on the Hill was first, My Father's House last, with the song Nebraska serving as the record's heart. I tapped into white gospel, early Appalachian music, and the blues. The writing was in the details. The twisting of a ring, the twirling of a baton, was where these songs found their character. As in The Night of the Hunter, I often wrote from a child's point of view. Mansion on the Hill, Used Cars, and My Father's House were all stories that came out of my experience with my family. I wanted black bedtime stories. I thought of the records of John Lee Hooker and Robert Johnson, music that sounded so good with the lights out. I wanted the listener to hear my characters think, to feel their thoughts, their choices. These songs were the opposite of the rock music I'd been writing. They were restrained, still on the surface, with a world of moral ambiguity and unease below. The tension running through the music's core was the thin line between stability and that moment when the things that connect you to your world, your job, your family, your friends, the love and grace in your heart fail you. I wanted the music to feel like a waking dream and to move like poetry. I wanted the blood in these songs to feel destined and fateful. Frustrated at blowing all my money on studio time, I sent my guitar tech out to get a recorder, a little less lo-fi than the cassette recorder I usually use to lay down my new song ideas. I needed a better and less expensive way to tell if my new material was record-worthy. He came back with a 4-track Japanese Tascam 144 cassette recorder. We set it up in my bedroom. I'd sing, play, and with the 2 tracks left, I could add a backing vocal, an extra guitar, or a tambourine. On 4 tracks, that's all you could do. I mixed it through a guitar Echoplex unit onto a beatbox, like the kind you'd take to the beach. Total cost for the project, about $1,000. After that, I went into the studio, brought in the band, re-recorded and remixed everything. On listening, I realized I'd succeeded in doing nothing but damaging what I'd created. We got it to sound cleaner, more hi-fi, but not nearly as atmospheric, as authentic. All popular artists get caught between making records and making music. If you're lucky, sometimes it's the same thing. When you learn to craft your music into recordings, there's always something gained and something lost. The ease of an unself-conscious voice gives way to the formality of presentation. On certain records, that trade-off may destroy the essential nature of what you've done. At the end of the day, satisfied I'd explored the music's possibilities and every blind alley, I pulled out the original cassette I'd been carrying around in my jeans pocket and said, "This is it." Chapter 44. Deliver Me from Nowhere. Nebraska and the first half of Born in the U.S.A. were recorded at the same time. I thought I was working on one record, but Nebraska's intransigence to integration soon awakened me to the situation at hand. We toyed with the idea of a double record, the acoustic Nebraska and the electric Born in the U.S.A. in one package. But the tonality of the music was just too different, too oppositional. Nebraska had been so funkily recorded, it would not go on to an LP. It would distort, feedback, and declare revolution on the common materials of recording. We discussed releasing it on cassette only. Then Chuck Plockton managed to find an old mastering lathe at Atlantic Studios, and my lo-fi latest surrendered itself to vinyl. Nebraska entered respectably on the charts, got some pretty nice reviews, and received little to no airplay. For the first time, I didn't tour on a release. It felt too soon after the river, and Nebraska's quiet stillness would take me a while longer to bring to the stage. Life went on. I drifted away from my very lovely 20-year-old girlfriend and packed for a cross-country road trip. I'd recently purchased a small cottage in the Hollywood Hills and figured I'd winter out west in the California sunshine. This was the trip where the ambivalence, trouble, and toxic confusion I'd had volcanically bubbling for 32 years would finally reach critical mass. The trip. It was a '69 Ford XL with a white ragtop, sea green and Cadillac long. I'd bought it for a few grand, and my friend and road buddy Matt D'Elia, along with his brothers Tony and Ed, fitted it out for the ride. In the mid-'70s, up in Bergen County, Matt, Tony, and Ed owned the last Triumph motorcycle dealership in New Jersey. Introduced to me through Max Weinberg, Matt had set me up with a late '60s Triumph trophy. Something clicked, and Matt, Tony, and Ed became the brothers I never had. Matt was now a Goodyear dealer. In the morning of our departure, we hung at the shop, putting the finishing touches on the XL, taking farewell photos and doctoring the all-important sound system. It'd be just Matt and me making the crossing. It was fall. Our plan was to run south, pick up some warm weather, drop the top, and head west. I'm driving. Matt suffered a recent breakup with his girl and has fallen on some blue times. He spends most of our first day riding shotgun, arms locked around a huge teddy bear. Matt's built like a block, with thick arms and forearms, and the sight of those ropes, wrapped around a 5-year-old's toy bear, emanates bad voodoo for our trip. I try to explain to him the teddy is throwing a kink into our Kerouac on-the-road cool. But Matt's committed to his blues and his bear, so we drive on. Matt. My lifelong friend Matt D'Elia hails from smack dab in the middle of a family of 14 children. A mother prone to the arts and a father in the salvage business have left Matt with the talents and physique of a mechanic and the soul of a poet. For a living, he wrenches day and night on motorcycles and cars and is completely at home, both dealing with the gearheads, dirt trackers, and random motorcycle gang members who routinely show up at the shop's front counter in search of his services, and discussing music, politics, and culture with the likes of me. Car hopping image aside, I, like many others confronting vehicular trouble, will reach not for the toolbox, but for God's gift to man, the cell phone. But I like to be on wheels. In the ancient days about which I will soon regale you children, there were no cell phones. So Matt is my partner and hands-on pipeline to the world of automotive freedom. It's all Route 66. 2 guys in a convertible. Magic, as long as one of us can fix this fucker when it unromantically breaks down on the outskirts of Nowheresville. Back in the day when wheels got flat, radiators blew steam, fan belts shredded, carburetors clogged, engine blocks spewed oil, and the automobile was a less trustworthy traveling companion, the D'Elia brothers, sturdy as tree trunks, and many times more reliable, provided company and solace on several of the biggest road trips of my life. Matt, The eldest of the three, in his youth, bore a fleeting resemblance to in cold blood era Robert Blake, and in our 35 years of friendship, we've driven the country together more than a few times. He is my Dean Moriarty. Driving. We traveled through South Jersey across the Delaware Memorial Bridge, through Washington, heading all points south toward the first stop in our pilgrimage. Long-distance information. Give me Memphis, Tennessee. It's the birthplace of rock and roll. It's Elvis, the blues, and Beale Street. We make a quick stop at the shuttered Sun Studio, take a few photos out front, and travel on. We get nailed in southern backcountry by a vicious late-summer thunderstorm and head to New Orleans. I've made cassette mixes, featuring music from every part of the country we've planned to pass through. I drive as Matt drifts, and the sound of Memphis rockabilly gives way to Mississippi country blues. Then before we know it, Professor Longhair's piano is rolling us into Louisiana and the Big Easy. We spend a day and night in New Orleans, listening to sidewalk musicians and wandering in and out of the bars on Bourbon Street. We wake early the next morning and head west. This is where the country opens up and things get a little weird. I let off some steam at Matt for being momentarily worthless, wrestling away the teddy bear and depositing it in the trunk. Now Matt's behind the wheel and driving where he belongs. I'm feeling noticeably unsettled, and that's disconcerting. For years, music and travel have been my faithful companions and surefire medication. As Sisyphus can count on the rock, I can always count on the road, the music, and the miles for whatever ails me. As we cross the Mississippi River and venture into the wide open of Texas, it's beginning to feel a little wide open out here. Our map's a patchwork of the many towns we visit along the way. Matt, my usually silent partner, the exemplar of a friend you don't always have to talk to, is on an endless, meandering ramble, fed by his lovesick blues. He's diseased, and it could be viral, so I threaten divorce and a return to Jersey. He stops. Together we move on in silence. Then one evening, there is a town. The last town. In the blue light of dusk, there is a river. By the river there is a fair. At the fair, there is music, a small stage filled by a local band playing for their neighbors on a balmy night. I watch men and women lazily dancing in each other's arms, and I scan the crowd for the pretty local girls. I'm anonymous, and then I'm gone. From nowhere, despair overcomes me. I feel an envy of these men and women and their late summer ritual, the small pleasures that bind them in this town together. Now, for all I know, these folks may hate this one-dog dump and each other's guts, and be screwing one another's husbands and wives like rabbits. Why wouldn't they? But right now, all I can think of is that I want to be amongst them, of them, and I know I can't. I can only watch. That's what I do. I watch, and I record. I do not engage, and if and when I do, my terms are so stringent, they suck the lifeblood and possibility out of any good thing, any real thing I might have. It's here, in this little river town, that my life as an observer, an actor staying cautiously and safely out of the emotional fray, away from the consequences, the normal messiness of living and loving, reveals its cost to me. At 32, in the middle of the U.S.A., on this night, I've just exceeded the once surefire, soul and mind-numbing power of my rock and roll meds. We leave town. The flat night highway rises up, and it's all headlights and white lines, white lines, white lines. I've just pulled a perfect swan dive into my abyss. My stomach is on rinse cycle, and I'm going down, down, down. Finally, an hour out, still internally reeling, I ask Matt to go back to that last town. Now, please. Matt, God bless him, does not ask me to explain. Car wheels slide on roadside gravel. A perfect K-turn is executed, and we're on our way back. We travel with the western sky black and pressing in around us. Then I see lights. I need this town. Right now, it's the most important town in America, in my life, in God's firmament. Why? I don't know. I just feel a need to get rooted somewhere before I drift into ether. We reach the outskirts, but it's now early morning, pitch black, and no one's in sight. We slow and park on a side street. I want to cry, but the tears won't come. Worse, I want to go in the trunk and get the fucking teddy bear. Matt is silent, quietly staring out of the windshield onto a dusty little block that appears bust in from another dimension. I feel a deeper anxiety than I've ever known. Why here? Why tonight? 34 years later, I still don't know. All I do know is as we age, the weight of our unsorted baggage becomes heavier, much heavier. With each passing year, the price of our refusal to do that sorting rises higher and higher. Maybe I'd cut myself loose one too many times, depended on my unfailing magic act once too often, drifted that little bit too far from the smoke and mirrors holding me together. Or I just got old enough to know better. Whatever the reason, I'd found myself once again, stranded in the middle of nowhere. But this time the euphoria and delusions that kept me oiled and running had ground to a halt. Beyond the hood of the Ford lie what looks like 1,000,000 miles of uncharted space. There are several street lamps creating pools of light on a desert that passes for curb and front lawn on the street of my epiphany. I study them. A sandy-colored, hungry-looking dog wanders slowly through these small circles of eternity, and then its beige coat turning gray, slips into inky blackness. Matt and I sit, my cold sweat slowly drying, my despair subsiding, and looking down into the chasm beneath the dashboard, at the black rubber mat swallowing my boots like quicksand, I mumble, "Let's go." Two lonely cosmonauts, circling the sun-scorched and abandoned Earth, we fire our engines and leave orbit. Our home destroyed, we now have to take our chances in the void. The rest of the trip is uneventful. The road, the free sky, the infinite chain of towns. Matt running the XL top down, 90 miles per hour, through a cleansing rainstorm, its waters skimming over the windshield and misting down upon my face in the slipstream. None of it cures my blues or removes the specter of my evening at the fair. Long ago, the defenses I built to withstand the stress of my childhood, to save what I had of myself, outlived their usefulness, and I have become an abuser of their once life-saving powers. I relied on them to wrongly isolate myself, seal my alienation, cut me off from life, control others and contain my emotions to a damaging degree. Now the bill collector is knocking, and his payment will be in tears. The night and highways suck us up. The rain clears. I roll down my window and look at ash-gray stars, pop in my Texas cassette, and Bobby Fuller's "I Fought the Law" murmurs at low volume through the XL's interior. Chapter 45, California. Matt and I crawl through nearly impenetrable smog, gridlock traffic, onto an exit ramp of the LA freeway, and we head east. At Laurel Canyon, we wind our way through the Hollywood Hills to my small cottage. 10 days out of Jersey, we step out of the dusty XL and stand amid butterflies and bougainvillea at the wooden door of the first home I've ever owned. It might as well be Hearst Castle. My modest new digs, previously home to Charlie Chan's Sidney Toler, induced torrents of self-loathing in Doug Springsteen's #1 son. And I want out. Now. Once inside, I immediately start thinking about leaving. Where am I going? Anywhere. As long as it's away from this lovely little home that seems to be asking me for something I find so primally disturbing I cannot submit or surrender to it. It wants me to stay, and I don't stay. For this little house, or for anyone. That's for everyone else. I go. The only thing that stops me is I know if I get in the car and make that long trip back east, once my toes tickle the Atlantic, I'll be driven to turn around and return here, in a never-ending cycle of wheel-spinning madness. With nowhere to go, I am locked down inside my own miniature West Coast death row. I flop onto the couch I've recently purchased, along with every other stick of furniture in this joint in a 2-hour spending spree at the local mall, existentially spent, my emotional well of tricks dry. There is no tour to hide behind, no music to save me. I'm face up against the wall I've been inching toward for a long time. Matt is privy to none of this. My road lieutenant is in the next room, clankily lifting my home weights, awaiting orders that ain't coming. I return to my bedroom overlooking the foggy L.A. basin, stare out of the window, and I phone Mr. Landau. I've broached these subjects in several long, semi-analytical conversations with John in the past. He gets the drift. It's dark and getting darker. My well of emotion is no longer being channeled and safely pipelined to the surface. There's been an event, and my depression is spewing like an oil spill all over the beautiful turquoise-green gulf of my carefully planned and controlled existence. Its black sludge is threatening to smother every last living part of me. John advises, you need professional help. At my request, he makes a call. I get a number, and 2 days later, I drive 15 minutes west to a residential home office in a suburb of Los Angeles. I walk in, look into the eyes of a kindly white-haired, mustached, complete stranger, sit down, and burst into tears. Now, we begin. I started talking, and it helped. Immediately, over the next few weeks, I regained some equilibrium. I felt myself steadying, righting myself. I danced and driven my way, all on my own, sans drugs or alcohol, to the brink of my big black sea. But I hadn't jumped in. By the grace of God and the light of friends, I wouldn't live and die there, I hoped. So began 30 years of one of the biggest adventures of my life, canvassing the squirrely terrain inside my own head for signs of life. Life, not a song, not a performance, not a story, but a life. I worked hard, dedicatedly, and I began to learn things. I began to map a previously unknown internal world, a world that when it showed its weight and mass, its ability to hide in plain sight, and its sway over my behavior stunned me. There was a lot of sadness at what had happened, at what had been done and what I'd done to myself. But there was good news also, how resilient I'd been, how I turned so much of it into music, love, and smiles. I'd mostly beaten the hell out of myself and my loved ones, the usual victims. However, I understood what had recently drawn me so far down had also rallied to my defense as a child, had covered my heart and provided shelter when I needed it. For that, I was thankful. But now those wayward blessings were standing squarely between me and a home and life I needed. The question was, could I tolerate those things? I needed to find out. 3 dreams. I am standing on a rise behind my old farmhouse, the farmhouse where I wrote Darkness on the Edge of Town and lived during the late 70s. If you were standing there today, the ruddy soil would seem to have ceased growing its feed corn and soy and spontaneously sprouted McMansions. But in my dream, I look out over blue skies, green trees, and falling farm fields to a distant black stand of woods. A child, perhaps 6 or 7, is standing at forest's edge. It's me. He doesn't move. He waits, just showing himself. There's a pause, then my boy raises his head, finds his 32-year-old self in the distance, watches, then smiles. It's a smile I know from the many faded black and white Polaroids in our family album. In my dream, I am young and unburdened by the original sins of my tribe. I am not my father's, not my mother's, nor my grandmother's or grandfather's. I am simply me. I am my own. It's a sad dream. I've often brought the weight down hard on this little boy. I've taken over my father's cruelest work and often done it too well. To do it well, you must mistake and distort your child, your most beloved treasure, into being something he is not, a competitor in the household. Then when his eyes gaze up, past the garrison belt, beyond the buttons on the olive work shirt, up until they meet the eyes that hold the answer to, "Who am I?" That answer comes clear and devastatingly hard, and is silently packed away and carried until its weight overwhelms. From my bluff at the rear of my farmhouse, I receive a small wave from my younger self and a smile that signals, "It's okay." The smile is followed by a soft turn and an unfearful walk back into the trees. I wake. The dream repeats itself many years later, but this time the boy who steps forward from the trees is in his late teens or early 20s. The wave and the smile are the same. I'm okay. Then years after, the dream comes again, but this time I'm greeted by my 40-year-old adult self, staring from that distance back into my eyes. These images of my youth came to me in my dreams, having passed through my crucible, returning to say, "We're okay. We lived. Now it's your turn to live." We're all honorary citizens of that primal forest, and our burdens and weaknesses always remain. They are an ineradicable part of ourselves. They are our humanity. But when we bring the light, the day becomes ours and their power to determine our future is diminished. This is the way it works. The trick is, you can only brighten the forest from beneath the canopy of its trees, from within. To bring the light, you must first make your way through the bramble-filled darkness. Safe travels. What's up, Doc? In this way, I slowly acquired the skills that would eventually lead to a life of my own. That was still many tears, mistakes, heartbreaks away, and often remains a struggle to this day. The price I paid for the time lost was just that, time lost. You can blow your fortune, should you be lucky enough to obtain one, and make it back. Damage your reputation, and with effort and dedication, often restore it. But time lost is gone for good. I had my winter in California, then returned to New Jersey. I was referred to a Dr. Wayne Myers, an avuncular, soft-spoken man with an easy smile in New York City. And over many meetings and long-distance phone calls during the next 25 years, Doc Myers and I would fight many demons together until his passing in 2008. When I was in town, we would sit face to face with me staring into his understanding eyes, patiently, painstakingly putting together a pretty good string of wins, along with some nagging defeats. We successfully slowed down that treadmill I'd been running on while never getting it to completely stop. In Doc Myers' office, I got a head start on my new odyssey. His knowledge, along with his compassionate heart, guided me to the strength and freedom I needed to love things and be loved. In all psychological wars, it's never over. There's just this day, this time, and a hesitant belief in your own ability to change. It is not an arena where the unsure should go looking for absolutes, and there are no permanent victories. It is about a living change, filled with the insecurities, the chaos of our own personalities, and is always one step up, two steps back. The results of my work with Dr. Myers and my debt to him are at the heart of this book. Chapter 46, Born in the U.S.A. Some books, a few scattered guitar picks, and a harmonica rack jostled with the crumbs of the afternoon's lunch, crowding my notebook for space. I shifted my weight and sat my stockinged feet up on the carved lion's claw base of the oak table I've written at for 25 years. An antique lamp laid dim light on the only other object on the tabletop, a film script. It had been sent to me by screenwriter and director Paul Schrader. Paul had written Taxi Driver and had written and directed Blue Collar, two of my favorite films from the 70s. I strummed a few chords on my sunburst Gibson J200, paged through my notebook, stopped and murmured a verse of a song I had underway about returning Vietnam vets. I glanced over at the unread script's cover page and sang out its title, I Was Born in the U.S.A. I copped Born in the U.S.A. straight off the title page of that Paul Schrader script. The script was a story of the trials and tribulations of a local bar band in Cleveland, Ohio. The film would later be released as Light of Day, featuring my song of the same name, my polite attempt at paying Paul back for my fortuitous and career-boosting theft. The power station. I counted off. I had lyrics, a great title, 2 chords, a synth riff, but no real arrangement. It was our second take. A martial wash of sound poured into my headphones. I started singing. The band watched me closely for an on-the-fly arrangement, and Max Weinberg gave his greatest recorded drum performance. 4 minutes and 39 seconds later, Born in the USA was in the can. We set down our instruments, walked into the control room, and listened to lightning in a bottle. More than 10 years after the end of the Vietnam War, inspired by Bobby Muller and Ron Kovic, I wrote and recorded my soldier story. It was a protest song, and when I heard it thundering back at me through the power station's gargantuan studio speakers, I knew it was one of the best things I'd ever done. It was a GI blues. The verse is an accounting. The chorus is a declaration of the one sure thing that could not be denied. Birthplace. Birthplace, and the right to all of the blood, confusion, blessings, and grace that come with it. Having paid body and soul, you have earned many times over the right to claim and shape your piece of home ground. Born in the USA remains one of my greatest and most misunderstood pieces of music. The combination of its down blues verses and its up declarative choruses, its demand for the right of a critical patriotic voice along with pride of birth, was too seemingly conflicting, or just a bother, for some of its more carefree, less discerning listeners. This, my friend, is the way the pop political ball can often bounce. Records are often auditory Rorschach tests. We hear what we want to hear. For years after the release of my biggest-selling album, come Halloween, I had little kids in red bandanas knocking at my door with their trick-or-treat bags singing, "I was born in the USA." I guess the same fate awaited Woody Guthrie's "This Land Is Your Land" around the campfire, but that didn't make me feel any better. When Pete Seeger and I sang "This Land Is Your Land" at President Barack Obama's inauguration, one of Pete's requests was that we sing all of Woody's controversial verses. He wanted to reclaim the song's radical text. In 1984, add to this an election year, a Republican Party intent on co-opting a cow's ass if it has the Stars and Stripes tattooed on it, sitting President Ronald Reagan cynically offering thanks for the message of hope in songs of New Jersey's own Bruce Springsteen, on a campaign swing through the state, and, well, you know the rest. Conversely, the first guy I played the finished version of Born in the USA for was Bobby Muller, then president of the Vietnam Veterans of America. He entered the studio and sat at the front of the console, and I turned up the volume. He listened for a few moments, and a big smile crossed his face. A songwriter writes to be understood. Is presentation politics? Is the sound and form your song takes its content? Coming off Nebraska, I'd just done it both ways. I learned a hard lesson about how pop and pop image were perceived, but I still wouldn't have made either of those records differently. Over the years, I've had an opportunity to reinterpret Born in the USA, particularly in acoustic versions that could not be misconstrued, but those interpretations always stood in relief against the original and gained some of their new power from the audience's previous experience with the album version. On the album, Born in the USA was in its most powerful presentation. If I tried to undercut or change the music, I believe I would have had a record that would have been more easily understood, but not as satisfying. Like my previous albums, Born in the USA took time. For the follow-up to Nebraska, which contained some of my strongest songs, I wanted to take its same themes and electrify them. The framework of that idea, along with many of Nebraska's subtexts, can be found beneath the surface of Working on the Highway and Downbound Train. These songs both began their lives acoustically on that Japanese Tascam demo recorder. Much of Born in the USA was recorded live with the full band in 3 weeks. Then I took a break, recorded Nebraska, and didn't return to my rock album till later. Born in the USA, Working on the Highway, Downbound Train, Darlington County, Glory Days, I'm on Fire, and Cover Me were all basically completed in the very early stages of the record. Then brain freeze settled in. I was uncomfortable with the pop aspect of my finished material and wanted something deeper, heavier, and more serious. I waited, I wrote, I recorded, then I waited some more. Months passed in writer's block, with me holed up in a little cottage I'd bought by the Navesink River, the songs coming like the last drops of water being pumped out of a temporarily dry well. Slowly, Bobby Jean, No Surrender, and Dancing in the Dark joined my earlier work. The rains had eventually come. By that time, I'd recorded a lot of music, see disc 3 of tracks, but in the end, I circled back to my original group of songs. There I found a naturalism and aliveness that couldn't be argued with. They weren't exactly what I'd been looking for, but they were what I had. The wait was worth it. Those last songs were important pieces of my record's final picture. Bobby Jean and No Surrender were great tributes to the bonding power of rock and my friendship with Steve. My hometown would be an important bookend to Born in the U.S.A., capturing the racial tension of late 60s small-town New Jersey and the post-industrialization of the coming decade. Then, very late to the party, came Dancing in the Dark, one of my most well-crafted and heartfelt pop songs. Dancing was inspired one afternoon when John Landau stopped by my New York hotel room. He told me he'd been listening to the album and felt we didn't have a single, that one song that was going to throw gasoline on the fire. That meant more work for me, and for once, more work was the last thing I was interested in. We argued, gently, and I suggested that if he felt we needed something else, he write it. That evening, I wrote Dancing in the Dark, my song about my own alienation, fatigue, and desire to get out from inside the studio, my room, my record, my head, and live. This was the record and song that'd take me farthest into the pop mainstream. I was always of two minds about big records and the chance involved in engaging a mass audience. You should be. There's risk. Was the effort of seeking that audience worth the exposure, the discomfort of the spotlight, and the amount of life that'd be handed over? What was the danger of dilution of your core message, your purpose, the reduction of your best intentions to empty symbolism or worse? On Born in the U.S.A., I experienced all these things, but that audience can also let you know how powerful and durable your music might be and its potential impact upon your fans' lives and the culture. So you take those steps tenderly until you reach the chasm, and then you jump. For there is no steadily inclining path to the big, big time. There is always that engulfing abyss where each traveler measures his next move, questions his motives. So move with spirit, but be aware that along with the thrill and satisfaction of exploiting your full talents, you may find the clear bounds of your music's limitations, as well as your own. My Born in the U.S.A. songs were direct and fun and stealthily carried the undercurrents of Nebraska. With my record greatly enhanced by the explosiveness of Bob Clearmountain's mixes, I was ready for my close-up. On stage, this music swept over my audience with joyous abandon. We had hit after hit, and in 1985, along with Madonna, Prince, Michael Jackson, and the stars of disco, I was a bona fide mainstream radio superstar. Sometimes records dictate their own personalities, and you just have to let them be. That was Born in the U.S.A. I finally stopped doing my hesitation shuffle, took the best of what I had, and signed off on what would be the biggest album of my career. Born in the U.S.A. changed my life, gave me my largest audience, forced me to think harder about the way I presented my music, and set me briefly at the center of the pop world. Chapter 47. Buona fortuna, fratello mio. Halfway through recording the biggest record of my life, Steve Van Zandt left the band. I've always felt a combination of personal frustration, internal politics, and unhappiness with some of my decisions led to Steve's departure. That, along with my closeness to John Landau, left my friend feeling distant from his pal and the direction my work had taken me. Though I would have never gotten where I am without the E Street Band, it is ultimately my stage. By 32, Steve needed to take his own, long-deserved shot at the title, fronting his group and playing and singing his own songs. Steve is one of the best songwriters, guitarists, and band leaders I've ever known, and the timing must have felt to him like now or never. Looking back, I think Steve would agree it didn't have to be that way. We could have done it all, but we weren't the same people then that we are today. I was still very protective over my right to self-determination and proprietary over my career. I would listen, but I didn't consider what we were engaged in a partnership. And Steve back then was an everything-or-nothing kind of guy. That's always been my pal's blessing and his curse. Mostly his curse. The night he left, he visited me in my New York City hotel room. A very difficult discussion about our friendship, his position in the band, past grievances, and our future together was had. There were certain things we could not agree upon. We were still pretty young, and without the perspective time can bring to smooth out the rough spots. We had no overview to help us see the beauty and full value of our long friendship. What we did have was a lot of passion, transferred emotion, and misunderstanding. That evening, Steve asked for a fuller role in our creative relationship, but I'd intentionally set limits on people's roles within the group. The E Street Band is so filled with talent, no one gets to use but a small percentage of their abilities at any one time. So naturally there was some frustration felt by everyone, John included. But this was how I shaped my work, kept my hands on the reins and my ship tight. I was an easygoing guy, but I had hard boundaries, dictated by both my creative instincts and my psychological strengths and frailties. Steve's frustrations were intensified by his sizable ego, join the club, his underutilized talents, and our lengthy friendship. He was extremely dedicated to me and our band, and probably felt some guilt and confusion from his own ambition and desire to move to the front. In the teen clubs of our youth, we'd been not only friends but friendly competitors. It was good, but as we began to work together, this was probably something that neither of us was completely comfortable with or upfront about. Steve had given himself completely to his role at my side, and had long been an ambivalent frontman. One night at the Inkwell, when Southside Johnny was originally signed to a record deal, before Steve joined the E Street Band, I questioned Steve about why he simply didn't perform and record the great songs he'd written for Southside himself. Don't worry, Southside, you did good. Since we were young, I'd watched Steve masterfully front his own bands. That evening he said it just wasn't completely him. And a big and wonderful part of Steve's personality and my good fortune was his vision of himself in a premier but supportive role as my musical lieutenant. But now, Steve's move to the center mic would be complicated further by those very years he'd spent at my side in the E Street Band. It's hard for an audience to accept you in a new role, to hear you without the veil of the established popular image that comes with being a part of a successful group. I understood Steve's position. He wanted more influence in our work. But I gently played him and John off each other for a purpose. It was why they were both there. I wanted the tension of two complementarily conflicting points of view. It bred a little intended professional friction in the studio, and perhaps some unintended personal friction outside of it, but that was the way I needed it. We were all big boys, very dedicated, and I figured everyone could handle it. They did. But this, along with the intentional gray area I kept the band in, created a purgatory I was happy with, but perhaps confused and unsettled some of my bandmates. Each band member and every fan probably has their own definition of who and what we are, and for most we're probably just Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. But at the end of the day, I get and got to officially decide. From the day I walked alone, and very aware of what I was doing, into John Hammond's office, that'd been the setup. These questions, along with the maelstrom of emotions they brought forth, were at the heart of Steve's and my estrangement, and his absence from the band during the 80s and 90s. I loved and deeply loved Steve. As we parted that night, he paused for a moment at the door. Filled with concern over the loss of my friend and right-hand man, I said that despite where we were headed, I was still the best friend he had. We were still each other's great friends, and I hoped we would not let that go. We didn't. Chapter 48. The Big Time. Born in the U.S.A. went nuclear. I knew I had a real runner in the title cut, but I didn't expect the massive wave of response we received. Was it timing? The music? The muscles? I don't know. It's always a bit of a mystery when something breaks that big. At 34, I decided to ride it out and enjoy it. I'd grown strong and knew how to withstand the spotlight, but over the next few years, I'd be rigorously tested. Nils Lofgren came aboard and filled a difficult position perfectly. Our paths had first crossed in 1970 at the Fillmore West auditions, then again at the Bottom Line in 1975, where Nils was booked following our stand. One afternoon in the early 80s, we'd run into each other at the Sunset Marquee. With an empty afternoon in front of us, we took a drive north along the California coastline and stopped roadside off Highway 1. We climbed to the top of a sand dune, looking out over the sparkling Pacific, sat and talked. He'd had a run of misfortune with his record companies. Solo work was a tough grind, and he imagined someday he wouldn't mind moonlighting in a great band. I think he mentioned Bad Company. This was long before the position in our band came open, but I'd always remembered our afternoon conversation. Nils had been poised for stardom just as we began recording Born to Run, and John and I had referenced Nils' first solo album for our sessions. We strove for its sharpness, cleanness, and great drum sound. It became a part of our blueprint for Born to Run. Nils' early career caught some bad breaks, and he never reached the broader audience his talents merited. He was a voracious student, one of the world's great rock guitarists, with a voice like a rebel choir boy, and his wonderful stage presence took some of the sting out of Steve's absence and was a perfect addition to the 1985 revamp of the E Street Band. Bar Hoppin' Mama. One crowded evening I stood in front of the stage at the Stone Pony as a young redhead joined the house band, took the mic, then smoked and sassed her way through the exciters telling. She had a voice filled with the blues, jazz, country, and the great girl groups of the 60s. Patti Scialfa had it all. We met, flirted, had a drink, and became bar pals. I dropped by the Pony where we'd have a cocktail and a dance. The night would end up with her riding shotgun on my lap as Matt drove us for an after-hours cheeseburger and chat at the Inkwell. Around 3 a.m., Matt and I dropped her off at her mom's, a few smiles, a kiss on the cheek, a see you at the club, and the night would come to a close. After Steve left, I decided we needed to raise the bar on our harmony singing. I listened to a few local voices and invited Patti to an audition at my home, along with Richie La Bamba Rosenberg. Oh, the choices one must make. That was followed by an audition rehearsal while we were preparing for our tour on the Clare Brothers soundstage in Lidditz, Pennsylvania. The band holed up at the local motel, rehearsed in the afternoon, and hung out in the evening. I drove around in my 1963 convertible Impala Dedication, a gift from Gary U.S. Bonds for writing and helping produce with Steve his comeback hit, This Little Girl. The night before we headed home after a dinner, I had the whole band in the car, the convertible top down and Gary Tallon at the wheel. As we crested a hill, Patti and I sitting in the rear, heads leaning back, drinking in the night sky, heard a collective ooh rise from the guys, as the blue trail of a shooting star cut the Pennsylvania sky in half. A good omen all the way around. 3 days before we hit the road, Patti Scialfa joined the E Street Band. As the first woman in the band, she sent shockwaves through the troops, broke the boys' club, and everybody had to adjust, some more than others. Make no mistake, a rock band is a tight-knit, rigid little society with very specific rituals and unspoken rules. It is designed to ward off the world outside, and particularly adult life. The E Street Band carried its own muted misogyny, including my own, a very prevalent quality amongst rock groups of our generation. By 1984, we were a much tempered version of our earlier incarnations, but scratched the surface, and the way of the road, with all its pleasures, prejudices, and punishments, would slither into view. Patti handled all of this exceedingly gracefully. She neither displaced nor ceded her place to my dedicated and long-standing bandmates. Through Patti's addition, I wanted to accomplish two things. 1. I wanted to improve our musicality. I wanted dependable, well-sung harmony vocals. 2. I wanted my band to reflect my evolving audience, an audience that was becoming increasingly grown up, and whose lives were about men and women. It was a tricky course to chart, for at the end of the day, a big part of rock music continues to be its value as escapist entertainment. It's a house of dreams, of illusions, delusions, of role-playing and artist-audience transference. In my line of work, you serve at the behest of your audience's imagination. That's a very personal place. Once you've left your fingerprints there, crossing that imagination can have grave consequences, disillusionment, or worse, loss of record and ticket sales. But in 1984, I wanted on my stage that world of men and women. So I hoped would my audience. Opening night. June 29th, 1984, the Civic Center, St. Paul, Minnesota. We'd spent the afternoon filming Dancing in the Dark, our first formal music video. We'd released one video previously for Atlantic City, a beautiful black and white short directed by Arnold Levine, but neither I nor the group appeared in it. I'd always been a little superstitious about filming the band. I believed a magician should not observe his trick too closely. He might forget where his magic lay. But MTV had arrived, was potent, pragmatic, and demanded tribute. Suddenly, we were in the short film business, and new skills would be needed. Videos happen fast, an afternoon, a day. Then it's in the hands of the director and editor, and there's no going back. It's a medium that's more dependent on collaboration than record-making, and a lot of money can be burned in a short time. The finished product can only be indirectly controlled by the recording artist. To do it well, you need a team of directors, editors, art directors, stylists who get what you're about and can help you translate that to the screen. It had taken me 15 years to put together a record production team that could do that for me. Now I'd have to raise a complete film team in 15 minutes. Still, times and ambition demanded it. This collection of songs, accompanied by Bob Clearmountain's mixes and Annie Leibovitz's images and cover photo, reached farther for a mass audience than I'd ever done before. You never completely control the arc of your career. Events, historical and cultural, create an opportunity. A special song falls into your lap, and a window for impact, communication, success. The expansion of your musical vision opens. It may close as quickly, never to return. You don't get to completely decide when it's your time. You may have worked unwaveringly, honestly, all the while, consciously or unconsciously positioning yourself, but you never really know if your big moment will come. Then for the few, it's there. The night I counted the band into Born in the U.S.A., we kicked one of those windows wide open, a big one. A breeze rife with possibility, danger, success, humiliation, failure, lightly drifts in and rustles your hair. You look at that open window. Should you step closer? Should you look through? Should you lift yourself up and take the measure of the world being revealed? Should you climb through and drop down, feet on unknown terrain? Should you step forward? Those are big choices for the best musicians. And I know great ones who turned them down, tempered them, took another route, made highly influential music and had important careers. The big road isn't the only road. It's just the big road. So here I am, on the big road, and standing in front of me is Brian De Palma, a friend of John's. The director of The Untouchables, Scarface, and many other great films, is here to give us a leg up on Dancing in the Dark. We had a false start a week or two previous with another director, so Brian's come to make sure justice is done to what will turn out to be my greatest hit. He introduces me to a pixie-ish, dazzlingly blue-eyed young girl in a freshly minted, Born in the U.S.A. shirt, deposits her at the front of the stage and says, "At the end of the song, pull her up on stage and dance with her." He's the director. So a baby child Courtney Cox takes her cue, while I white man, boogaloo, and daddy shuffle my way to the number 2 spot on the Billboard charts. Until Brian told me later he'd chosen her from a casting call in New York City, I thought she was a fan. A star was born. Make that 2. We were held out of the number 1 spot only by Prince's When Doves Cry. We would make many videos in the future. I'd even come to enjoy them, but none would ever elicit the same knee-slapping, guffaws, and righteous, rolling laughter from my kids as me doing my Jersey James Brown and Dancing in the Dark, "Dad, you look ridiculous." Ridiculous or not, we were soon once again to be the biggest thing since the last big thing. Our video complete, it was now time for the easy work. 3 hours of fire-breathing rock and roll. Opening night for her first appearance as an East Streeter, Patti was, to say the least, lightly rehearsed. We just hadn't had the time. A mere few hours before the show, a small monitor and a microphone were positioned for her somewhere between Roy and Max. It was a jig rig. Wardrobe? The Born in the U.S.A. tour was notable for the sartorial horror sweeping East Street Nation. The band has never looked and dressed so bad. I'd grown weary of being a wardrobe Nazi, coordinating the men into what was supposed to look like an effortless, unified front. In '84, I abandoned everyone to their worst instincts, and they came through glowingly. The '80s ruled. C's Gap Band box cut, Nils' bandana and satin jockey jacket, Max's perm, Roy's Cosby sweaters, and my soon-to-be iconic bandana and pumped muscles. Looking back on these photos, now I look simply gay. I probably would have fit right in down on Christopher Street in any one of the leather bars. We were all certainly united to strike fear into the heart of the nearest hipper-than-thou stylist. It varied from night to night, and some evenings approached tolerable. But all in all, fashion mayhem reigned. Most bands are at their most visually iconic when they are sitting on the borderline of caricature or slightly over it. By 1984, we were working those fields, and I still see teenagers and young men who couldn't have even been a glint in Mom and Pop's eyes in '84, at my shows, in headbands and sleeveless shirts today. They're cute. With 5 minutes to go to St. Paul's showtime, Patti knocks on my dressing room door. She enters wearing a pair of jeans and a simple white peasant blouse. "How's this?" she asks with a smile. I pause. "I've never had to do this before, critique a woman's stage gear. I'm a little nervous. I'm thinking to myself, she looks kind of girly. I want a woman in the band, but I don't want her to look like one." I notice at my feet my small Samsonite suitcase stuffed with my T-shirts. I kick it open and smiling say, "Just pick one of these." The show starts, and Nils immediately fucks up his first solo. It's Patti's and his debut with the band. There are 20,000 screaming Minnesotans, and despite all his experience, he's caught briefly a deer in the headlights. He goes red. We laugh it off. He settles in and aces the rest of the evening. It's a great night. Patti looks terrific in my T-shirt and does beautifully under difficult conditions. Our new edition is battle-ready and prepared for what lies ahead. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. On the evening of our show in Pittsburgh, I declined the compliment paid me earlier in the day by President Reagan. His attention elicited from me 2 responses. The first was, "Fucker." The second was, "The president said my name." Or maybe it was the other way around. The important thing that happened that night was I met Ron Wiesen, ex-steelworker and radical union organizer, who just opened a food bank for the steelworkers laid off by the closing of the mills in the Monongahela Valley. I didn't grow up in a political household, beyond asking my mother our party affiliation. We're Democrats, therefore the working people. I don't remember a political discussion ever being held. I did grow up a child of the '60s, so social conscience and political interest were bred into my cultural DNA. But it was really the identity questions that became prominent after my success that spurred me to be a voice on the forces that had impacted my parents, my sisters, and my neighbors' lives. If you're thirsty, you go where the water is. And by now I knew some of the answers and questions I've been looking for lay in the political arena. Dylan had deftly melded the political and personal in a way that added resonance and power to both. I agreed, the political is personal, and vice versa. My music had been developing in that direction for quite a while, and the confluence of the Reagan presidency, with my history, musical direction, and meeting people whose boots were on the ground, stimulated my interest in integrating all these elements into a cohesive whole. That night in Pittsburgh, I met and talked with Ron, and he filled me in on the tough times people were suffering in the valley. As with the Vietnam vets, we were able to provide some publicity and financial support. Before he left, he mentioned a counterpart in central L.A. Once in Los Angeles, I reached George Cole and met poet Luis Rodriguez, both ex-steelworkers in south-central Los Angeles, a little-known major steel-making corner in Southern California. George and his organization had a food bank and a traveling political theater company. With the help of my assistant manager, Barbara Carr, we slowly began to network with organizations in other towns. The National Food Bank system was just getting underway, and over the coming years and tours, they'd allow us to bring to our audience local sources and workable solutions for battling poverty and hunger and harnessing political action in the places we passed through. These were modest and simple efforts, but we were in prime position to accomplish them. I never had the frontline courage of many of my more committed musical brethren. If anything, over the years too much has been made of whatever service we've provided. But I did look to develop a consistent approach, something I could follow year in and year out, and find a way to assist the folks who'd been hit hardest by systematic neglect and injustice. These were the families who'd built America, and yet whose dreams and children were generation after generation considered expendable. Our travels and position would allow us to support at the grassroots level activists who dealt day to day with the citizens who'd been shuffled to the margins of American life. White Man's Paradise, Little Steven versus Mickey Mouse. Our first stop in Los Angeles for the U.S.A. tour was marked by the visitation of Little Steven Van Zandt, and the two of us with our entourage being unceremoniously thrown out of Disneyland for refusing to remove our bandanas. It went like this. Steve is the biggest kid I know. For days, we'd planned on a trip together to the Magic Kingdom. As we neared it, Steve's excitement rose to light hysteria, not too great a leap from his daily demeanor. Space Mountain, the haunted house, the Pirates of the Caribbean. We were going to do it all. I was accompanied by first fan Obi Jejits, who'd followed us since we were 16 back on the shore. Today, her reward would be bestowed upon her, a trip with Steve, Maureen, Steve's wife, and myself to, as the sign says, the happiest place on earth. We buy our tickets. Steve, giggling excitedly, can't wait and enters through the turnstiles first. He proceeds approximately 30 feet inside where he is stopped, asked to step aside, and told that in order to remain in the park, he will need to remove his bandana. This, say the powers that be, is so he will not be misidentified as a gang member, Blood or Crip, and fall victim to a drive-by while hurling his cookies on Space Mountain. Steve's bandana is neither red nor blue, but an indeterminate hue, chosen carefully and precisely to complement the rest of his look by the man who invented the male babushka. So the removal of such, I wish to enlighten Mickey's stormtroopers, is not fucking gonna happen. In solidarity, I, sporting my Born in the U.S.A. do-rag, also refused to remove my headscarf. The main honcho of the several security guards now gathering around us then tells us that he will overlook the way the rest of our crowd looks, Steve's wife, and #1 fan Obi, but we simply cannot be allowed to stay wearing our current headgear. We're out of here. Screw you, fascist mouse. We're going to Knott's Berry Farm. And we do. On the way over, I ask Steve how he feels, having just been thrown out of the happiest place on earth, and I draw his notice to the fact that we obviously do not deserve that degree of happiness. Steve is now a shouting one-man thesaurus of every conceivable four-letter word and guttural obscenity, all directed at Mickey's right-wing sartorial hit squad and the cabal that's keeping an eye on Mr. Disney's White Man's Paradise. Upon reaching Knott's Berry Farm, before we buy our tickets, we are enlightened by our ticket taker that our bandana-laden skulls are not going to get in here either. Fuck you and all of sunny Southern California. Silently, morosely, we drive back to Los Angeles, and for 2 solid hours Steve pours it on. The Constitution, the Bill of Rights, fucking dress codes, Nazis. I'm going with this on national television, blah, 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 blah. We decide to catch a late dinner at Mirabelle, a lovely restaurant on Sunset Boulevard. As we stand at the bar, the owner, a friend dressed in a suit, comes up for some convivial chatting. Steve, still going, says, "You don't have a dress code in here, do you?" He looks at us and answers, "Of course I do. Do you think I'd let you guys in here if I didn't know you?" Little girl, I want to marry you. A while earlier. I was 34, far enough out of Catholic school to have shimmied off some of the carnal shame and guilt that came with my Italian-Irish Catholic upbringing. I figured now was the time to take advantage of the sexual perks of superstardom. Generally, a serial monogamist, I never looked too hard for company on the road. First, I wasn't out there to party. I was there to work, and too much fun would get in the way of the hair shirt I insisted on wearing. Secular penance was my joy and raison d'etre. Still, all work and no play, etc., etc. Will Chamberlain would not have to start looking over his shoulder any time soon. But at the beginning of the U.S.A. tour, I decided to see. So I saw. I generally adhered to a don't fuck with the civilians code when I did. But I had no time for the professional groupies either. I did not want to be a notch on someone's belt. That diminished the field quite a bit. Still, where there's a will, I make no claims on sainthood. A thrill's a thrill, and I've occasionally taken mine where I found them. But I didn't last long. It just wasn't worth it. So with the occasional exceptional evening, and company excluded, after each show I returned to my late-night bacchanal of fried chicken, French fries, TV, a book, choosing not Frank's but Dino's way. Then bed. Let the good times... After my short shot at being Casanova, my psychological, biological clock must have been ticking. I wanted something serious. I wanted to get married. By now, I knew my model came with a sexual catch-22. Not quite right for the confines of monogamy, but no libertine either. I operated best within a semi-monogamous, is there such a thing, system, generally holding firm and steady, but occasionally deploying the United States military's don't ask, don't tell policy. That's a hard sell. In Los Angeles, I met Julianne Phillips, an actress out of the Pacific Northwest. She was 24, tall, blonde, educated, talented, a beautiful and charming young woman. We hit it off and began seeing each other regularly. 6 months into our dating, I proposed on my cottage balcony in Laurel Canyon. We were married in Lake Oswego, Oregon, where a scene straight out of a Preston Sturges film unfolded. Our pending betrothal had leaked, and the little town exploded. At Julianne's house, the 10-year-old kid next door climbed on his garage roof with a cardboard box camera and junior paparazzi'd our wedding party munching hot dogs in the backyard. He sold it to the newspapers for skateboard money and overnight became a local celebrity. Once we took out our marriage license, the press-feeding frenzy was on. The local priest got a special dispensation from his bishop to let us marry without the required time to kick the tires. He asked us 20 questions, and we were signed, sealed, and delivered to the Catholic Church. Al Pacino, The Godfather, Part 3. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. We got married at midnight, hoodwinking the sea of press. The next day, whirlybirds jammed with tabloid photographers filled the sky over our reception brunch. My dad sat smoking at a picnic table, looking as if he'd been lifted by a crane out of his California kitchen and set down unruffled in a field in Lake Oswego. I kept constant company with Mr. Jack Daniels, and my old man was my only relief, for short of a planet-demolishing apocalypse, nothing could ever change his kitchen table demeanor. As the choppers buzzed overhead, I walked over and took a seat across from him at the brown plank table. He sat, his suit straining his girth like it'd been sewn on over a rhinoceros. He took a long drag on his Camel cigarette and deadpanned, "Bruce, look what you've done now." Julie and I honeymooned in Hawaii and set up house in my Los Angeles cottage. Things were good. She pursued her career, I pursued my music, and we pursued our life together. The only thing eating at me was I knew I'd never made it past the 2 or 3 year period in any of my other relationships. Usually that was when the image of myself, physically and emotionally, would be punctured and my flaws revealed. I was broken and so sadly punctual, my mom would rag me about it. "Bruce, it's been 2 years." So now in the dead of night, my contented sleep would occasionally be disturbed by the dreaded ticking, emanating as from the belly of Hook's alligator, of my clock. I suppose I should have advertised myself as damaged goods, but I decided I couldn't let that knowledge or my fears dictate my actions or negate my feelings. I had to go on faith that I could love someone, this one, and find the resources to make it work. Following our wedding, I was struck by a series of severe anxiety attacks I fought my way through with my doctor's help. I tried to hide them as best I could, and that was a mistake. I also had, shades of my pop, paranoid delusions that scared me. One evening while I sat across from my beautiful wife in an upscale Los Angeles eatery, a conversation formed silently inside my head. There, as we politely chatted by candlelight, hand in hand, a part of me tried to convince myself that she was simply using me to further her career, or to get something. Nothing could have been farther from the truth. Julianne loved me, and didn't have an exploitive or malicious bone in her body. Inside, I knew that, but I was out where the buses don't run, and couldn't center myself around the truth. I was sliding back toward the chasm where rage, fear, distrust, insecurity, and a family-patented misogyny made war with my better angels. Once again it was the fear of having something, allowing someone into my life, someone loving, that was setting off a myriad of bells and whistles and a fierce reaction. Who'd care for me, love me, the real me, the me I knew who resided inside my easygoing facade? I became hypersexual, then non-sexual, suffered multiple anxiety attacks, and swung from one side of the graph of funky human behavior to the other, all the while trying to keep a lid on it. I was scared, but I did not want to scare the wits out of my young bride. It was the wrong way to handle it, and created a psychological distance at just the moment I was trying to let someone into my life. Julie was already sleeping one evening as I came to bed. There in the darkness, the bedside lamp caught a glint of my wedding ring. I'd never taken it off. Something inside of me told me I never would, never should. I sat on the edge of the bed, gave it a light tug, and watched as it slid off my finger. An ocean of despair swept over me, and I felt faint. My pulse leapt, and I could feel my heart threatening to push through my chest. I got up, made my way to the bathroom, ran cold water over my face and neck, then gathering myself beneath the bathroom's fluorescent light, I slipped my ring back on. I walked back into the shadows of our bedroom, a room containing all my mysteries and fears, where my lovely wife lay in bed, her body just an outline, a dark, gentle ridge of tasseled covers. I placed my hand upon her shoulders, moved my palm over her cheek, breathed in, felt the air return to my lungs, pulled back the sheets, climbed in, and went to sleep. Europe. June 1st, 1985, Slane Castle, Dublin, Ireland. Our first stadium show ever. Precariously perched in a field 50 miles outside of Dublin were 95,000 people, the largest crowd I'd ever seen. They completely filled a grassy bowl bounded by the Boyne River at our stage's rear, and Slane Castle, perched in front on a high green knoll in the distance. The crowd closest to the stage, an immediate couple of thousand, were deeply into their Guinness and dangerously swaying from left to right. They were opening up gaping holes amongst themselves as audience members by the dozens fell to the muddy ground, vanishing for unbearable seconds, till righted once again by their neighbors. Then, once standing, they'd slosh back the other way, and the whole interminable nerve-grinding exercise would be repeated again ad infinitum. It was a sight way too hairy for my tender eyes. I thought somebody was going to get killed, and it'd be my fault. At stage right, Pete Townsend and a variety of rock luminaries bemusedly watched me break into the big time. At stage left stood my wife. This was our first trip together, as a married couple, and I felt like I was going to come apart before her eyes. I was singing, I was playing, I was thinking, I can't stand up here and sing these songs, not these songs, while putting people in a situation where they could be grievously injured. I kept singing, I kept playing, but I was in a pure rage and simmering panic. Okay, Mr. Big Time, how'd you get here? We broke for intermission. I was seething. Mr. Landau joined me in my trailer during intermission, and there in the middle of the biggest concert of my life, we had a highly charged debate about canceling the entire tour. I could not face what was happening in front of the stage at Slane on a nightly basis. It was irresponsible and violated the protective instinct for my audience I prided myself on. Fans were pouring, red-faced, soaked in booze and heat exhaustion, over the front barriers to be taken to the medical tent or to flank the crowd, throw themselves back in, and take another crack at it. Our insistence on having seats at our concerts had begun in the early 70s after I stood hidden at the side of the bleachers in a college gymnasium one evening and witnessed the cattle rush to the front of the stage. I didn't like the way it looked. I'd made my compromises with European local customs over the years, but this was something else. Keep in mind, this was the first and only stadium show I'd ever performed or attended. I had nothing but this night to judge my decisions upon. John wisely counseled we postpone our decision until we had at least a few more concerts to judge by. We'd already committed to and sold out the entire tour. He was frightened also, and said if it was a recurring situation, he'd honor my feelings. We'd cancel and take the heat. It never happened again. The crowd settled during the second half of the Slane show, and I observed there was a sketchy but ritual orderliness to what appeared from the stage to be pure chaos. The crowd protected one another. If you fell, the nearest person to your left or right reached down, grabbed an arm, and pulled you upright. It wasn't pretty, or to my eyes safe, but it worked. The other 93,000 gatherers were clueless about the soul-searching mini-drama being played out right before their eyes. To them, it was just a beautiful day with a rocking band. In the end, Slane joined a rising number of our other performances to attain legendary status, and despite my distraction, turned out to be a solid show. On the streets of Dublin, it is often mentioned to me, if you were there, you were there. I was certainly there. Newcastle, England. At our second stadium show, it was all sunshine and smiles. The band, already growing more confident in the bigger venues, played spiritedly, and a safe, festive atmosphere prevailed. Question dismissed. We could play stadiums. But I never forgot my experience at Slane. Short note. When a crowd of that size gathers, particularly a young crowd, danger is always in the air. It's simply a matter of the math. An unexpected mishap, a little hysteria, and the day can shift hard and very quickly. Over the years, we've been careful and lucky at our stadium concerts. Some very well-intentioned and serious-hearted musicians who carry a deep commitment to their fans haven't been as fortunate. Today's stadium concerts are thoroughly organized, but still, in those numbers, the potential for danger always lurks. Headaches and headlines. We traveled on. The tour became complicated by several issues. Since my marriage, I'd suddenly become tabloid news fodder. In a Scandinavian newspaper, the day after we checked out of our local digs, I was shown a picture of Julie's and my bed. We weren't in it. It was just a picture of a freshly made bed. It was new, unsettling, and a pain in the ass. Photographers were everywhere. In Gothenburg, Sweden, things got broke. We were either confined in our hotel or followed by a pack of paparazzi wherever we went. This was not what I'd signed up for. I was a private person and not comfortable with my personal life in the spotlight. What I wanted most when I didn't have 100,000 eyes on me was all eyes off me. In the second half of the 20th century, in the public arena, this was not a deal you could cut. Forget about it. So you took your blessings and accepted the fact that this nuisance was the price you'd paid for getting everything you ever wanted. In '84, beneath the white-hot spotlight, during the whitest-hot moment of my career, this sanity-inducing knowledge was not yet in my possession. So, a shiny, new, black Takamine acoustic guitar was whizzing within inches of the thinning hair on my trusted amigo John Landau's pate. As it skimmed over his few remaining hairs, he startled but remained impressively calm. Then the atonal twang of rock and roll bells ringing, the splintering crack of dead midnight in the house of 1,000 guitars filled the backstage halls as my Takamine burst into 1,000,000 pieces on the wall of my Gothenburg dressing room. Unless you're Pete Townsend, I do not generally counsel or condone the demolishing of perfectly good musical instruments. I would go so far as to say wrecking the righteous tools of Mr. Gibson, Mr. Fender, or any other craftsman of fine guitars is near sacrilege. But when a healthy insanity calls, you do what you must. I'd had it just about up to here with the whole merry-go-round I just jumped on. Plus, I had no way of knowing if this was going to be my life, my whole life. Everywhere I'd go, day after day, country after country, bed after bed, in a Groundhog Day of stultifying, inane attention brought on by my own sacred ambitions, crossed by the normal human longing for life and love. Would there eventually be 1,000 pictures of freshly made beds my wife and I had slept in, printed, published, and preyed on? There would not. But at that moment on that day, who could guess? Mr. Landau, who'd simply been trying to bring a little perspective to my predicament, quietly moved back from his friend the guitar smasher and out into the hall. There he joined many others, who at that moment were glad they did not have his job. After my guitar Armageddon, we went out and proceeded to literally destroy the U.S.A. Stadium. The jumping up and down and synchronized twisting of so many gonzo Swedes during Twist and Shout cracked its concrete foundation. That'll teach 'em. Chapter 49, Going Home. The European leg of our tour spun on without a hitch, the seats full, the crowds rapturous. We'd grown comfortable in the expanded environs of the stadiums that had become our workplace. Our anthems were built to fill and communicate in places of this size, so from Timbuktu to New Jersey, crowds dropped one by one to the powerhouse show we'd started developing overseas. Some cities stood out. 3 shows centered around the 4th of July drew 70,000 fans a night, with Steve dropping by to sit in, to London's Wembley Stadium. Our debut in Italy, the motherland, brought us to Milan's 80,000-seat stadium. We walked down its damp, dim, gladiatorial tunnels, with the distant ear-shredding sound of 80,000 Italians rising, louder and louder, until we broke onto the sunlit field. A cheer rose that sounded like we'd just returned from the Crusades, with our vanquished enemies' heads held high on the necks of our guitars. Or perhaps we were just about to be fed to the lions. Walking amid the thunder toward the ramp leading to stage front, I noticed an entire section of empty seats. Our promoter at my side, I said, "I thought the show was sold out." He answered, "It is. Those seats are for the people who are going to break in." Got it. And so they did. We hung huge video screens on the outside of the stadium to satisfy those unable to attend, but that only held them for a little while. Gates were rushed, security was breached, and soon all seats were full. And then some. I stood in front of the mind-bending hysteria I'd come to realize passes for a normal reaction from an Italian audience, as women blew kisses and cried, men cried and blew kisses, and all pledged undying love and beat their hearts with their fists. Some grew faint. We hadn't even started playing yet. When the band crashed into Born in the U.S.A., World's End seemed near. The stadium shook and swayed as we played for our lives. Maroon. Back in the U.S.A., our show at Pittsburgh's Three Rivers Stadium proved unique. A crowd of 60,000 Steelers fans got to watch me count off Born in the U.S.A., while several key members of the E Street Band, Roy and Nils, were cluelessly locked in deadly battle on our backstage ping-pong table. My testosterone-drenched 1, 2, 3, 4, and the sound of Max's crushing snare were met not by Roy's massive synth riff, but by Danny Federici's tinkling glockenspiel. New records were set in the quarter mile by Nils and Roy as they listened to the most heart-sinking syllables of their lives, the distant stadium echoing, "Your ass is in a sling and I'm going to burn that fucking ping-pong table down," incredulous 1, 2, 3, 4 of their frontman. I watched 60,000 faces go from awe to aw shit as I stood, not too happy, pants metaphorically around my ankles, experiencing one of the greatest weenie shrinkers of all time. Ping-pong tables were banned for years. Heads rolled. Giant Stadium, 6 sold-out shows to 300,000 of our New Jersey faithful brought the tour's size and significance home. My people. Never the hottest audience on our tour. It's hard to beat those Europeans, but damn, they show up, and they are my life-giving, loving homies. In Texas, an infestation of locusts the size of your thumb swooped like World War II dogfighters around and over our heads during the show. On a cool night, they'd been drawn to the warmth of the stage lights and gathered in congregation on every available inch of our bandstand. Nils, a bugaphobe, ran skittering to Danny's organ riser. One went eye to eye with me perched on my microphone stand, popped to my hair, and during my hometown, slowly crawled down the neck of my shirt to sit in the center of my back. Thousands littered the stage to be swept away by long brooms at intermission time. It was biblical. A short while later, we were greeted by snow and 30-degree temperatures at our show in Denver, Colorado's Mile High Stadium. The audience in ski jackets carrying blankets came dressed for a winter football game. We cut off the fingers of our gloves to play our guitars through, did what we could to stay warm, and froze our asses off. Steam rose in plumes from our shoulders as hot sweat met freezing air. About 3/4 of the way through our 3 hours, you could feel the cold coming in for the kill, settling in your bones. Once I put my guitar down, my fingers went numb and couldn't be revived. Every syllable I sang left a cloud of visible breath streaming from my lungs. On to sunny, warm Los Angeles. September 27th, 1985. The Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, site of the 1984 Olympics. Our finale was a 4-night rap party. Hard blue skies and balmy temperatures greeted the band and 80,000 Los Angelinos. The band peaked amid an atmosphere of end-of-the-road celebration. We were now one of the biggest, if not the biggest, rock attractions in the world, and to get there, we hadn't lost sight of what we were about. There were some close shaves, and in the future I'd have to be doubly vigilant about the way my music was used and interpreted. But all in all, we'd come through intact, united, and ready to press on. Where do we go from here? Julianne and I returned home to our cottage in L.A., and I felt great for 2 whole days. On day 3, I crashed. What do I do now? John visited and mentioned the tour had been successful, economically successful. So successful, in fact, I would need to meet my accountant. My accountant? I'd never met him, or her, ever. 14 years into my professional recording career, I'd never met those whose job it was to count my money and watch it. Soon I would shake the hand of a Mr. Gerald Breslauer, who would tell me I had earned a figure that at the time sounded so outrageous I had to ban it from thought. Not that I wasn't happy. I was. Giddy, in fact. But I couldn't contextualize it in any meaningful way, so I didn't. My first luxury as a successful rock icon would be the luxury to not think about, to downright ignore my luxuries. Some of them. It worked for me. The aftermath of the Born in the U.S.A. tour was a strange time. It was the peak of something. I would never be here this high in the mainstream pop firmament again. It was the end of something. For all intents and purposes, my work with the E Street Band was done for now. We would tour together once more on my solo record, Tunnel of Love, but I would intentionally use the band in such a way as to cloud its former identity. I didn't know it then, but soon we'd be finished for a long while. The tour also was the beginning of something, a final surge to try to determine my life as an adult, a family man, and to escape the road's seductions and confinements. I longed to finally settle in a real home, with a real love. I wanted to lift upon my shoulders the weight and bounty of maturity, then try to carry it with some grace and humility. I'd worked to get married. Now would I have the skills, the ability to be married? Chapter 50. Regresar a Mexico. Right before the Born in the U.S.A. tour, I bought a home in the Republican stronghold of Rumson, New Jersey, only minutes from the plot of sand that once held the old Surf and Sea Beach Club, where we townies had been spit on by the children of my new neighbors. The house was a rambling old Georgian-style mansion on the corner of Bellevue Avenue and Ridge Road. I went through my usual buyer's remorse, but I held out, promising myself I'd fill the big old house with what I'd been searching for, family and a life. One morning I received a phone call from my father. This was unprecedented. The man who banned telephones from our home for 19 years, if alive today, would never be in any danger of maxing out his minutes. I'd never received a phone call directly from my dad, so I was apprehensive. I called California. An unusual buoyancy was in his voice. "Hi, Bruce." He wanted to go to Mexico on a fishing trip. My pop, who hadn't had a line in the water for the past 25 years, dating back to the two of us moping, fishing, not catching, at the end of the Manasquan jetty, now wanted to Ernest Hemingway it and go marlin fishing. The only marlin the old man had ever been close to would have been the one hanging over the bar at his favorite watering hole, but with the exception of our previous Mexican run to Tijuana, my dad had never asked me to go anywhere. Amused by his enthusiasm, flattered and curious, I listened to his pitch. Somewhere inside still lingered my hunger for that second, third, fourth, fifth chance with the old man where all would go right. I said sure. I asked him if he needed me to make any arrangements, and he proudly said he and his neighbor Tom, my pop's only male friend of the past 15 years, had taken care of it all. "This one's on me," he jauntily responded. What could I say? A few weeks later, I flew to San Francisco and drove to Burlingame, California. There on a windy hill bordering Silicon Valley, the Oakland Bay in the distance was my folks' new residence, an answer to their gold rush of '69. It was a modest place they'd breathlessly picked out, my mother informing me of its every architectural detail as I listened on the phone back in Jersey. I spent the night, then Tom, my dad, and I hopped on Aeromexico to Cabo San Lucas. The flight down was raucous, filled with other fishermen and vacationers, high and excited to be going south of the border. My dad, now a huge man, struck up a friendship with some girls on the plane, something considering his general immutability he never failed to be able to do. Once on the ground, we all jammed, girls included, into a Ford Econoline van long past its warranty. We passed scenes of abject poverty, roadside shacks with rooftop TV antennas, a blue glow emanating from within as our driver, dodging local livestock, recklessly drove us off the road till we settled in screams and a cloud of dust amid the roadside brush. Upon reaching our resort, I had to admit, Pops hadn't done bad. No TVs, no telephones, but pretty cushy. Cabo at the time seemed caught between going upscale and a donkey ramble in Twilight Zone. A phone at the local post office, placed on a lonely stool presided over by an olive-skinned beauty, was our only connection to folks stateside. The following morning, we rose in darkness, hopped into a cab, and were deposited at dawn on a remote beach several miles from our hotel. It was there in the morning's blue twilight that something just didn't feel copacetic. Long minutes passed, my father silent, Tom shuffling, until puffs of white smoke could be seen rising from behind the nearest rock outcropping. These were followed by the blub-blub-blub sound of an ancient, overworked diesel. Slowly coming into view was a bright orange wooden crate of a boat that had to have Bluto, Popeye's nemesis himself, at the wheel. Shit. My regrets on not having commandeered our arrangements were coming fast and hard. I was loaded. We could have been going out on Ted Turner's Courageous if we wanted to, but instead we were about to risk our lives in this rust bucket. A small tender with a straw-hatted, parchment-skinned old man on the oars rowed toward us. There was no English to be had, so upon reaching shore, incoherent greetings were mumbled by both parties, and he motioned for us to get in the boat. My father was outfitted for his encounter with Moby Dick in his usual street attire: heavy, laced brown brogan shoes, white socks, dress pants, a crumpled dress shirt, suspenders, and thinning still coal-black hair slicked back. He looked great for a Polish picnic in Queens, but was not prepared for the Mexican Sea. Parkinson's, body fluid buildup, diabetes, psoriasis, and an array of ailments too numerous to mention, along with a life of nightly smokes and six-pack seances, had left him severely limited physically. We shuffled him over to the boat, and with waves lapping on the sand one leg at a time, we guided him in. With a wood-on-wood ka-thunk, we bumped up against the side of our Titanic. There was no boarding ladder, so the three of us, without the benefit of a common dialect, had to lift 230 pounds of nickels in seared slacks onto a rocking tugboat. Jesus Christ! The fulcrum reached its apex, weight shifted, and with a resounding thud, the source of my presence on earth rolled into the death trap he'd rented us. It was 6:30 a.m., and I was already soaked in sweat. Our expressionless captain turned his lady around and headed silently out to sea. Not far beyond the cove, away from the sheltered waters of the coast, there was some serious sea stirring. We were a bobbing rubber duck in a 5-year-old's bathtub. When we were down in the trough of a wave, the following wave crested at wheelhouse height. Within 15 minutes, Tom was blowing his all-you-can-eat buffet breakfast over the port side. My dad was in lockdown mode, gripping the armrest of the fishing chair with his usual couldn't-give-a-shit calm. I tried to communicate with our skipper using some of my high school Spanish, but como se llama got no response. I found if I kept my eyes on the horizon and rode it out, I might spare myself a retching over the stern. Our engine, in a wood box, set square above deck in the boat's center, was belching diesel fumes and adding to the vicious mix of elements that attacked our normally landlocked digestive systems. An hour passed, the sun burned, land receded, and there was nothing but an endless chromatic panorama where sea and sky melded that was making me terrifically claustrophobic. Death at sea felt imminent. After a second hour had passed, I commanded Tom to go on top and find out exactly how much farther we had to go. Our skipper raised one finger, then turned back to his wheel. Good, 1 more mile. No, turns out 1 more hour. About a half hour back, we come upon a Boston whaler with 2 locals inside, miles out at sea. They were obviously sinking, for the boat was low in the sea, filled with water up to their shins. I motioned to the captain for us to go to their rescue. Then as we moved closer, I saw fish, many fish, swimming in circles inside the boat around their legs. They reached bare-handed, caught one, and smiling, lifted it up for our approval. Bait. They were selling bait. Finally, on the horizon, a small circle of boats appeared. Fishing grounds. In 10 minutes, the lines were readied, and there was a quick tug. I passed the pole into my dad's hands, and he did his best to reel in something. was about half the size of my arm and went straight into the ice chest. Then, hours of nothing. There would be no epic man versus nature, Darwinian battle. No Doug Springsteen versus my father's favorite foe, everything, showdown. We sat, an infinitesimal cork, bobbing on the bouncing sea. Then late afternoon we headed back, 3 more hours of back. I laid myself out on a wooden bench in the stern, gobbled the paper bag lunch the hotel had provided, sucked diesel fumes, and slept. I'd had enough. After the ritual we started the morning with was reversed, my dad lowered like a sack of United Nations grain into the tender. We were deposited, grateful survivors, back on the beach. We donated our catch to our crew and watched them smoke and blub their way into the sunset. No doubt, bored with another pack of clueless gringos and headed for a drink and a laugh at our expense at the local cantina. The beach was empty and silent, but for the small surf lapping upon the sand. My dad, in an alternate universe for the past several hours, suddenly looked over at me as the sun dropped into the sea and said, seriously, "I got the boat for tomorrow, too." We did not use the boat tomorrow, or ever again. Instead, I took the old man to a little beach bar looking out over white sand and blue Pacific. I bought a round of beers, and we spent a civil afternoon watching the girls on the beach and having some good belly laughs about our adventure. On our way through the marina, back to our car, we were offered several day trips by fishing rock and roll fans on glistening white, state-of-the-art yachts. The perks of rock stardom followed us even this far south. We were headed back in the morning, so we politely declined next time and went to our hotel, slept and flew home the next day. On our flight back, looking over at my bemused pops, I reminded myself my father was not normal or very well. I'd been around him for so long in his condition, I'd gotten used to it and I could forget. I'd grown up on the shore, knew plenty of real open-sea fishermen. I could have arranged for him to have a shot at catching that marlin, had it stuffed and nailed up over his beloved kitchen table with a Marlboro in its mouth, if he'd liked. But maybe that was never the real point. Maybe he just wanted to give me something for the gifts I'd given him and my mom once Success hit, something that came wrapped in his seafaring fantasy. He did. Chapter 51, Tunnel of Love. After born in the U.S.A., I'd had enough of the big time for a while and looked forward to something less. Assisted by my engineer, Toby Scott, I'd slowly invested in home recording equipment. 4 tracks grew to 8, to 16, to 24, and soon I had a decent demo studio set up in the garage apartment of my Rumson home. I'd recently begun writing some new material that for the first time wasn't centered around the man on the road, but the questions and concerns of the man in the house. Tunnel of Love captured the ambivalence, love, and fear brought on by my new life. Recorded in approximately a 3-week period, cut with just my cell phone acoustic guitar to a rhythm track, like Nebraska, it was another homemade record, where I played most of the instruments myself. After U.S.A., I wasn't ready for producers, a big band, or any band. The music was too personal, so in the studio it would just be Toby and me. My first full record about men and women in love would be a pretty rough affair. Filled with inner turmoil, I wrote to make sense of my feelings. The beginnings of this new music went back to Stolen Car from the River. That song's character, drifting through the night, is the first to face the angels and devils that will drive him toward his love and keep him from ever reaching her. This was the voice that embodied my own conflicts. I was no longer a kid, and now neither were the people who populated my new songs. If they didn't find a way to ground themselves, the things they needed, life, love, and a home, could and would pass them by, rushing out the windows of all those cars I'd placed them in. The highway had revealed its secrets, and as compelling as they were, I found its freedom and open spaces could become as overpoweringly claustrophobic as my most cliched ideas of domesticity. All those roads, after all those years, when they converged, met down the end of the same dead-end street. I knew. I'd seen it. It's in Texas. I had a left field hit with Brilliant Disguise, the song that sits thematically at the record's center. Trust is a fragile thing. It requires allowing others to see as much of ourselves as we have the courage to reveal. But Brilliant Disguise postulates that when you drop one mask, you find another behind it, until you begin to doubt your own feelings about who you are. The twin issues of love and identity form the core of Tunnel of Love, but time is Tunnel's unofficial subtext. In this life, and there is only one, you make your choices. You take your stand, and you awaken from the youthful spell of immortality and its eternal present. You walk away from the netherland of adolescence. You name the things beyond your work that will give your life its context, meaning, and the clock starts. You walk now not just at your partner's side, but alongside your own mortal self. You fight to hold on to your newfound blessings while confronting your nihilism, your destructive desire to leave it all in ruins. This struggle to uncover who I was and to reach an uneasy peace with time and death itself is at the heart of Tunnel of Love. Bob Clearmountain cleaned up my playing, so I sounded like I knew what I was doing. I brought Nils, Roy, and Patti in to sweeten a track or two. Then Bob did the mixes, adding the sharp spiritual space the music resides in. Tunnel of Love was released on October 9th, 1987, and went to #1 on the Billboard album chart. I hadn't planned to do any touring, but sitting at home, while a record containing what I felt was some of my best and freshest writing went untended, didn't seem right. I was asking my audience to follow me from Highway's End, out of the car, into the house, and through marriage, commitment, and the mysteries of the heart. Is that rock and roll? A lot of them by now were living these issues every day. Would they want to hear and be entertained by them too? I was rolling the dice that they would, and I wanted to give my music a chance to find its audience. For me, that always meant playing, and so a tour was planned. Tunnel was a solo album, so I wanted to distance the tour from being compared to our U.S.A. run. I shifted our stage layout, moving band members out of their long-held positions as a subtle way to signal to the audience that they should expect something different. I added a horn section, brought Patti to the front of the stage and left of center, and designed a carnivalesque proscenium to frame the action and play off my main metaphor of love as a scary amusement park thrill ride. In keeping with Annie Leibovitz's cover photo, we dressed up. The blue jeans and bandana were gone. I wore a suit for the first time in quite a while, and the band left their casual wear at home. My good friend and assistant, Terry McGovern, donned a bowler hat and tux to perform the role of ticket taker and MC. It was a nice show, with Patti providing a sexy female foil I could play off of, comically and seriously, to underscore the album's themes. We covered Geno Washington's Geno is a Coward, and the Sonics' Have Love Will Travel, and performed my own unreleased song, Part Man, Part Monkey, to flesh out the tour's plotline. After Born in the U.S.A., it was an intentional left turn, and the band was probably somewhat disoriented by it, along with my growing relationship with Patti. Patti was a musician, was close to my age, had seen me on the road in all of my many guises, and viewed me with a knowing eye. She knew I was no white knight, perhaps a dark gray knight at best, and I never felt the need to pretend around her. Julie had never asked me to either, I just did. When Julie was filming on location, I'd be at home in New Jersey, slowly slipping back to my old ways, the bars, the late nights. Nothing serious, just my usual drifting, but it wasn't the married life. It was during one of these periods Patti and I got together under my ostensible excuse of working on our duets. It was a September night, the moon a slim fingernail in the western sky, over the silhouetted wood that bordered the backyard. We hung out, sat in my little bar, talked, and pretty soon I could feel something was on. After 17 years of sporadically bumping into each other, then 2 of working side by side somewhat flirtatiously, there came a moment when I looked at Patti and saw something different, something new, something I'd missed and hadn't experienced before. I was always busy, as Patti would say, looking in other fields. Patti is a wise, tough, powerful woman, but she's also the soul of fragility, and there was something in that combination that opened up new possibilities in my heart. In my life, Patti is a singularity. So it started. At first I told myself it was just a thing. It wasn't. It was the thing. The surreptitiousness didn't last long, and I came clean to Julie as soon as I knew how serious Patti and I were. But there was no decent or graceful way out of it. I was going to hurt someone I loved, period. Soon I'd be separated and photographed in my tighty-whities with Patti on a balcony in Rome. I dealt with Julie's and my separation abysmally, insisting it remain a private affair, so we released no press statement, causing furor, pain, and scandal when the news leaked out. It made a tough thing more heartbreaking than necessary. I deeply cared for Julianne and her family, and my poor handling of this is something I regret to this day. Julianne was young, just getting her career started, while at 35 I could seem accomplished, reasonably mature and in control, but inside I was still emotionally stunted and secretly unavailable. She's a woman of great discretion and decency and always dealt with me and our problems honestly and in good faith. But in the end, we didn't really know. I placed her in a terribly difficult position for a young girl, and I failed her as a husband and partner. We handled the details as civilly and as graciously as possible, divorced and went on about our lives. After our divorce was final, I took a few days and visited my parents, gave them the news, and listened to my mom hector me with, "Bruce, 3 years, your limit." What? They loved Julianne, but I was their son. I stayed a while, having my wounds treated with home cooking and sympathy, then headed back to New Jersey. My dad drove me to the airport. 10 minutes out, he turned to me and said, "Bruce, maybe you should move back home for a while." I was tempted to mention that I was a nearly 40-year-old self-made multimillionaire, and the prospect of moving back into an 8-by-12-foot room in my parents' house, still holding my stuffed Mickey Mouse, was not impossible, but not likely. Nevertheless, when I looked over at my pop, his suspendered girth squished between the wheel and the driver's seat, all I could say was, "Thanks, Dad, I'll think about it." The old man finally wanted me around the house. 88. 7 years after Steve and I first walked through Checkpoint Charlie, I brought my band back to East Berlin. Steve wasn't there, but 160,000-plus East Germans showed up. The wall still stood, but the first cracks were definitely appearing in its once impregnable facade. Conditions were not what they had been a decade ago. There in an open field stood the largest single crowd I'd ever seen or played to, and from center stage I couldn't see its end. Home-stitched American flags flew in the East German wind. The tickets claimed we were being presented by the Young Communist League and were playing a concert for the Sandinistas. It was news to me. The entire show was broadcast on state television, another surprise, with the exception of my short speech about the wall, which somehow was conveniently deleted. I went from being a complete nobody, sashaying unmolested down the streets of East Berlin on the day before our show, to a national superstar in 24 hours. When I poked my head out of our hotel the day after our gig, I was surrounded by hipsters, grannies, and everything in between vying for an autograph. Ich bin ein Berliner. We partied at the East German consulate and then headed back to West Berlin, and a show for 17,000 that, despite our good West German fans, felt a lot less dramatic than what we just experienced. Rock and roll is a music of stakes. The higher they're pushed, the deeper and more thrilling the moment becomes. In East Germany in 1988, the center of the table was loaded down with the winner-take-all bounty that would explode into the liberating destruction of the Berlin Wall by the people of Germany. Around the world in 42 days. Heading back home, we had the option to continue our Tunnel of Love tour or go to work for Amnesty International, the highly regarded human rights organization. Amnesty was making a concerted push to enlist and engage young people around the globe in the fight for civil liberties, and figured what better way to prick up the ears of the youngsters than rock and roll. Guided by Peter Gabriel, we were enlisted by Amnesty's then executive director, Jack Healy, and our Tunnel of Love tour morphed directly into Amnesty International's Human Rights Now tour. We shortly found ourselves on a 747 with Peter, Youssou N'Dour, the sensational Senegalese singer, Tracy Chapman, and Sting, international rock stars all, hopping around the world, dropping for a moment from the clouds to tell you how to run your show. I'd always felt rock music was a music of both personal and political liberation, and I thought the tour would give us an opportunity to practice some of what we preached. It did, but in the process I got mugged by schoolwork. Nobody told me I was going to have to study. We had to do a full press conference in every country, and we needed to know in detail the human rights issues in each. Trying not to look like the dilettante I was, I studied like I hadn't since Sister Teresa Mary stood over me, ruler in hand, at St. Rose Grammar School. The audiences were spectacular. The concerts lasted for 8 hours and featured local opening acts. In Zimbabwe, the great Oliver M. Tukutsi tore the house down with African soul. A little over a year from now, Nelson Mandela would be released from prison, and the slow dismantling of the apartheid system would begin to occur. But at this moment in 1988, the battle was raging. The simple mix of a white and black crowd of this size, something that was forbidden and illegal a mere 300 miles south, brought an urgency to our appearance. In the former French colony of Côte d'Ivoire, I was greeted for the first and only time since the 1966 Tri-Soul Review at the Matawan Keyport Rollerdrome by an audience, a stadium audience, of completely black faces. I finally knew how Clarence felt. We were one black man and 7 white folk from New Jersey. Was this going to work? Was the wooden-legged 4/4 beat of Jersey Shore punk and soul going to communicate to an audience used to the swaying and supple rhythms of Afrobeat? Headlining, we were last to go on. A cool sweat slowly formed on the uppermost layer of my skin beneath my black vest and shirt. We went for the nuclear option, kicking straight into Born in the U.S.A. Time crept to a standstill. Then, boom, the place exploded into a frenzy, the crowd moving en masse as if they'd been wired together and had suddenly decided this was okay. It was the most joyful mutual celebration of discovery I'd ever experienced. We were the wrong color, singing in the wrong language, to the wrong beat, and still the crowd shed upon us their generosity, openness, and national hospitality. It was the first audience the E Street Band had had to truly win cold in a long, long time. Women leapt on stage and danced. The crowd rocked in ecstasy, and the band walked off feeling exhilarated and validated. It works. All the way over here, it works. We felt the closeness of old hands being challenged, and in league with this unexpected and willing audience, becoming victorious. The mysteries of music's communicative power to cross great divides proved themselves once more, and we knew we just experienced something special. Somewhere along the way, we played a few dates in the United States where our usually politicized press conferences were peppered by celebrity questions and a vacuousness that sometimes made me embarrassed for the locals. We also stopped in Japan, Budapest, Hungary, Canada, Brazil, and India, and finished up in Argentina, a country of stunning landscapes and a gorgeous, sensual citizenry that made me want to learn Spanish immediately. In South America were countries that had recently experienced the full brunt of dictatorship and the daily trampling of simple human freedoms. Thousands of sons and husbands were disappeared off the streets during the reign of brutal regimes in Argentina and Pinochet's Chile. Here Amnesty's job was immediate, critical, and personal. There was something hard to push up against and to feel pushing back. With Pinochet still in power, we played on the border of Chile in Mendoza, Argentina. There the mothers of the disappeared, whose loved ones had vanished from their homes and the streets in the years of Pinochet's dictatorial rule, stood holding placard photos of lost loved ones along the roadside as we drove toward the venue. Their faces were filled with the remnants of terrible things we simply had no clue about. or ability to understand back in the U.S.A., and proof of the ongoing human will, desire, and primal need for justice. The Amnesty International tour made me thankful to have been born in the U.S.A., in my little repressed, redneck, reactionary, one-fire hydrant crap heap of a hometown that I loved, where despite the social pressure of the ignorant and intolerant, you could walk and speak freely without fear for life and limb, mostly. 6 weeks after we'd started, we'd had our say, boosted Amnesty in its international agenda, played our rock and roll, and stood for a moment, thumbs out, political cultural hitchhikers at the crossroads of history. Home again. Patti and I said our goodbyes to Peter, Sting, U.S.A, Tracy, and Amnesty's mighty road crew, whose human rights were consistently violated with long working hours and untenable conditions during the tour, and we returned to New York City. We'd rented an apartment on the East Side, and I gave my one and only try at becoming a city boy. It was a no-go. The East Side wasn't for me, its only redeeming feature being I was just a walk away from Doc Meyer's office, which helped because I was not at my best. I came home torn by the confusion of my divorce, and with no recourse to roads and wheels, the city days were long indeed. In New York City, I was the magic rat in his maze. I couldn't get sky, couldn't see sun, and couldn't run. Yeah, the museums, the restaurants, the shops, but I was still small town. I couldn't change, so Patti, a 19-year New York City resident in Chelsea, capitulated, and we packed up our bags and headed back to Jersey, where I, and my ice-cold feet spent a lost summer with me up to some of my old ways and thoughtless behavior. Patti was patient, to a point. Adjustment. Back at home, Patti and I fought a lot, which was a good thing. I'd never argued much in most of my other relationships, and it had proved detrimental. Too many issues simmering, unresolved, beneath the surface always proved poisonous. Like my father, I was a passively hostile actor. Denial and intimidation, not direct confrontation, was my style. My dad had controlled our home by quietly sitting there, smoking. He was all passive anger, until he'd break and rage, then return to his beer and monk-like silence. He was our own one-man minefield, filling our home with the deadly quiet of a war zone as we walked on point, waiting for the detonation we knew was coming. We just never knew when. All of this had seeped into my bones and ruined so much. I didn't lose it often, but I could, silently, and just enough to put the fear of God into my loved ones. I'd learned it at the feet of the master. Worse, I picked up his bad habits behind the wheel, and I could be very dangerous. I would use speed and recklessness to communicate my own rage and anger, with the sole purpose of terrorizing my rider. It was gross, bullying, violent, and humiliating behavior that filled me with shame afterward. I was always full of 1,000 apologies, but of course it was too little too late. And I suppose I'd learned that too. These incidents occurred only with people I cared about, loved. That was the point. I wanted to kill what loved me, because I couldn't stand being loved. It infuriated and outraged me. Someone having the temerity to love me. Nobody does that, and I'll show you why. It was ugly and a red flag for the poison I had running through my veins, my genes. Part of me was rebelliously proud of my emotionally violent behavior, always cowardly and aimed at the women in my life. There was assertion. There was action. There was no impotence. The passivity of the men I grew up surrounded by frightened and enraged me. My own passivity embarrassed me. So I went in search of my truth. This is how I feel about myself, about you, how I feel, how you make me feel, in my darkest of dark hearts, where I truly reside. Over the years, I had come to the realization that there was a part of me, a significant part, that was capable of great carelessness and emotional cruelty. that sought to reap damage and harvest shame, that wanted to wound and hurt and make sure those who loved me paid for it. It was all straight out of the old man's playbook. My father led us to believe he despised us for loving him, would punish us for it, and he did. It seemed like he could be driven crazy by it, and so could I. When I tasted this part of myself, it made me scared and sick. But still I held it in reserve like a malignant power source I could draw on when psychically threatened, when someone tried to go someplace I simply couldn't tolerate. Closer. Chapter 52. Goin' Cali. New York, burned. New Jersey, burned. All we had left was my Golden State Little San Simeon in the Hollywood Hills. As soon as we hit California, things got better. The light, the weather, the sea, the mountains, the desert, all colluded and brought with them a clearer state of mind. We rented a beach house in Trancas, and a peace of sorts settled over me. It took a while, and one massive end-all blowout of an argument where Patti finally fed up with my bullshit, threw down the gauntlet and laid it out. Stay or go. This is what I'd pushed her toward, and with one foot out the door, someplace at my worst I always twistedly thought I wanted to be, I stopped for a moment, and the weak but clear-thinking part of me asked, "Where the hell do you think you're going? The road? The bar?" I still enjoyed them, but it wasn't a life. I'd been there thousands of times, seen all they had to offer. What was conceivably going to be different? Was I going to get back on that hamster's wheel of indecision, of lying to myself that it would all never grow old, it already had, and throw away the best thing, the best woman I'd ever known? I stayed. It was the sanest decision of my life. To take the edge off my heebie-jeebies, in the day I rode through the Santa Monica and San Gabriel Mountains, some of the nicest motorcycle routes in the West. In the San Gabriels, the Mojave lies to your left and below, spread out and vanishing into a hazy infinity as you carve your way from the desert floor 6,000 feet up to the little ski town of Wrightwood. Here in the midst of the tall pines and high desert scrub of the Angeles National Forest, my troubles would slowly melt away. The air was dry, thin. It pierced you, and as it rushed over me on the slim black ribbon of the Angeles Crest Highway, I could feel its clarity sharpening my thoughts and fine-tuning my emotions. Nature can be sanity-inducing, and here you were in one of the upper rooms of California, and could feel the state's great natural spirits and God's bountiful hand visiting upon you. On the Angeles Crest Highway, you're just 30 minutes out of Los Angeles, but make no mistake, it's wilderness, and people get lost up there in the heat and the snow every year. There are coyotes, rattlesnakes, and mountain lions, only slightly above and mere miles away from the smog-filled perdition of the City of Angels. From Wrightwood and 60-degree temperatures, I dropped straight down into the foothills of the San Gabriels and the 100-degree Mojave High Desert, where long straight highways were filled with the desert culture of trailer parks, mom-and-pop snack stands, and curio shops. There the long black wires of steel electrical towers dissected the crushing blue sky into a geometric puzzle, pierced only by the white vapor trails of fighter jets out of Edwards Air Force Base. It was a 300-mile day trip, just enough to bake and momentarily silence the ongoing racket inside of me. I'd make my way down to the Pear Blossom Highway and slowly back around to the beach, where in the twilight Patti and I would watch the red evening sun slip into the Pacific. Together, we settled into a reassuring quiet, not trying to push each other too hard or make too much of things. Patti cooked, I ate. We gave each other a lot of room, and something happened. It was a sweet surrender, and I've always felt that it was there at that time, in the gentle days and nights we spent at the sea, that Patti and I emotionally married. I loved her. I was lucky she loved me. The rest was paperwork. Southwest 89. That fall I turned 39. Patti and I invited some friends from the East, a few close relatives, and my road buddies, the D'Elia brothers, for a birthday party at our beach shack. We spent a few days in the sea and the sun, then prepared for a motorcycle trip through the Southwest we'd long dreamt of taking. It was only 10 days, but it would be a great ride, one of the great rides, and it would begin on the cusp of earthquake-like changes that would be as profound and life-altering as the day I first picked up the guitar. My birthday dispatched, Matt, Tony, Ed, and I departed for our 2,000-mile southwestern motorcycle excursion. We rode through California, Arizona, Nevada, Utah, up through the Navajo and Hopi reservations, to the Four Corners area and Monument Valley. Off the interstates, there was beautiful but hard country, and the Indian reservations were poverty-stricken. Old dark-skinned grandmas huddled beneath rickety wooden highway stands, shawls protecting them from the harsh rays of the desert sun. Desert heat, real heat, is a creature all its own. Unlike our Jersey Shore's sweltering August humidity, which makes you want to strip down, drop the top, and make a run for the ocean, desert heat and sun make you want to cover up completely. As we rode through the low desert of Arizona at 105 degrees, the highway turned into a shimmering mirage, and a simple dip in the road would bring a rise in temperature from the heat wafting up out of the baked blacktop. To protect ourselves from the sun's rays, we had blue jean shirt sleeves rolled down, sunglasses, gloves, boots, and jeans, and bandanas soaked in water completely covering our heads and faces. Ride in these conditions 8 to 10 hours a day, and soon no sun on your skin can be tolerated. There were roadside showers, where for a few coins you could get the dust off. You'd soak yourself from head to toe, but with the desert gusts acting like nature's coin-operated dryer, 15 minutes later, rolling in 100-plus temps, you'd be dry as a bone. We stayed on the state roads. In the Southwest, off the interstates, remnants of 1940s and 50s America still remain. Filling stations, motor courts, roadside attractions, and fewer corporate franchises bring the taste of the country that was, and despite the internet, for many still is, back into your mouth. On one stretch of deserted highway crossing the Navajo reservation, we came upon a handmade sign reading, "Dinosaur Tracks, 100 yards." We pulled down a dirt lane where a 12 or 13-year-old Navajo boy skittered out from the shade of a crudely built wooden lean-to, and with a smile greeted us and asked us if we wanted to see the dinosaur tracks. I asked him how much, and he replied, "Whatever it's worth to you." Okay. We followed him a few hundred yards into the desert, and while I'm no paleontologist, I'd have to say there they were, large tracks fossilized in the stone, followed by smaller ones, mama and baby. He then asked if we'd like him to guess our weight and ages. We were in for a penny, so okay. He looked at me and said, 180 pounds, right on the button, then looked me in the face and said, 20, take off your sunglasses, 38. He was good and ready for the Jersey boardwalk. We moved on to the Hopi reservation. The Hopi live at the edge of 3 plateaus. Here are some of the oldest permanently inhabited villages in North America. We drove down another dusty lane, following a sign pointing to the oldest village, and came upon stone huts perched high and on the extreme edge of a plateau, overlooking the dried seabed of the Arizona desert. The village appeared deserted but for one small store at its center. We shuffled in and were greeted by a teenage Hopi boy, baseball hat on backward, decked out in a Judas Priest t-shirt, and started to make small talk. We were informed the village was currently riven between inhabitants who wanted to move into trailers closer to the road in order to obtain electricity, and those who wanted to remain in the primitive stone structures they had lived in for years. Our narrator was preparing for a Hopi ritual he called running around the world. He told us young men would race, circumnavigating their mesa in a coming-of-age ritual for the honor of their family. He also told me of the metal concerts he'd seen in Phoenix, and that most of the young folks up on the mesa eventually moved away, off the res. He didn't know what he would do. Here was a kid torn between 2 worlds. As we said our goodbyes, he wanted his picture taken with us, but told us it was forbidden in the community. Standing outside of his shop, he looked around and whispered, "They're watching me right now." The village seemed empty, completely still and silent. We couldn't see a soul. Then he said, "Fuck 'em." Busted out his point-and-shoot box camera, snapped the quick one, and we were off. As we fired the engines on our bikes, he shouted, "Look for me in Phoenix. I'll be in the front row, stoned." We made our way to Monument Valley, the location for some of my favorite John Ford films, and camped for the night in Mexican Hat, Utah. We woke up the next morning and fought 60-mile-per-hour side winds as we drove south to Canyon de Chelly. The desert was flat, without windbreaks, and forced us to put our bikes into a deep lean to counteract the gusts. The heavy haze of a dust storm sandblasted any exposed skin till we made it to the canyon, and we spent the night in a motel of rigged-up box trailers, bikes heavily chained together out front. We eventually made our way back around to Prescott, where I laid down an afternoon jam with some locals in a little western bar, then moved on to Salome, where she danced, a four-cornered desert town in western Arizona. There at midnight, with the afterburn of the day's heat comfortably smothering you, you could sit outside your little motel room, beatbox at a low hum, drinking beer, exhausted well beyond the reach of your anxieties, finally and blessedly present. 10 days later, we returned to Los Angeles, burned, bushed, and grizzled. There at sundown, washing dust off chrome, Patti watching from the hood of Gary Bond's dedication, we toasted our trip with tequila shots. The D'Elia brothers returned to their nuts, bolts, and contrary engines. I had a sweet reunion with Patti, slept for 3 days, then went north to visit my folks. Upon my return, I walked into our bedroom, morning light streaming through our window. Patti was sitting upright in bed, her face gone soft, hair falling over her shoulder. She looked at me and said, "I'm pregnant." I stood, gathering in what I'd just heard, then sat heavily on the edge of our bed. I turned from Patti and looked into the mirror on our closet door and felt different. This was what I'd feared and longed for so long. I felt the frightened part of me make its bid to steal the moment. But no, not now. Then a lifting light entered me, something that felt so good I tried to hide it. My back was turned, my face hidden, all was still. Then my mouth subtly, almost imperceptibly and beyond my control. As I caught a splash of red hair over my shoulder in the mirror, a smile slipped out. There for that eternal moment with Patti leaning over me, her hair cascading alongside my cheek, her arms around my chest, her belly full against the center of my back, we sat, the three of us, our family. Patti whispered, "I saw you smile." Book 3, Living Proof. Chapter 53, Living Proof. It's a boy. On July 25th, 1990, at 11:30 p.m. on the 5th floor of Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, Evan James Springsteen is born. All protective veils slip, all defenses are down. Defeated, all emotional conditions are suspended, all negotiations are ceased. The room is filled with the light of blood spirits past, present, and future. The truth of your partner's love sings brightly before you. Your love, the love you've worked so hard to show, to hide, has been ripped from you, and its presence shames your lack of faith while raining light upon the good you've created. All of your excuses for staying protected, in isolation, all of the reasons for your secrets, your hiddenness are blown away. This small hospital room would be the great house of your contrition, of a life's happy penance, except there's no time for your bullshit here. You dwell in your lover's body, in her bloody pinks and reds, in the creams and whites of transcendence. The spirit is made physical. You are not safe. Love and risk are everywhere, and you feel a flesh and blood link in your tribe's chain, a trace of the dust in God's hand as it passes over the earth. Patti's face, is the weary, grace-filled face of my grammar school saints, her green eyes drifting upward, locked on something beyond me. It is final. This is my gal bringing the rumble of life. Citizens of Los Angeles, Evan James Springsteen is born, a son of New Jersey, born in exile, here in Babylon. The raging river of my ambivalence, my lifelong low ambient hum of discontent is silent, dismissed by rapture. The doctor hands me scissors, a snip, and my boy's on his own. I lay him upon his mama's belly, and this vision of my son and wife takes me far into my own highest room. We are huddled together with 7 pounds and 11 ounces of living proof. We are one short breath of night and day, then dirt and stars, but we're holding the new morning. Making life fills you with humility, balls, arrogance, a mighty manliness, confidence, terror, joy, dread, love, a sense of calm and reckless adventure. Isn't anything possible now? If we can populate the world, can't we create and shape it? Then reality and diapers and formula and sleepless nights and child seats and yellow custard shit and cream cheese vomit set in. But oh, these are the blessed needs and fluids of my boy, and at the end of each headachy, tiring new world of a day, we are exhausted but exalted by new identities, Mom and Pop. At home, I take the midnight shift, walking my boy lost miles across our tiny bedroom floor till his eyes go from full to half-mast to sleep. Lying there with our son upon my chest, I watch him rise and fall with each breath I take. I listen and count each and every exhalation of his lungs, his breaths still so few as to remain countable, a prayer to the gods I've doubted. I inhale his baby smells, secure him gently in my hands, synchronize our breathing, and I drift to sleep in peace. The endorphin high of birth will fade, but its trace remains with you forever, its fingerprints indelible proof of love's presence and daily grandeur. You have offered up your prayer. You have vowed service to a new world and laid a bedrock of earthly faith. You have chosen your sword, your shield, and where you will fall. Whatever the morrow brings, these things, these people, will be with you always. The power of choice, of a life, a lover, a place to stand, will be there to be called upon and make fresh sense of your tangled history. More important, it will also be there when you waver, when you're lost, providing you with the elements of a new compass encased within your heart. From here on, the hard gravitational pull of the past will have a formidable challenger, your current life. Together, Patti and I had made 1 and 1 equal 3. That's rock and roll. This new life revealed that I was more than a song, a story, a night, an idea, a pose, a truth, a shadow, a lie, a moment, a question and answer, a restless figment of my own and others' imagination. Work is work, but life is life, and life trumps art, always. Chapter 54. Red-Headed Revolution. She is a one-woman, red-haired revolution. Flaming beauty, queen of my heart, waitress, street busker, child of some privilege, hard-time Jersey girl, great songwriter, 19-year New Yorker, one of the loveliest voices I've ever heard, smart, tough, and fragile. When I look at her, I see and feel my best self. Vivian Patricia Scialfa grew up in Deal, New Jersey, sister of Michael and Sean, daughter of Coast Guard Lieutenant Commander Joe, and great local beauty Pat Scialfa. A freckle-faced Raggedy Ann of a little girl, her smile beams openly, expectantly, from childhood pictures. If we love those in whose company is reflected the best of us, that's the light she shines on me. For a couple of loners and musicians, we've made it pretty far. She grew up next door to New Jersey mob boss Anthony Little Pussy Russo. Mr. Pussy wanted a Sicilian next door, So he sold the adjacent beachfront house to Patti's pop, Joe. Joe was not connected, but he was classic Sicilian stock. A crazy handsome man's man, Italian mama's boy, spoiled by 3 sisters. Joe was a self-made multimillionaire via his local real estate speculations, and as a proprietor of Scialfa TV, a talented, manic, brutally tough act for a dad, and a wild card for a father-in-law. Patti's mom, Pat, was hard-working Scots-Irish, a 60s dream of a showpiece, determined, tough, and every bit Joe's match. She worked side by side with Joe at the TV store, day in, day out, while a young Patti slipped down in between the Motorola's and the Zenith, doing her homework. From Long Branch, Jersey's Italian paradise by the sea, to Spring Lake's Irish Riviera, Patti and I carried on the Irish-Italian mating ritual that seems to have swept our section of the Central Coast for the last century. I first spoke to Patti when she was 17 and I was 21. She'd answered an ad I placed in the Asbury Park Press for background singers for my 10-piece rock and soul Bruce Springsteen band. We spoke for a while on the phone. She was very young. I told her we were a traveling gig and she should stay in high school. We met for the first time in 1974. Enthralled by the girl groups of the 60s, I was entertaining the idea of a girl singer in the band. She answered an ad in the Village Voice and auditioned a cappella for Mike Appel in his Midtown office. Mike, feet up on his desk, arms locked behind his head, would utter the command, "Sing." A prospective East Streeter would then, completely unaccompanied, have to start belting out the Crystals' "Da Do Ron Ron." If you passed muster, you were sent down to a little industrial park in Neptune, New Jersey, where you'd find the Preborn to Run band preparing for their breakout release. I was 25, she was 21. She sang some Ronnie Spector with the band, then we sat at the piano together and she played me one of her songs. She was lovely, and very good, but we ended up going with our regular lineup, not quite ready to break up the Lost Boys yet. 10 years later, in 1984, one night as I hung out at the Stone Pony, a red-headed gal showed up and sat in with the Sunday night house band, singing the Exciters' Tellin'. She was good, had something I hadn't seen in the area before, and she'd mastered that 60s quality in her voice along with something else that was distinctly hers. At the time, I was a pretty big fish in a small pond, and where I walked, ripples occurred. We found ourselves standing in a buzzing crowd at the back bar as I introduced myself to her, and the rest was a long, winding semi-courtship. Patti told me I was always looking in other fields for companionship. I'd always had a lot of ideas about the who, what, when, where, and why of my romantic choices that would prove in the long run irrelevant. When I opened up and stopped looking in those other fields, Patti was there before me. She'd eyed me up and waited till I was ready. Then I was. It's an unusual story of 2 people who'd circled around each other, cautiously and tangentially touching for 18 years before connecting. We toured as bandmates through the Born in the U.S.A. tour. She had plenty of admirers and was a tough dance card if you tried to tame her New York independence. She lived alone and like a musician, like me. She was not domestic. She did not live to make you feel safe. I liked all of this. I tried the other and it hadn't worked. I knew something very, very different, and perhaps difficult, was called for, and Patti was it. We settled into domesticity slowly and very carefully. Her psychological intuition was very high, and I felt the risk of a formidable partner. When I started seeing Patti, she was deeply pleasurable, intelligent and exciting, but she scared me. I was putting my trust in her, and despite her interest, I wasn't so sure she really wanted it. Patti had a part of her that carried a charged sexuality. She could seduce, and she could stir you to jealousy. There was a lot of emotional dueling, the occasional flying beauty product, and plenty of arguing. We tested our ability to withstand each other's insecurities hard. It was good. We could fight, surprise, disappoint, raise up, bring down, withhold, surrender, hurt, heal, fight again, love, refit, then go at it one more time. We were both broken in a lot of ways, but we hoped with work our broken pieces might fit together in a way that would create something workable, wonderful. They did. We created a life and a love fit for a couple of emotional outlaws. That similarity bound and binds us very close. My wife is a private person, not known to whatever her public persona may be, and not nearly as fond of the limelight as I. Her talents have only been hinted at in her work. She has great elegance and dignity, and we've built a lot together out of those broken pieces. We found once those pieces were set in place, they weighed in as hard stone, each piece pressuring and holding the pieces above and beneath it for 25 years. In a dog's life and musical companionships, that's somewhere around 175 years. Two loners who weren't necessarily destined for the gold rings, but we stole them and locked them away. The night I fell in love with Patti's voice at the Stone Pony, the first line she sang was, "I know something about love." She does. Chapter 55. Changes. I spent some money. Quite a bit, actually. We bought a house on a canyon road near Sunset Boulevard. It was luxurious and extravagant, and I was ready for some of that. I had a family now. I still drew a good deal of press attention, and we needed to ensure we'd have some security and privacy. Our new digs, situated off a couple of private drives, delivered that. I bought some nice guitars. I'd never collected before. I'd always considered my instrument a tool, like a hammer. One good one, maybe a spare or two, were all you really needed. Now I wanted a beautiful guitar in each room. I wanted music throughout the house. A lot had changed. The late 80s and early 90s had proved tumultuous, upending my life. I was working on new music in a new land with a new love. At the moment, I had no driving theme or sure creative point of view thundering through my head. And after the Born in the U.S.A., Tunnel of Love, and Amnesty tours, I felt a little burned out. I was unsure of where to take the band next, and in '89, I'd essentially placed them on hiatus. Over time, like all the guys, I developed my own set of underlying grievances. Some of the fellas making me a little too crazy, some feeling of a lack of appreciation, coupled with the burden of having life issues and baggage constantly dumped at my doorstep with a little too much frequency, and too many expectations that I should make it all better. All of this, along with my creative uncertainty and artistic curiosity, finally turned me around the corner. We'd all lived on E Street for a long while. During that time, many good habits were formed, things that in the long run would keep us together, but there were also some bad habits that had taken hold. I felt I'd become not just a friend and an employer for some, but also banker and daddy. As usual, I'd created a good deal of our state of affairs myself by not providing clear boundaries and by creating an emotional structure where, in exchange for the band's undying loyalty and exclusivity, I gave an unspoken and uncontracted promise to cover everyone's back in whatever befell them. Everyone, without concrete, written clarification, will define the terms of your relationship in accordance with their own financial, emotional, and psychological needs and desires, some realistic, some not. A lawsuit with some trusted employees that had turned into a rather long and nasty divorce case made me realize the importance of clarifying your and your band members' commitments in as reasonably undisputable a fashion as possible. That meant contracts, previously anathema to me. The Tunnel of Love tour was the first time I insisted on written contracts with the band. After all this time, to some, I suppose, it suggested mistrust, but those contracts and their future counterparts protected our future together. They clarified beyond debate our past and present relationships with one another, and in clarity lie stability, longevity, respect, understanding, and confidence. Everyone knew where everyone else stood, what was given and what was asked. Once signed, those contracts left us free to just play. On the day I called each band member to explain that after years with the same lineup, I wanted to experiment with other musicians, I'm sure it hurt, especially Clarence. But I was met to a man by the same response. The E Street Band is old school. We are filled with gentlemen, raucous, rousing, sometimes reckless rock and roll gentlemen, but gentlemen all. Everyone was generous, gracious, yes, disappointed, but open to what I was saying. They wished me well, and I did them the same. It was painful, but in truth, we all needed a break. After 16 years, a reconsidering was in order. I left in search of my own life and some new creative directions. Many of the guys did that as well, finding second lives and second careers as musicians, record producers, TV stars, and actors. We retained our friendships and stayed in touch. When we would come back together, I would find a more adult, settled, powerful group of people. Our time away from one another gave us all a new respect for the man or woman standing next to us. It opened our eyes to what we had, what we'd accomplished and might still accomplish together. Chapter 56. L.A. Burning. In 1992, the Los Angeles riots were sparked by the acquittal of 4 Los Angeles Police Department officers accused in the vicious beating of motorist Rodney King after a high-speed police chase. Widespread arson, looting, and assault fanned out across the L.A. basin. The broadcast of a home movie videotape of the assault welcomed the LAPD into the information age and set Los Angeles on fire. As I rehearsed with my new band in an East Hollywood studio, someone came running in and shouted there was trouble in the streets. 2 blocks from where we were working, he'd just barely escaped assault. We turned on the TV, realized we were uncomfortably close to the center of the disturbance, and decided to call it for the day. I hopped in my Ford Explorer and headed west. Sunset Boulevard was jammed with panic and year zero dread coursing through the veins of fleeing motorists, all trying to get out of the center and eastern parts of town. I had to get to Benedict Canyon, and then on to the coast where we'd rented a cottage that seemed safely removed from the events of the day. I'd ridden many of L.A.'s back roads, so I literally headed for the hills, threading my way along the curves of Mulholland Drive. I stopped for a moment near the Hollywood Bowl, where my windshield was filled with citywide fury. It was a fiery, smoking panorama from a bad Hollywood disaster picture. Large, smoldering black clouds rose from fires all across the L.A. grid to mix with chiseled azure skies like billowing ink on blue tile. I moved on to Benedict Canyon, where I picked up Patti and the kids. Unlike the Watts riots of 1965, the fire this time looked as if it might spread out beyond the ghetto of those afflicted. Fear, and plenty of it, was in the air. The lapping waves of California's surf paradise, the well-entrenched, well-paid-for silence of Trancas, Malibu, and Broad Beach, was broken by the rotors of National Guard helicopters running low above the sea. Beach deck TV screens were filled with the flames of boredom, despair, and protest, just a few perhaps not so well-guarded miles east. 53 citizens died, thousands were injured, businesses were destroyed, lives were ruined. This is America. The prescriptions for many of our ills are in hand: child daycare, jobs, education, health care. But it would take a societal effort on the scale of the Marshall Plan to break the generations-long chain of institutionalized destruction our social policies have wreaked. If we can spend trillions on Iraq and Afghanistan and nation-building, if we can bail out Wall Street with billions of taxpayer dollars, why not here? Why not now? Chapter 57. Going to the Chapel. Patti and I quartered in Chelsea. Near her New York apartment, there was a lovely little bench on the edge of a small park, directly across from the Empire Diner. We'd meet there, spending spring days drinking beer from cans covered in a paper bag and talking. It became a very special place for us. One afternoon, after a lunch at the Empire, on the way out, I grabbed a twig from a small bush by the side of the diner. I twisted it into a makeshift ring, and by the time she got to the bench, I was down on one knee. I popped a question, was proud when Patti said yes, and we were on our way. My next step was to get a proper engagement ring. My dad never showed off my mom. As a matter of fact, due to his paranoia, He practically hid her most of our lives. This had seeped into my bones. I was always a little embarrassed of love, of showing my need for something or someone, of showing my open heart, sometimes of simply being with a woman. My dad had sent a subtle message that a woman, a family, weakens you, makes you feel exposed and vulnerable. This was a horrible thing to live with. Patti changed much of that. By her intelligence and love, she showed me that our family was a sign of strength, that we were formidable and could take on and enjoy much more of the world. There was one thing I was sure of. It was going to be Patti and me for life, until the wheels came off. Now it was time to make it public. Jesus, we'd been together for 3 years, survived a burst of scandal, and already had a child and another one on the way. But I hated making anything public. Perhaps it was a result of being in the limelight for so long, or perhaps it was just the stubborn side of me wanting to keep Patti, our family, and our love all to ourselves. By now, I mistrusted those feelings, and I knew they weren't healthy. There are plenty of folks in great relationships without the marriage certificate, but we felt there was something meaningful and important in the declaration of our feelings, something that for us was essential. That's why there is a statement of vows, a public promise, a blessing of your union, a celebration. When you do this in front of your friends, your family, your world, it's a coming out of sorts, an announcement to everyone that this is how we're going to officially roll from here on in, together, 2 for the road. Wedding Day. June 8th, 1991. Patti's and my wedding day dawned bright and sunny in Southern California. I spent the morning trying to fit my dad onto one of my choppers down in the courtyard, while Patti was squeezing into her wedding dress in our bedroom. She neglected to tell the seamstress she was carrying a little 3 months along Jesse Springsteen grumbling in her belly, so there were a few alterations due. This was a big day. I'd let Patti know me like I'd never done with anyone else. This frightened me. I believed a lot of me wasn't so nice to know. My self-centeredness, my narcissism, my isolation. Still, Patti tended to be a loner herself, and this gave her a pretty good heads-up on how to handle me. But would she still love me if she really knew me? She was strong, and had proven she could stand against my less-than-constructive behavior. She was confident in us, and that gave me confidence that we would be all right. Patti had changed my life in a way that no one else ever had. She inspired me to be a better man, turned the dial way down on my running while still leaving me room to move. She gave me my motorcycle canyon running Sundays when I needed them, and always honored who I was. She took care of me perhaps more than I deserved. We decided to be married on our own property in a beautiful little grotto over by our studio house. You walked through a natural growth of eucalyptus until you came to a gray slate courtyard that held at its head a beautiful gray stone fireplace. Here, garlanded in flowers, we'd say our vows. We'd invited about 95 people, mostly friends and immediate family. The band brought their acoustic instruments, Susie her fiddle, Danny his accordion, a few guitars, and we learned a piece of music I'd written specifically for this day. Evan James was done up in a white suit, looking very handsome, and calling, "Dada, Dada," during the ceremony, from his front row seat next to his grandma's, Pat and Adele. My buddies the D'Elia brothers were in attendance, along with my great friends, John, Steve, and many of the important people who worked for us. We were still somewhat tabloid news fodder, and our security caught one reporter trying to sneak in with a catering truck. The LAPD, who worked security at our home, had promised that when the moment came, they'd send up a chopper and give us one shot to chase intruders out of the sky above our property, ensuring our privacy. Such were the conditions for our wedding in the 90s. It was a great day. All the band, family, and visitors at the house made the warm afternoon roll slowly and sweetly, with so many familiar faces around. I was a little nervous. When you've blown a marriage, you can be a little gun-shy. But it was a day of encouragement and support from our closest friends, and it added to the certainty Patti and I felt about our love. Come late afternoon, The LAPD kept their promise, and beneath clear skies we gathered in a small procession, instruments playing to accompany us over to the courtyard for our ceremony. There, a Unitarian minister we'd been introduced to by friends did a lovely job with the service. I had a chance to tell our guests about my love for Patti, and then we adjourned for an easy dinner by candlelight and a night of partying. Patti's dad, Joe, always the joker and the apple and a crate of oranges, noted the fence around our property and asked me, how was I going to get away? I explained to him that I'd been there and that with his daughter, I was finally where I wanted to be. The Honeymooners. We honeymooned 50s style in a little log cabin Abe Lincoln himself could have been born in Yosemite Park. It was fun. We also suffered a week of simultaneous and funny anxiety attacks when we looked at each other as husband and wife. Somewhere inside we were still two loners trying something new. We traveled, staying in little roadside motels, listening to our favorite music as I drank Jack Daniels and we played 500 rummy on the motel lawns as the sun set on the desert across the highway. We did miss our Evan, so 5 days later we pulled back into our L.A. digs, just as an anonymous skywriter etched a huge heart in the flat blue sky over our home. What timing! We found Evan on a blanket in the grass inside a small courtyard playing with his grandma Pat. We spent the rest of the afternoon there with our family. At one point, I leaned over and with Evan between us, I kissed Patti. From here on in, I wouldn't be alone. Pony Girl. On December 30th, 1991, Jessica Ray Springsteen was born. A red-faced, coal-black-haired baby girl, she popped out with her furrowed brow and fretting hands, belying the beautiful young woman and self-confident athlete she'd become. Stubborn to the bone, then and now, while still in her high chair, she would scream and fume if you unbuckled her little safety belt for her. She couldn't speak, but still she would sit there, her complexion turning bazooka bubblegum pink, as her stubby little digits, pulling and tugging, struggled with the buckle, and she exerted her tiny, mighty little will to do it herself. And she usually would. That's never changed. Patti and I are sitting in our Rumston living room directly beneath Jessica's bedroom. We hear a thud. I go up and see she's climbed the wooden bars of her crib and thrown herself out. I place her back in and return downstairs. 5 minutes later, thud. I climb the stairs. I place her back in. 5 minutes, thud. I watch as she toddles herself to a single bed on the far side of the room and, struggling, climbs in. The crib is done. For good. That's the way she rolls. When Jess is 4 years old, Patti and I, searching for some land, visit a local farm on Middletown's Navesink River Road. A horse is quietly grazing in its small meadow. Jess asks, "Can I go see?" With the owner's acquiescence, we climb over the fence and walk through calf-high grass. And as we reach the horse, Jess closes her eyes and places her tiny palms flat upon its flanks. She stands there, in meditation, offering up a wish, a prayer, then, "Can I get on?" A nod from the owner. "Okay." I lift her and set her on bareback. She sits quietly. Then after 20 years of 5:30 a.m. mornings, countless barns, hundreds of hooves picked and manes and coats brushed, and thousands of miles traveled throughout the Northeast and Europe, she is an excellent and lifelong horsewoman, an internationally recognized equestrian, defying gravity, taking 1,500-pound animals 5 feet into the air, a natural. She has no memory of never having ridden. Patti and I drive Jess one Saturday morning, when she's 5 years old, to the Meadowlands, scene of many East Street triumphs. There is a horse show, her first. I tell her, "Jess, when we get there, if you don't want to do this..." We arrive. She slips quickly into her riding gear, then walks, a small, elegant figure, down the concrete ramp leading to the arena's underbelly, where over the years we've unloaded tons of rock and roll gear on many a victorious night. In the staging area, she's lifted onto her pony, The lights in the complex are on full. The floor, usually the province of screaming fans, is covered in 8-inch deep dirt footing front to back. Dad moves close and says, "Now, Jess." I receive no acknowledgement whatsoever, and I witness for the first time the game face she wears to this day. Patti and I move into the stands, and the name Springsteen, Jessica Springsteen, echoes around the cavernous spaces of our hometown stomping grounds. Patti and I sit, arm in arm, dumbstruck. Jess competes in the very beginning of the equestrian competition, the day's lead line class. She captures a green ribbon and places 6th. The ride home is quiet, as she sits in her riding gear, mysteriously humming. We tell her how well she did, how proud we are. She says nothing. Then from the musical quiet in the back seat come 2 questions. What was the name of the girl who won? And what did she do to win? New band, new day. 6 months earlier, from our L.A. auditions, I'd put together an excellent touring band filled with great musicians from a variety of backgrounds. The auditions were a lot of fun, and I got the chance to play with the best the city had to offer. Great drummers, bass players, and singers filed in one after another. Afternoons of music stretched on, and I really learned a lot about what an individual player can and cannot bring. With drummers, I found a fascinating rule of law. There were those who could groove and keep time like you wouldn't believe, but when asked to open up in a rock vein, a la Keith Moon or Max Weinberg, they subtly dropped the ball. Then you had guys who could really rock and hit hard, but were slightly time-challenged. I found it fascinating that more of these, the very best guys, couldn't cover both territories, but modern records at the time had moved away from drum fills. Click tracks, electronic timekeepers, were in vogue in recording, so most of these players were probably rarely asked for unassisted Al Jackson time threaded with the Hal Blaine-like perfect storm of record-ending drum thunder. Finally, Zach Alford, a young kid with both hard rock and funk experience, came in and perfectly fit the bill. The rest of the group consisted of Shane Fontaine on guitar, Tommy Sims on bass, Crystal Taliaferro on guitar, vocals, and percussion, and Bobby King, Carol Dennis, Cleopatra Kennedy, Gia Chimbati, and Angel Rogers on background vocals. Nice folks, excellent musicians, and great singers all. We hit the road on June 15th, 1992. I enjoyed touring with them and benefiting from their musical experience. We'd sit on the bus and pass the beatbox around, and everyone would take a turn playing their favorite music. Tommy Sims was all Ohio players, Parliament Funkadelic, and 70s funk, music I wasn't that familiar with. He also brought deep knowledge of the slick Philly soul, epitomized by the Shy-Lights, the Delphonics, and Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, heirs to the Motown hit machine. Tommy gave me a new appreciation for those records. Cleopatra Kennedy and Carol Dennis would bring the high gospel. Bobby King was straight, hard soul music. He was a stocky, gospel-trained weightlifter, and we spent a good deal of time in a variety of hole-in-the-wall gyms together. He was also one of the funniest people I've ever met, a great raconteur, a street philosopher, with a lot of life experience to back it up. We became great friends, still speak on the phone regularly, and I've tried many times to persuade him to come back to tour and sing with me. Sometime after the Human Touch tour, Bobby quit singing secular music, recommitted himself to his Lord, his street mission, and his family. He works in construction and still lives down in Louisiana, visiting prisons while bringing gospel music and God's word to those in need. God bless you, Bobby. There was a lot of good shows, good company, and good times. I felt momentarily free of the baggage I'd collected with my good friends on East Street. Then one day, while playing in Germany to a crowd of 60,000, I wandered off to the far side of the stage's runway. The sound of my new band, projected by tons of stage-front sound equipment, drifted far off into the late afternoon, and the setting sun was turning everything and everyone in the large crowd golden. But there on a green hill, high at the edge of the amphitheater, stood a lone fan, holding aloft a sign that simply read, E Street. He was a true blue loyalist. I waved and smiled. There'd be other times and places. Chapter 58. Earthquake Sam. Our life in Los Angeles had settled into a comfortable rhythm when on January 5th, 1994, Sam Ryan Springsteen was born. Long seconds passed as I watched him slide into the doctor's hands, umbilical cord wrapped around his neck, trailing his fleshy tether behind him. Sam came forth a little hard-faced character with a moon-round kisser, Irish to the bone. As he grew, with his hair slicked back off his forehead, he looked like a Joycean urchin off the streets of Dublin. 12 days after Sam clocked in, at 7 pounds 15 ounces, the 6.7 magnitude Northridge earthquake shook Southern California. Northridge was just over the hill from our California home. At 4:31 a.m., I awoke to hear what I thought was our two dogs in a hell of a fight directly under our bed. The night had been broken by their early alarm howling, and the mattress beneath us quaking, like somewhere under there 2 pit bulls were fucking a porcupine. I swung my head over the side of the bed, peered under, and saw nothing. Empty floor. Then seconds later, the freight train rumble and room-shattering shake of the biggest quake I'd ever experienced hit us. I'd been in earthquakes plenty of times. In a high-rise hotel in Japan, in the studio in L.A., at my Hollywood Hills house in the early morning after filming Roy Orbison's Black and White Night. On that occasion, right around dawn, the house started rocking, and I was greeted by the vision of a hysterical Mantelia at the foot of my bed, naked but for one pillow over his privates and one over his ass. He wanted to run into the street, but the quake ceased before Matt's gnarly physique had a chance to damage the psyches of my L.A. neighbors. Despite these experiences, the Northridge quake was something else. It seemed to last a long time. Long enough for me to make my way to the kids' room, where 3-year-old Evan was up in the middle of the floor, arms outstretched, balancing himself like he was surfing a wave. He didn't appear frightened, just in wonder, mystified. I snatched him up, then grabbed Jessie, who was standing, awake and crying, in her crib as Patti held Sam, who, so far, had been managing to sleep through the whole thing. Then we did it all wrong, running down the shaking stairs out of the house and into the yard before it ceased. There, for most of the morning, we camped, as one aftershock after another rolled through, rattling our nerves every 20 minutes or so. Over the next few days, there were hundreds, big and small, and we kept Sam in the kitchen in a basket below a solid oak coffee table near the yard. We were visited by friends, some of whom were truly in shock. We heard horror stories from those we knew at the beach, where the sand beneath their homes liquefied to jelly, turning large pieces of furniture into deadly projectiles, tumbling and shooting around the room. Our chimney cracked straight through the center of the house and took months to repair. The aftershocks continued night and day. At first we had no television service and so little information, we had to phone friends back east to get news about what was going on where we lived. Finally, after 3 days of shake, rattle, and roll, Patti, recuperating from her pregnancy, barely 2 weeks out of the hospital, mother of a newborn child and 2 more still in diapers, looked at me and said, "Get us out of here." I said, "Oh, honey, we can tough it out." She said, "You tough it out. I've got 3 children to consider." The city was on edge. There had been reports that the Northridge quake could be just a preliminary to something bigger to come. That thought was disconcerting. I did not want my new family to end up the first citizens of the new Atlantis. I pulled the emergency cord. I called Mr. Tommy Mottola, then president of Sony Records, and 3 hours later, a Sony jet pulled up in Burbank to pick up a valuable rock star and his brood. Patti and I, fortunate and responsible parents, headed back to the Garden State. Adios, Estado Dorado. New Jersey may have the mafia, street gangs, insane property taxes, belching industrial areas, and crazy, crooked politicians galore, but the land beneath all this insanity is relatively stable. That can make up for a wide variety of shortcomings. So with the newly christened Earthquake Sam riding the jet stream Nile like the baby Moses in his basket, we flew back to the land of his blood brethren and relief. I'd ridden out plenty of earthquakes before with no noticeable after effects, but once we were ensconced again in our Rumson home, I noticed a strange trace from our experience. If Patti's leg moved in the bed at night, if the furnace in the basement turned on with a low, house-shaking rumble, my heart rate would spike, and I'd jolt to consciousness, veins filled with adrenaline and a fight-or-flight response to the slightest stimulus. Soon I realized I'd contracted a very mild form of post-traumatic stress. It took me the better part of 6 months to completely calm. Sam developed into a pug-faced little bruiser. Upon becoming frustrated with his older brother's systematic tortures, he could build up enough steam to let a gut punch go into his intimidating sibling's solar plexus. Evan, ever the sophisticated sadist, played the affronted gentleman perfectly. Rather than whomping on his overmatched little bro's head, he would drolly report, "Dad, Sam's hitting me," and leave it to the authorities. He could be emotionally rough, but physically he cut his little brother quite a bit of slack. Sam is a good, intelligent soul, and as a young child he impressed upon me a great lesson. Initially, Sam was the only child I could not get to respect me or my requests. When it came time to give Dad his props, he resisted. This angered and frustrated the old-school part of me terribly. Children should respect their parents. It seemed he would not give me tribute. He would ignore me, disobey me, and generally look upon me as a bossy, annoying stranger who held little influence over his young, developing soul. Patti interceded. I was behind with Sam, and that's what he was telling me. He was schooling me on what it would take to be his dad. I wasn't showing my respect for him, and so he was reciprocating. To children, respect is shown through love and caring over the smallest elements in their lives. That's how they feel honored. I wasn't honoring my son, so he wasn't honoring me. This worried me deeply. Long ago, I'd promised myself that I would never lose my children in the way my father had lost me. It would have been a devastating personal failure, one for which I would have had no excuse, and I would not have been able to forgive myself. We began having our children late. I was 40, Patti 36, and that was a wise decision. I knew enough about myself to understand that I was neither mature nor stable enough to parent well at any earlier point in my life. Once they were here, Patti and I knew our children would be our first priority. All of our tours would be booked around school schedules, children's events, birthdays, and because of Patti's insistence, planning, and dedication, we made it work. I worked hard not to be an absentee dad, but in my business that's not always possible, and Patti picked up the slack. She also guided me when she thought I was falling short. For years, I'd kept musician's hours, a midnight rambler. I'd rarely get to bed before 4 a.m., and often sleep to noon or beyond. In the early days, when the children were up at night, I found it easy to do my part in taking care of them. After dawn, Patti was on duty. Once they got older, the night shift became unnecessary, and the burden tilted unfairly toward the morning hours. Finally, one day she came to me as I lay in bed around noon and simply said, "You're going to miss it." I answered, "Miss what?" She said, "The kids. The morning. It's the best time. It's when they need you the most. They're different in the morning than at any other time of the day, and if you don't get up to see it, well, then you're going to miss it." The next morning, mumbling, grumbling, stolid-faced, I rolled out of bed at 7 a.m. and found my way downstairs. "What do I do?" She looked at me and said, "Make the pancakes." Make the pancakes? I'd never made anything but music my entire life. I don't know how. Learn. That evening, I queried the gentleman who was cooking for us at the time for his recipe for pancakes, and I posted it on the side of the refrigerator. After some early cement-like results, I dialed it in, expanded my menu, and am now proud to say that should the whole music thing go south, I will be able to hold down a job between the hours of 5 and 11 a.m. at any diner in America. Feeding your children is an act of great intimacy, and I received my rewards, the sounds of forks clattering on breakfast plates, toast popping out of the toaster, and the silent approval of morning ritual. If I hadn't gotten up, I would have missed it. Rule: when you're on tour, you're king, and when you're home, you're not. This takes some adjustment, or your royalness will ruin everything. The longer I was gone, The more I returned home a drifter, and the harder it would be to move myself into the family upon my return. It is my nature to dissemble, also known as fuck up, then bring roses, blow kisses, and do backward somersaults in a manic frenzy, trying to charm my way out of the hole I've dug. That's no good with kids, or a wife either. Patti had counseled me to do one consistent thing a day with Sam. I knew he had a habit of waking in the night, wanting a bottle, and then coming into our bed, so I started to make these nightly forays with him. Down to the kitchen we'd go, getting the milk, then it was back to his bedroom, where I'd tell him a story and he'd slip peacefully back off to sleep. The whole thing would take about 45 minutes, but in less than a week he began to respond, looking for me in the late hour, depending on me. My commitment had been all he was really looking for. Luckily for parents, children have great resilience and a generous ability to forgive. My wife guided me in this, and my son taught me. With my eldest son, our relationship held its own complications. Over the years, I'd subtly sensed signals of my unavailability, of my internal resistance to incursions upon my time by family members. As a young child, he astutely picked these up, and to release me he learned to say, "Thanks, Dad, but I'm busy right now, maybe later, tomorrow." I'd often breathe a sigh of relief and run back to my fortress of solitude, where as usual I felt at home, safe, until like a bear in need of blood and meat, I'd wake from my hibernation and travel through the house for my drink from the cup of human love and companionship. But I always felt I needed to be able to shut it all off like a spigot. Patti saw all this and called me on it. For a long time I'd felt the greatest sin a family member could commit was interrupting me while I was working on a song. I felt music was fleeting, and once you let it slip through your hands, it was gone. Through Patti, I learned that their requests came first, and how to stop what I was doing and listen to them. I came to understand that music, a song, will always be there for me, but your children are here and gone. While I may never lay claim to the title Father of the Year, I worked hard to get straight with those who depended on my nearness to nurture and guide them. Patti made sure I had good, strong relationships with our kids, free of much of the turmoil I experienced as a child. Cool Rockin' Daddy. I was always afraid my kids might steer away from music due to the fact that it was the family business. So I was pleased one day when I poked my head into Evan's room and saw him entranced in front of his computer, ears locked on some vicious-sounding punk music. He invited me in and played me some Against Me. The band sounded hard and soulful. He said they'd soon be coming to a local club, the Starland Ballroom, and asked if I would like to attend the show with him. I accepted immediately. The night came and we drove up Route 9 to Sayreville in the Starland. We were going to hear his heroes. We parked in the lot and headed in to find the floor in front of the bandstand awash with teenagers. Evan and a pal headed into the swirl of bodies as I took my place at the side bar with a scattering of parents. Two fine bands opened the show, Fake Problems and the Riverboat Gamblers. Then during the break, a young man with a yellow mohawk who was standing to my left said, "The bass player in Against Me is a big fan of yours." I said, "Really?" I was shortly introduced to Andrew Seward, a sturdily built, bearded, auburn-haired young man who warmly greeted me and invited us backstage after the show to meet the band. Home run. Against Me took the stage and played a ferocious set, turning the crowd into a sweating soup of flailing bodies. Every word of every song was shouted back to the band at full volume. After an hour, and with the roof firmly raised, Evan and his friend returned from the mosh pit soaked and spent. Would they like to meet the band? Yes. We made our way up some back stairs, into the kind of cramped club dressing room I'd spent a good part of my young life in, and we said hello to four wrung-out young musicians. Some small talk was made, photos were taken, and as we were about to leave, the bass player stepped forward to my son, rolled up his sleeve, and showed Evan a verse of Badlands he had tattooed on his forearm. Pointing to it, he said, "Look, it's your dad." Evan just stared. When our kids were young, we never pushed our music at home. With the exception of some guitars and a piano, our house was free of gold albums, Grammys, or any other musical mementos. My kids didn't know Badlands from matzo ball soup. When they were children, when I was approached on the street for autographs, I'd explain to them that in my job, I was Barney, the then famous purple dinosaur, for adults. That night, moments before we left, the bass player rolled up another sleeve to show us a tat of myself stretching from shoulder to elbow. For one brief moment, I took a silent pride in seeing my influence passed on and feeling like the coolest dad in the room. After I promptly promised East Street tickets to all in sight for life, we said our goodbyes and left. On the way home, Ev said, "Dad, that guy has you tattooed on his arm." I said, "Yeah, what do you think?" "It's funny." Toward the end of that week, I stopped in his bedroom and probed a little more. "Did you have fun the other night?" Without turning away from his computer or even looking at me, he responded, "Greatest night of my life." With my son Sam, it was classic rock. Dylan, Bob Marley, and Creedence Clearwater, whom he picked up from his Battlefield Vietnam video game. He wandered into our bedroom one night and saw Dylan at Newport on our TV. "Who's that guy?" He was interested, so I bought him some of the early Dylan folk albums. Sam was in middle school and probably only 10 or 11 when I entered his bedroom to hear Chimes of Freedom from Dylan's Another Side of Bob Dylan album, playing on vinyl in a dimly lit distant corner. As he lay in bed, he reminded me of the many nights I lay in darkness with Spector, Orbison, and Dylan playing at my bedside. I sat on the edge of his bed, and I asked him what he thought of the young Bob. Out of the dark, his voice still containing the rising sweetness of a child. Epic. Jesse is the keeper of the keys to all things top 40, blasting out hip-hop and pop at full volume, taking me to see Taylor Swift and Justin Timberlake, and singing at the top of her lungs in the car with her girlfriends. She is my guide, too, an interpreter of what's happening now over the airwaves. In the past, I have spent many a holiday evening at Z100 Jingle Ball, meeting Shakira, Rihanna, Fall Out Boy, and Paramore, along with many other hitmakers. In Madison Square Garden at peace, I'd sit surrounded by squealing teens and stout-hearted parents. I once sat next to a lovely woman who pointed to Jess and asked, "Is that your daughter?" I said yes. She then pointed to the stage, where an on the cusp of fame Lady Gaga, dressed in a white tutu, was singing her first hit and said, "That's mine." When my kids first came to our shows, they were small, and after some early shock and awe, they usually fell promptly asleep or drifted back to their video games, happy to leave Mom and Pop to do their work and come home. At the end of the day, as parents, you are their audience. They are not meant to be yours. I always figured young kids wouldn't mind seeing 50,000 people boo their parents. But what kid wants to see 50,000 people cheer their folks? None. When they got older, things changed somewhat, and the knowledge of Mom and Dad's work life slowly seeped into our home. I enjoy hearing my kids critique my records and seeing them have fun at our shows, but I'm happy in the knowledge they were baptized in the holy river of rock and pop by their own heroes, in their own way, at their own time. Chapter 59, Streets of Philadelphia. In 1994, I received a phone call from Jonathan Demme asking if I'd consider writing a song for a film he was directing called Philadelphia. The film was about a gay man's battle with AIDS and his fight to retain his position with a prestigious Philadelphia law firm. I had my studio set up at home in Rumson, and for a few afternoons, I went in with some lyrics I had partially written dealing with the death of a close friend. Jonathan requested a rock song to open the film. I spent a day or so trying to accommodate, but the lyrics I had seemed to resist being put to rock music. I began to fiddle with the synthesizer, playing over a light hip-hop beat I programmed on the drum machine. As soon as I slowed the rhythm down over some basic minor chords, the lyrics fell into place, and the voice I was looking for came forward. I finished the song in a few hours and sent the tape off to Jonathan, feeling like I hadn't gotten it. He phoned me in a few days, saying he loved it and placed it over the images of Philadelphia at the top of the film. Streets of Philadelphia was a top 10 hit because of the film and because it addressed something the country was attempting to come to grips with at that moment. How do we treat our sons and daughters confronting AIDS? Jonathan's film came at an important moment and did its work. It was good to be a small part of it. Oh, and I won an Oscar. When I traveled north from L.A. to show it to my folks, it showed up on the airport x-ray and I had to drag it out of my bag. Upon reaching San Mateo, I walked into the kitchen where my father was still sitting and smoking like a blue-collar Buddha and plopped it down on the table in front of him. He looked at it, looked at me, and said, "I'll never tell anybody what to do ever again." After Streets of Philadelphia, I spent the better part of the year in Los Angeles trying to come up with an album in that vein. It was an album centering on men and women, and it was dark. I'd just made 3 of those records, varying in tone, in a row. The last 2 had been met with not indifference, but something like it. I was feeling a faint disconnect with my audience. One evening as Roy and I took a drive, he suggested that perhaps it was the lyrical content that was distancing some of our fans. You can get away with a one-off of anything. Tunnel of Love and Nebraska are excellent examples, but it has to be finely crafted and fully realized. I'd made my meat and potatoes, writing about the broader lives of people, often working people particularly, and while at the time I told Roy he didn't know what he was talking about, I think he actually was onto something. I don't write strictly for my audience's desires, but we are, at this point, engaged in a lifelong dialogue, so I take into consideration their voices. You need to be adventurous, to listen to your heart and write what it's telling you, but your creative instinct isn't infallible. The need to look for direction, input, and some guidance outside of yourself can be healthy and fruitful. This would have been my 4th record in a row about relationships. If I could have felt its fullness, I wouldn't have hesitated to put it out. But a not fully realized record, around the same topic, felt like one too many. I had to come to terms with the fact that after my year of work writing, recording, mixing, it was going on the shelf. That's where she sits. Greatest hits. I was again at loose ends. Where am I going? Who am I now? What do I have to give to my audience? If these questions were in my head, I knew they were in my audience's as well. So when in doubt, retreat. It was 1995, 7 years since the E Street Band had played together. That's a generation in rock and roll. We'd never made a greatest hits record, and we decided it was time to remind people a little of what we'd done. It'd been 10 years since the band had stood side by side in a recording studio together, but I picked up the phone, called the guys, explained what I wanted to do, and that it was a one-shot. On January 12th, 1995, we gathered in Studio A at the Hit Factory, scene of many of our U.S.A. sessions, exchanged hugs and warm greetings, then set to work. After a session or two, I received a phone call from Steve, who said he'd heard we were recording. I was a little gun-shy. It had been 15 years, but a few nights later, Steve sat on a stool in the studio with the same Groucho Marx-like big-eyed, soft grin I'd loved and missed, plucking the mandolin for this hard land. Later, we filmed a short promo set of the band playing live at Sony Studios. I showed the film to Jimmy Iovine in my L.A. den one night, and as we slipped into Thunder Road, he said, "You should jump on this right now. Time is funny, and this just feels right." I heard what he was saying, but I wasn't ready to go there. Greatest Hits did nicely, gave my mid-90s drift a little focus and a kick. Then we once again went our separate ways. I had one song left over from the project. It was a rock song I'd been writing for the band but couldn't complete. Streets of Philadelphia and Jonathan Demme had gotten me thinking about writing on social issues again. This was something I'd steered away from for the past decade. As my success increased, there was something about that rich man in a poor man's shirt that left an uneasy taste in my mouth surrounding this type of writing. But drawing on my own young history and what I'd seen, I'd written about these things very well. and over the years I'd refined a voice that was identifiably mine on these subjects. It was a story, a part of my story that I had to tell. You lay claim to your stories. You honor with your hard work and the best of your talent their inspirations, and you fight to tell them well, from a sense of indebtedness and thankfulness. The ambiguities, the contradictions, the complexities of your choices are always with you in your writing, as they are in your life. You learn to live with them. You trust your need to have a dialogue about what you deem important. After 25 years of writing, the song that helped me crystallize these issues and their currency for the second half of my work life was The Ghost of Tom Joad. Chapter 60. The Ghost of Tom Joad. We were now bi-coastal, spending July to December in New Jersey and January to June in California. It was during our California stay that I began to think about my new record. Working once again on my home equipment in our guest house, I began to record a variety of acoustic and country rock songs I had recently written. The Ghost of Tom Joad was the result of a decade-long inner debate I'd been having with myself after the success of Born in the U.S.A. That debate centered on a single question: where does the rich man belong? If it was true that it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God, I wouldn't be walking through those pearly gates any time soon. But that was okay. There was still plenty of work to be done down here on earth. That was the premise of The Ghost of Tom Joad. What is the work for us to do in our short time here? I began recording with just myself, my acoustic guitar, and the remnant of Tom Joad I tried to write for the band. Once I cut that song, in the version that appears on the album, I had a feeling for the record that I wanted to make. I'd pick up where I'd left off with Nebraska, set the stories in the mid-90s and in the land of my current residence, California. The music was minimal, the melodies uncomplicated, the austere rhythms and arrangements defined who these people were and how they expressed themselves. They traveled light. They were lean, direct in their expression, yet with most of what they had to say left in the silence between words. They were transient and led hard, complicated lives, half of which had been left behind in another world, in another country. The precision of the storytelling in these types of songs is very important. The correct detail can speak volumes about who your character is, while the wrong one can shred the credibility of your story. When you get the music and lyrics right, your voice disappears into the voices you've chosen to write about. Basically, with these songs, I find the characters and listen to them. That always leads to a series of questions about their behavior. What would they do? What would they never do? You need to locate the rhythm of their speech and the nature of their expression. But all the telling detail in the world doesn't matter if the song lacks an emotional center. That's something you have to pull out of yourself, from the commonality you feel with the man or woman you're writing about. By pulling these elements together as well as you can, you shed light on their lives and honor their experiences. I'd been through the Central Valley of California many times on the way to visiting my parents. I'd often stop and spend some time in the small farm towns off the interstate. But it still took a good amount of research to get the details of the region correct. I traced the stories out slowly and carefully. I thought hard about who these people were and the choices they were presented with. In California, there was a sense of a new country being formed on the edge of the old. You could feel the America of the next century taking shape in the deserts, fields, towns, and cities there first. That vision has come to fruition, and all you need to do is take a walk down the main street of my own 3,000-mile-away northeastern hometown, Freehold, on any summer evening to see the influx of Hispanic life, the face of the nation changing as it's changed so many times before, along with the hard greeting most of those who bring that change face upon arrival. The old stories of race and exclusion continue to be played out. I tried to catch a small piece of this on the songs I wrote for Tom Joad: Sinaloa Cowboys, The Line, Balboa Park, and Across the Border were songs that traced the lineage of my earlier characters to the Mexican migrant experience in the New West. These songs completed the circle, bringing me back to 1978 and the inspiration I'd taken from John Ford's film adaptation of Steinbeck's The Grapes of Wrath. Their skin was darker, and their language had changed, but these were people trapped by the same brutal circumstances. Youngstown and The New Timer were two songs inspired by a book called Journey to Nowhere by my friends Dale Maharaj and Michael Williamson. Both songs chronicled the effects of post-industrialization in the United States and the weight of lost jobs, outsourced labor, and the disappearance of our manufacturing base on the citizens whose hard work built America. I'd seen it firsthand when the Karagusian rug mill, based in Freehold, rather than settle a labor dispute with its workers, closed up shop and shipped south for cheaper, non-unionized labor. The jobs were gone. My dad had worked on the floor there when I was a kid. My musical life in the Castiles had been born not 50 yards from its belching smokestacks and clacking looms. It closed in 1964, after 60 years of operation. By the end of Tom Joad, I'd written about the death and destruction that accompany the lives of many of the people who inspired these songs. I was working on Galveston Bay, a song that originally had a more violent ending, but it began to feel false. If I was going to find some small window of light, I had to do it with this man in this song. I'd already written Across the Border, a song that was like a prayer or a dream you have the night before you're going to take a dangerous journey. The singer seeks a home where his love will be rewarded, his faith restored, where a tenuous peace and hope may exist. With Galveston Bay, I had to make these ideas feel attainable. The song asks the question, is the most political act an individual one? Something that happens in the dark, in the quiet, when someone makes a particular decision that affects his immediate world. I wanted a character who is driven to do the wrong thing but does not. He instinctively refuses to add to the violence in the world around him. With great difficulty, and against his own grain, he transcends his circumstances. He finds the strength and grace to save himself and the part of the world he touches. The Ghost of Tom Joad chronicled the effects of the increasing economic division of the 80s and 90s, the hard times and consequences that befell many of the people whose work and sacrifice created America, and whose labor is essential to our everyday lives. We are a nation of immigrants, and no one knows who's coming across our borders today, whose story might add a significant page to our American story. Here in the early years of our new century, as at the turn of the last, we are once again at war with our new Americans. As in the last, people will come, will suffer hardship and prejudice, will do battle with the most reactionary forces and hardest hearts of their adopted home, and will prove resilient and victorious. I knew that The Ghost of Tom Joad wouldn't attract my largest audience, but I was sure the songs on it added up to a reaffirmation of the best of what I do. The record was something new, but it was also a reference point to the things I tried to stand for and still wanted to be about as a songwriter. On November 21st, 1995, I stepped onto the stage at the State Theater in New Brunswick, New Jersey, for my first full solo acoustic concert since the early 70s at Max's Kansas City. I was going to have to hold this audience for 2.5 hours without a band. The nakedness and tightrope drama of solo performance is a nervous revelation. It's one man, one guitar, and you, the audience. What's drawn forth is the emotional nucleus of your song. What's revealed is the naked bones of your relationship to one another and the music. If your song was written well, it will stand in its skeleton form. Born in the U.S.A., exploded into a Delta slide blues, its full meaning laid bare. Darkness hovered in its aloneness. In the house, my sound engineer, John Kearns, used the power of our audio system to turn my one acoustic guitar into a percussive orchestra or a barely heard ambient scratching accompanying my voice. I found new subtleties in my vocals, developed a high falsetto, and learned to use my guitar for everything from a drum to a feedback screeching canvas of sound. By the end of that first night, I felt I'd discovered something not as physical, but as powerful as what I did with the E Street Band that spoke to my audience in a new tongue. I devised a new repertoire of guitar tunings and voicings, refreshed my finger-picking techniques, and used the full power of my voice throughout its range. This allowed for a variety of musical settings that kept 2 hours of a guy and a guitar from feeling claustrophobic. The fans had to bring the quiet, and they did. Many of my characters were isolated men, and you needed to feel the weight of the space and emptiness around and inside of them. You needed to hear their thoughts, to bring the starkness of their landscape to life. The magic of this music was in its dynamic range, from guitar crescendo to whispering silence. These concerts revived me. They inspired me to dig deeper into the core of my songwriting, sending me back to my hotel room each night to spend the early hours of the morning with my songbook, working the new vein I'd found. I ended the tour, recommitted to my topical songwriting, something I'd abandoned during the last several records. I finally felt comfortable again in my own skin. There were new songs to write. Chapter 61. Western Man. In California, my dad worked very hard, stayed employed as a bus driver, went to work each day, lost weight, played tennis, coached Pam's athletic teams, and had a modest but loving renaissance. When I visited, he was easier, more mellow, physically healthier. It seemed like some of the pressure had been taken off. It didn't last. When his sickness returned, it came back with a vengeance. When I'd visit my parents on tour, if I brought along any of my male friends, my father would suffer severe paranoia. He would burst out of his bedroom late at night, shouting angry nonsense, imagining we were making sexual advances toward my mother. I began to have to warn my pals or just keep them away. We began to get him help. He was diagnosed as a paranoid schizophrenic. Finally, it was all beginning to make sense. He needed professional help, and though he was resistant, he began to be treated. Things would be all right for a while, and then he would crash. As he got older, he exhibited a very strong manic side. My dad was always heavy. He had a football player's build and would tend to put on weight easily. I was shocked when I visited my folks one year to find him thinner than me. He'd taken up walking and had manically walked himself skinny. He looked like a stranger, but the worst of it was I could tell his mind wasn't working right. There was an unnatural tightness in his face, a distant rigidity in his features he couldn't control. He would answer the most mundane questions cryptically. "Hey, Pop, looks like a pretty nice day out there." In between cigarette puffs he'd answered, "Oh yeah, that's what you think." He was drifting between reality and delusion. He wouldn't be able to stop moving, and then it would switch off, and he'd gain weight, be depressed, and not budge from the kitchen table for months. Once he drove all the way to New Jersey, non-stop from California, left a note on my door saying, "Sorry I missed you," drove over to my mom's relatives, in my pop's mind always a disapproving hotbed of insurrection, and cursed them out, then turned around and drove non-stop back to the West Coast. He zipped around the country like a madman, with my mom riding shotgun, supposedly enjoying their retirement, but my mother knew there was more at hand. By that point, he had been diagnosed and received treatment, but he often refused to take his medicine. They drove, and drove. He was going to kill himself, my mother or somebody else if he kept going. At one point, he disappeared for 3 days. My mother called. I flew to California and found he'd been arrested somewhere in the desert outside of L.A. It was over an automobile violation of some kind, but according to his story, he'd stood before the judge and refused to pay a small fine, and so they put him in jail. Then days later, he was bused to another jail in Los Angeles and released. Finally, a phone call came. I found him at 6 a.m. on the streets of Chinatown, in a little old man's bar, with a good-hearted bartender watching over him. We stopped on the way back for an early morning breakfast at McDonald's. There my dad almost got us into a tremendous argument with the guy at the next table. Out of the blue, my pop had started shouting profanity-laced non-sequiturs, and the guy thought he was talking to him. I apologized, explained as best I could, and we hustled out with our Egg McMuffins. It was sad. My dad was hearing the voices in his head, and he was answering them. Back at home in San Mateo, he remained rebellious. He would not stop. He would not take his medicine. He told me he was frightened it would all go away. The energy, the purpose, even if it was aimless, the egocentric strength, the high of his manic state, everything but the long, drawn-out depressions. I understood. I'd been there, though not to his extremes. Manic depression, the bipolar personality, it's the prize in the Cracker Jack box in our family. I told him I understood, but that ultimately he would hurt someone, my mother, or himself, and that I could not live without them. I could not live without him. Our family loved and needed him. I loved and needed him. He was essential to our strength. He was our center, our heart. So would he please allow me to help him care for himself? It wasn't an easy sell. There was shouting and crying, but in the end he walked out the door with us to the hospital. He remained there for 3 days. He was observed, tested, and put on some medication that returned him to Earth and to us. It would not all be easy sailing from here on, but modern pharmacological medicine gave my father 10 extra years of life and a peace he might never have had. He and my mother got to celebrate their 50th wedding anniversary. He got to know his grandchildren, and we became much closer. He became easier to reach, to know, and love. I'd always heard my father, in his youth, described as full of the devil, rakish, full of fun, as someone who loved to dance. I had never seen it, and I only saw the lonely, brooding man, always on edge, disappointed, never at home or at rest. But in the last years of his life, his softness came to the fore. He wasn't always well, and we'd have drives where he'd spout the most hair-raising stream of consciousness, as if it were all events that had happened yesterday in our driveway. My father, who'd uttered fewer than 1,000 words throughout most of my childhood, in the grips of his illness, opened the door a crack on the temple of dreams and devils he'd been dueling with in the dark of the kitchen for 40 years. On a casual drive up Sunset Boulevard, I'd hear fantasized, on-the-road adventures, strangely and innocently told. I would hear of all things philosophizing, the meaning of life, good, love, very important, money, not so important. Money? Not so important? Coming from my old man, who used to say he'd strangle somebody for a buck? So much of it had been a big, fucking synapses misfiring illusion. The state of the world and a wide variety of previously verboten subjects were now all grist for the mill for Doug Springsteen. The Sphinx spoke. My dad showed himself, or some part of himself, though under tenuous conditions. So rather than revelation, his pronouncements brought only more mystery and a longing to understand what was ultimately unfathomable. Still, over the last 10 years of his life, much of the time, he seemed calmer and more settled than ever before, with his manic side in check. You just had to make your peace with the rest. The past was done. There was no further purpose or any practical mechanics for its plumbing. The future was in the palm of the next day, and so the present needed to hold its charms. We were left with a quiet, sometimes frustrating man-child, responding to stimuli occurring only in the mind of the rock of my soul. This was my father. Finally, time ran out. He not only battled hard against his own mind, but he'd beaten up his body pretty well over the years. He'd had the triple bypass, the strokes, been defibrillated back from the dead, and still hung on. Now there was only so much modern medicine could do. His heart gave out, and the medication that made one thing better made something else worse. The law of diminishing returns had come to stay. I sat with him in hospice during the last days of April as they brought into his bedroom the machines that would try to keep him alive a little longer. He looked at them, looked at me and said, "Bruce, am I going to make it?" I answered, You usually do. But this time my dad didn't make it. He would leave in his style, the old immutable presence, his body white and raw, final thoughts known only to my mother. Before he passed, I stood over my father and studied his body. It was the body of his generation. It was not shined or shaped into a suit of armor. It was just the body of a man. As I looked at my dad on what would be his deathbed, I saw the thinning black curly hair and the high forehead I see reflected back at me when I look in the mirror. There's the blotchy roughhouse of a face, the bull neck, the still muscly shoulders and arms, and the swale between his chest and beer belly, half covered by a wrinkled white sheet. Protruding from the bottom of that sheet are elephant stumps for calves and clubs for feet. The feet are red and yellow, scarred by psoriasis. Shaped in stone, they have no more miles left in them. They are the feet of my foe and of my hero. They are crumbling now at their base. I scan back up to see boxer shorts in twisted disarray, then puffed armored slits holding red and brown eyes. I stand there for a long moment, and I lean over and lift a weighted, scaly hand between my palms. I feel a warm breath as my lips kiss a sandpaper cheek, and I whisper my goodbye. On the evening of April 26, 1998, wrapped in my mother's arms, my dad quietly let out his last breath and died in his sleep. With those extra years that were gifted to us, I got to see my children love my father, and I got to watch his patience and kindness toward them. I got to see them mourn my father's death. My dad loved the sea, spending hours at the shore staring at the water, admiring the boats. When my parents lived in San Francisco, he had a small boat he bobbed around the bay on. At his wake, my children approached his coffin and laid on his hands his captain's hat. It was one like the guy the captain in Tennille used to wear, a child's costume, a totem of an unlived life, of desire unattained. It served as a shield to cover my dad's beautiful, rocky-shaped, now nearly bald head, and as a symbol of an imaginary, commanding manhood and masculinity my pop always felt was just out of reach and under siege. I understood that hunger. For me, there'd be no captain's hat, just the boss, bulging muscles, judo, and the lifting of thousands and thousands of pounds worth of meaningless objects every single day, until I finally brought my father the physical presence he'd been looking for. Months later, in the evening twilight, returning from our local video store with my children, out of the blue I mentioned my father's death. The car went silent. I peered into the rearview mirror and saw my young son and daughter, mouths wide open, crying, but no sound had come out yet. Then, like thunder delayed after lightning, "Wah! You mean the guy in the captain's hat?" It felt so good, watching my children cry for my dad. As we pulled up to the house, they ran inside, still bawling. Patti saw me following behind with a smile. "What happened?" "It's Pop. They're crying over Pop." He was returned to Freehold, the town he said he hated, and the other limousine, the one that brings the tears, brought them. We drove him straight out Throckmorton Street to St. Rose of Lima Cemetery to lie with his mother, his father, his sister, and all the troubled souls who'd come before. Whir. The machinery of Freeman Funeral Home, a crowd I already had a long relationship with going back to the Irish and Italian wakes of my youth, lowered his casket 6 feet down. Then I, my brother-in-law, my nephews, and my close friends, the D'Elia brothers, buried him ourselves. We shoveled the earth that landed with the hollow thunk upon his casket, patted the dirt down, then stood there in silence, the traffic shushing along the highway far down the hill below. My father was not a modern man. He wore no mask. Maybe it was his illness, but as he aged he had a face without veils. It was ancient, tired, often puzzled. It was primitive and extinct, powerful, clueless as to its fate, noble in its struggle, and purposeless in what he had suffered. At my father's funeral, my long-reformed greaser brother-in-law, Mickey Shave, gave a moving and funny eulogy. He described the day we pushed my father in his wheelchair with flat tires onto a bluff overlooking a windy California beach, as his children and grandchildren played in the sand and wintry surf below. He described my father sitting there with a smile, as close to peace as he ever got, gazing down upon all he created, his art, his love, his family. One morning, in the days before I was about to become a father, my dad showed up at my bungalow doorstep in L.A. He'd driven down from San Mateo and just wanted to say hi. I invited him in, and at 11 o'clock in a small sun-drenched dining area, we sat at the table nursing beers. My father, in his normal state, had little talent for small talk, so I did the best I could. Suddenly he said, "Bruce, you've been very good to us." I acknowledged that I had. Pause. His eyes drifted out over the Los Angeles haze, and he continued, "And I wasn't very good to you." A small silence caught us. "You did the best you could," I said. And that was it. It was all I needed, all that was necessary. I was blessed on that day, and given something by my father I thought I'd never live to see, a brief recognition of the truth. It was why he'd come 500 miles that morning. He'd come to tell me, on the eve of my fatherhood, that he loved me, and to warn me to be careful, to do better, to not make the same painful mistakes he'd made. I try to honor it. Immediately after he died, I felt suffocatingly claustrophobic. It rained solidly for 2 weeks. I slept outdoors for that time on the porch, in the cold and the rain. I still don't know exactly why. I suppose it was just death closing in, the next man in line, and all that. I just couldn't find my way back into the house. During the days I visited all his old haunts, the Blue Moon Tavern, the Belmont Arena, the Manasquan Inlet, a place where my father parked alone for hours, cigarette dangling from his left hand out the driver's side window as the fishing boats left and came in from the sea. Then finally one night, with Patti's help, I came inside and gave in to the tears. We honor our parents by carrying their best forward and laying the rest down, by fighting and taming the demons that laid them low and now reside in us. It's all we can do if we're lucky. I'm lucky. I have a wife I love, a beautiful daughter, and 2 handsome sons. We are close. We do not suffer the alienation and confusion I experienced in my family. Still, the seeds of my father's troubles lie buried in our bloodline, so we have to watch. I learned many a rough lesson from my father, the rigidity and the blue-collar narcissism of manhood 1950s style, an inner yearning for isolation, for the world on your terms or not at all, a deep attraction to silence, secrets, and secretiveness. You always withhold something. You do not lower your mask. The distorted idea that the beautiful things in your life, the love itself you struggle to win, to create, will turn and possess you, robbing you of your imagined, long-fought-for freedoms. The hard blues of constant disaffection, the rituals of the barroom, a misogyny grown from the fear of all the dangerous, beautiful, strong women in our lives, crossed with the carrying of an underlying physical threat, a psychological bullying that is meant to frighten and communicate that the dark thing in you is barely restrained. You use it to intimidate those you love, and of course, the disappearing act. You're there but not there, not really present. Inaccessibility, its pleasures and its discontents, all leading ultimately to the black seductive fantasy of a wreck of a life, the maddening boil lanced, the masks dropped, and the long, endless free fall into the chasm that at certain moments can smell so sweet from a distance. Of course, once you stop romanticizing it, More likely you're just another chaos-sowing schmuck on the block, sacrificing your treasured family's trust to your issues. You're a dime a dozen in every burb across America. I can't lay it all at my pop's feet. Plenty of it is my own weakness and inability at this late date to put it all away. My favorite harpies, the ones I count on to return, to flit and nibble around the edges of my beautiful reward. Through hard work and Patty's great love, I have overcome much of this, though not all of it. I have days when my boundaries wobble, my darkness and the blues seem to beckon, and I seek to medicate myself in whatever way I can. But on my best days, I can freely enjoy the slow passing of time, the tenderness that is in my life. I can feel the love I'm a part of, surrounding me and flowing through me. I am near home, and I am standing hand in hand with those I love, past and present, in the sun, on the outskirts of something that feels almost like being free. Those whose love we wanted but could not get, we emulate. It is dangerous, but it makes us feel closer, gives us an illusion of the intimacy we never had. It stakes our claim upon that which was rightfully ours but denied. In my 20s, as my song and my story began to take shape, I searched for the voice I would blend with mine to do the telling. It is a moment when through creativity and will, you can rework, repossess, and rebirth the conflicting voices of your childhood to turn them into something alive, powerful, and seeking light. I'm a repairman. That's part of my job. So I, who'd never done a week's worth of manual labor in my life, hail, hail, rock and roll, put on a factory worker's clothes, my father's clothes, and went to work. One night I had a dream. I'm on stage in full flight. The night is burning, and my dad, long dead, sits quietly in an aisle seat in the audience. Then, I'm kneeling next to him in the aisle, and for a moment we both watch the man on fire on stage. I touch his forearm and say to my dad, who for so many years sat paralyzed by depression, "Look, Dad, look, that guy on stage, that's you. That's how I see you." Chapter 62, Eastern Woman. When my mom went to California, she didn't return to New Jersey until 30 years later, after my father's death. A lot of water had gone under the bridge. But for my sister Virginia and me, our father's primacy was a bitter pill. He came first, always. My mother has great and profound love for her children, but she will tell you to this day, those were her choices. They were all she knew how to do. My mother had married my father by the age of 23. By her generation's standards, this was when people began families, went to war, went out on their own. When she left, my sister and I were 18 and 19 respectively, and living under rather harsh circumstances. We had our lives handed to us. We took charge of them. My mother was married. Maybe she figured my father just needed her more than we did. Without her, my dad's illness could have killed him or left him living out on the street. More likely, he just would have come back home or would never have left. My dad was ill but wily. He held us all hostage for many years. In my mom's case, right up until he died, and she never called him on it. The other life my mom seemed built for and could have had, the life of dining, dancing, laughter, adult partnership, the equal sharing of life's burdens, she was not compelled to pursue. We don't always want what seems best suited for us. We want what we need. You make your choices and you pay the piper. She chose and she paid. We all did. My mother stood behind my wildest dreams, accepted me at face value for who I truly was, and nurtured the unlikely scenario I held deepest in my heart, that I was going to make music and that someone somewhere was going to want to hear it. She shone her light on me at a time when it was all the light there was. When I hit it big, my mom believed the saints had come marching in and blessed us for the hard times we'd endured. I suppose they had. Amongst many things, my mother taught me the dangerous but timely lesson that there is a love seemingly beyond love, beyond our control, and it will take us through our lives, bestowing blessings and curses as they fall. It will set you on fire, confuse you, drive you to passion and extreme deeds, and may smite the reasonable, modestly loving parts of who you are. Love has a great deal to do with humility. In my parents' love, there was kindness, a beyond human compassion, an anger, a compulsive fidelity, a generosity and an unconditionality that scorched everything in its path. It was exclusive. It was not humble. It was their love. My mom remains magic. People love her when they meet her, as they should. At 91 and battling Alzheimer's, she delivers a warmth and exuberance the world as it is may not merit. She continues to be filled with an indomitable spirit of optimism, a heartbreaking toughness, no cynicism, laughter, and great humor. For Christmas one year, she gave me the complete third season of Columbo. She said, "You know, that guy in the raincoat." To this day, she can give me a true, deeply hopeful feeling about life over the course of an otherwise ordinary one-hour lunch at a local diner. My mom is very, very funny, always bringing laughs. She is a natural showwoman, a dancer and stylishly put together to a T for even the most casual outing. She is democratic, egalitarian, without a clue as to how those words might pertain to her. She is heart, heart, heart. Since her return to New Jersey, she has learned, not easily, how to place herself amongst my family. We had our small showdowns, even an afternoon of some yelling, very rare in Springsteen households. Then I watched her work, contain herself, use her intelligence and love to give herself to us. My mother and father had outlaw in them, and despite my mother's great warmth, such things don't necessarily come easy to outlaws. Her resilience, good soul, and desire to do right still guide her. She settled in as mother and grandma. If you met her, you would know her in an instant, and you would love her, like I do. She is a raw, rough wonder. Shortly after my pop passed away, I met Queenie, my mom's childhood alias, for the first time. It was payback time, and my mom enjoys the good life as much as anyone. She has occasionally traveled around the world with us. She takes pride in the accomplishments of her children, her grandchildren, my youngest sister's motherhood and photography career, Virginia's motherhood, grandmotherhood, and work life, and the exploits of her guitar-playing son. We share the laughter, memories, and pain of the freehold days, and we take pride in the survival of our love. My youngest sister, Pam, still lives in California, where my mother visits often. My sister Virginia and I see my mom quite regularly at our Sunday evening family dinners, just after she's returned from the headstones of St. Rose of Lima Cemetery, visiting my dad. Chapter 63, King of New Jersey, Hollywood Days. There's a tap on my shoulder. I turn around and get lost in a sea of blue. A Jersey-accented voice says, "It's about time, kid." And Frank Sinatra rattles the ice in his glass of Jack Daniels. Looking at the swirling deep brown liquid, he whispers, "Ain't it beautiful?" This is my introduction to the chairman of the board. We spend the next half hour talking Jersey, Hoboken, swimming in the Hudson River and the shore. We then sit down for dinner at a table with Robert De Niro, Angie Dickinson, and Frank and his wife Barbara. This is all occurring at the Hollywood Guinea Party Patti and I have been invited to, courtesy of Tita Khan. Patti had met Tita a few weeks previous at the nail parlor. She's the wife of Sammy Khan, famous for such songs as All the Way, Teach Me Tonight, and Only the Lonely. She called one afternoon and told us she was hosting a private event. She said it would be very quiet and couldn't tell us who would be there, but assured us we'd be very comfortable. So off into the L.A. night we went. During the evening we befriended the Sinatras and are quietly invited into the circle of the last of the old Hollywood stars. Over the next several years we attend a few private events where Frank and the remaining clan hold forth. The only other musician in the room is often Quincy Jones, and besides Patti and I, there's rarely a rocker in sight. The Sinatras are gracious hosts, and our acquaintance culminates in our being invited to Frank's 80th birthday party dinner. It's a sedate event at the Sinatra's Los Angeles home. Sometime after dinner, we find ourselves around the living room piano with Steve and Edie Gourmet and Bob Dylan. Steve is playing the piano, and up close he and Edie can really sing the great standards. Patti has been thoroughly schooled in jazz by Jerry Coker, one of the great jazz educators at the Frost School of Music at the University of Miami. She was there at the same time as Bruce Hornsby, Jaco Pastorius, and Pat Metheny, and she learned her stuff. At Frank's, as the music drifts on, she slips gently in on my one and only love. Patti is a secret weapon. She can sing Torch like a cross between Peggy Lee and Julie London. I'm not kidding. Edie Gourmet hears Patti, stops the music and says, "Frank, come over here. We've got a singer." Frank moves to the piano, and I then get to watch my wife beautifully serenade Frank Sinatra and Bob Dylan, to be met by a torrent of applause when she's finished. The next day we play Frank's 80th birthday celebration for ABC TV, and I get to escort him to the stage along with Tony Bennett. It's a beautiful evening, and a fitting celebration for the greatest pop singer of all time. 2 years later, Frank passed away, and we were generously invited to his funeral. A classic bright sunny day dawned in Los Angeles, but upon approaching the church, the scene outside looked like something out of Nathaniel West's The Day of the Locust. Television trucks and cameras were set up everywhere, with reporters stationed on the rooftops of nearby homes. There was a horde of protesters being kept on the far side of the street, with signs blaming Frank for everything from God's indifference to the decline of brown shoelaces. Inside the church, however, all was serene. There, along with Kirk Douglas, Don Rickles, Frank Jr., and the last of the old Hollywood stars, we said our goodbyes as Frank's voice filled the church. At the end of the ceremony, I stood for a moment with Jack Nicholson on the church's front steps. He turned to me and said, "King of New Jersey." Chapter 64. Bringing it all back home. There were two catalysts that got me thinking about reactivating the E Street Band. One late summer evening, as I stepped out of Federici's Pizza Parlor in Freehold, two young kids came up to me, introduced themselves, and said they were big fans of the E Street Band, but unfortunately were too young to have ever seen us live. They may have been in their early 20s. That meant at the last E Street Band show, perhaps they were 10 years old. I started realizing there was a sea of young people out there who never saw the greatest thing I did, play live with the E Street Band. Then, visiting my parents in San Francisco, I opened the newspaper to see Bob Dylan, Van Morrison, and Joni Mitchell were performing at the San Jose Arena, an hour south of my folks' house. That's quite a bill. I asked my mom if she was game, and we drove down and took our seats stage right as the house lights lowered. Joni came on and did a beautiful set, followed by Van swinging and lifting the house. Van Morrison has always been one of my great, great heroes, and an enormous source of inspiration for everything I've done. Van put the white soul into our early E Street records. Without Van, there is no New York City Serenade or Jazz Soul of Kitty's Back. Then out came Dylan in great form. Playing with a band he'd been working with for quite a while, he tightened his music into roadhouse poetry. They felt like they'd be at home in an arena this size or in the little bar down the road a ways. The band grooved joyous blues that even got their front man dancing a little. This music, his happiness, these artists, made me happy as I stood alongside my mom and we danced in our seats. Watching the crowd was funny and a little disorienting. I felt like I'd fallen asleep, a 16-year-old, with Highway 61 Revisited spinning endlessly in the dark night of my bedroom, and woken up 50 years hence, in a rock and roll Rip Van Winkle-like dream. We'd all gotten old. The seats were filled with middle-aged, wrinkled, out of shape, balding, gray-bearded rock fans straight out of the Beatles when I'm 64. We all looked kind of ridiculous, but something else was happening. Young hipsters and teenagers were scattered through the crowd. Little kids were there, brought by their parents to see and hear the great man. Some were bored, some sleeping, and many dancing alongside Mom and Pop. People were filled with heart, good cheer, and emotion. I thought about my gray hairs and the wrinkles on my face. I looked over at my mother, 72, her face a loving map of all our pain and resilience. She was beaming ear to ear, her arm tucked in mine. The floor was a mass of smiles and swaying bodies, and as I watched I thought, I can do this. I can bring this happiness, these smiles. I went home and called the E Street Band. Chapter 65, Revival. First, of course, I fretted, worried, questioned, discussed, debated, dismissed, rethought, reconsidered, and thought some more. I wanted my reasoning to be sound, and I did not want to reconstitute a nostalgia act to run the new oldies circuit. Though I've actually gotten plenty of pleasure out of some of those oldies shows when the performers are laying down their hearts. If your heart's in it, it ain't old. Still, I was coming off a deeply satisfying solo tour that had felt very present. Hadn't played with the band in 10 years, still held a few mild grudges, and was worried about whether the whole thing would actually work. It came down to this. I had studied, honed, worked, and sweated to acquire a set of skills that when put into action made me one of the best in the world at what I did. Those skills were at their apex with the hard-driving band, and I'd come to realize not just any band. Time, history, memory, collective experience had made this so. Working with my band of the early 90s, I'd learned that as much as I enjoyed playing with a new set of musicians, and as good as I thought we were, there would be in my lifetime no other group of musicians with whom I would step onto the stage with a quarter-century of blood, sweat, and tears under our belt but the E Street Band. There were only these 8 men and women. Their style and playing abilities had long been hand-stitched to fit me perfectly. More important, when the fans looked at those faces on stage, they saw themselves, their lives, their friends, looking back at them. In the new digital world of 3-second attention spans, where the cold, hard hand of impermanence and numbered anonymity holds sway, this was irreplaceable. It was real, and we'd built it the way real things are built, moment upon moment, hour upon hour, day after day, year after year. I came to the conclusion I'd need a pretty good reason to not exercise my skills at the still very young age of 48 with this group of musicians sitting at home. I didn't have one. Everyone had found their own way, but no one had found, and they wouldn't, not now or ever, another E Street Band. There was residual tension in the band, but a lot more love than in most, or any that I knew of. And it had been 10 years. I wasn't hearing myself so regularly on the radio anymore. What we'd done was getting farther away, receding into rock's glorious but embalmed past. I didn't like that. We were far too formidable a unit to go gently into that good night. I remained too filled with ambition, ego, hunger, desire, and a righteous sense of musical power to let a life's work slip into the respectful annals of rock history. As surely as death, taxes, and the hunger for new heroes, that day would come, but not right now. Not if I had anything to do with it. Not while I was a mighty, strapping, psychosis-filled rock and soul shouter. Not yet. It's on. Rock and roll bands that last have to come to one basic human realization. It is. The guy standing next to you is more important than you think he is, and that man or woman must come to the same realization about the man or woman standing next to him or her about you. Or everyone must be broke, living far beyond their means and in need of hard currency, or both. A decade of seat-warming the ex-rock and roll god's bench sharpens the mind and softens everyone's perspective on any mild mistreatments from the past. That is a good thing. We all must wake up one morning, or different mornings, and think, you know, that thing I had, it's one of the best things that ever happened to me. It was good for my life, was good in my life, and if the opportunity should ever again arise, it arose for all of us, and we were about to make the most of it, whatever each individual's motivations may have been. In our last incarnation, there had been no Steve Van Zandt. I had to think about that. If we were going, I wanted all of us to go. First, I needed to make a courtesy call to Nils. Nils had done much more than step in and replace my old friend Steve over the years. He became a very responsible second lieutenant, fully committed to his position in the band and giving everything he had. On top of that, Nils was just a beautiful guy to be around. He was an assured, calming, inspiring presence, and one of the world's great guitarists. Within the band, he was ego-free. If an entire night passed without a solo, no problem. He was a total team player who arrived at the hall hours before everyone else to ready himself for the work. He carried an archive of music for every possible song choice I might pull out of the hat, prepared himself, and tutored others in chord structure and arrangements for the night's specialty items. Between Nils and Max, another deep student of our work, I always had somewhere to go if I had any questions about something I'd written. I called Nils, told him what I wanted to do, assured him I appreciated and understood the great work and commitment he'd shown our band, explained his position would not change, and asked his blessing. Nils, ever the gentleman and loyal soldier, told me if that's what I thought was best, he was behind me. Then I called Steve. Despite our great friendship, or because of it, Steve can be a powerful force, and with his great energy, he can be unintentionally destabilizing. Steve's word on something will often tip the scales for me one way or another. His often hilarious point of view constantly loosens things up, keeps me grounded, and his mere presence makes me feel all will be well. He's also a serious thinker about rock and roll, what it means and can do. The friction and the rub in Steve's opinions is often where he is most valuable to me. But in the past, he could unintentionally cross the line, entering into band politics in a way that sometimes made my job tougher. We need to talk about that. We did. One afternoon at my home, we had a friendly but tough conversation. I got to air my remaining grievances and hear Steve's point of view, and we put it away. We proceeded to have the best 18 years of our work life and friendship. When I called Clarence, he told me he'd been waiting for 10 years and asked where I'd been. As I've said, plenty of the guys had found their own second acts and been very successful, but there is something about walking on stage in front of 75,000 screaming fans with the oldest friends of your life, playing music that is ingrained in you, that's hard to replace. If you had it for one, just one evening, you'd never forget it. To go there night after night, over a lifetime, is an unimaginable, immeasurable pleasure and privilege. After 10 years apart, this was something we all understood and had come to appreciate in a new way. We were 9 of a handful of people on the planet who had earned that privilege. Now firmly and finally in our middle age, we understood its significance. But if we were going to do this, if I was going to do it, I wanted to be sure it would be easy, that it would be fun. The work would be hard enough. The past had to be over and done with. All grudges, money issues, slights, real or imagined, would need to be put away. An example. One day I had one of my musicians come to me and explain he would need more money if we were to continue doing his work. I told him if he could find a more highly paid musician at his job in the world, I would gladly up his percentage. I also told him I could spare him the time to search. All he had to do was walk into the bathroom, close the door, and walk over and take a look in the mirror. There he'd find the highest paid musician in the world at his post. I told him, "That's how it works in the real world." He then looked straight at me, and without a trace of irony asked, "What do we have to do with the real world?" At that moment, I knew I had sheltered some of my colleagues perhaps a bit too much. Right now, I just wanted to enjoy myself with my great friends doing the thing we do best together. If we couldn't do that, I'd prefer to simply leave it. We were still young, but too old to recomplicate our lives by engaging in any venture that wasn't going to be rewarding and a pleasure to all. Along with, when necessary, supreme confidence, doubt and all of its many manifestations is in my wheelhouse. You work that right and it's a blessing. You work it wrong and you're paralyzed. Doubt can be the starting point for deeper critical thought. It can keep you from selling yourself and your audience short, and it can bring you hard down to earth if needed. Before our 10 years coming, Asbury Park opening night, I'd experienced plenty of it. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I'd attended several early ceremonies of the new Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. In its second year, I'd gone to induct Roy Orbison, then had the honor of inducting Bob Dylan. These were two of my most telling influences. To be chosen to present them with their induction meant a great deal to me. After the ceremonies, during the All-Star Jam, which in those days featured every musician in the house, I'd stood on stage between Mick Jagger and George Harrison, all of us together on one mic singing, "I Saw Her Standing There." I was thinking, what's wrong with this picture? How did a kid from New Jersey end up, on this evening, between these two men, whose work had driven so deeply into his soul that he had to follow the road they laid out before him, follow it with everything he had? Look at it like this. In 1964, millions of kids saw the Stones and the Beatles and decided that looks like fun. Some of them went out and bought instruments. Some of them learned to play a little. Some got good enough to maybe join a local band. Some might have even made a demo tape. Some might have lucked out and gotten a record deal of some sort. A few of those might have sold some records and done some touring. A few of those might have had a small hit, a short career in music, and managed to eke out a modest living. A very few of those might have managed to make a life as a musician, and a very, very few might have had some continuing success that brought them fame, fortune, and deep gratification. And tonight, one of those ended up standing between Mick Jagger and George Harrison, a Stone and a Beatle. I did not fool myself about what the odds were back in 1964 that one would have been the acne-faced 15-year-old kid with the cheap Kent guitar from Freehold, New Jersey. My parents were right. My chances were one in a million, in many millions. But still, here I was. I knew my talents, and I knew I worked hard. But these were the gods. And I was, well, one hard-working guitar man. I carried the journeyman in me, for better or for worse, a commonness, and I always would. These were the days at the Hall of Fame when the ceremonies were not televised. People got up and were glorious, hateful, hilarious, spiteful, smashed, insane, and often deeply moving. If you were still enmeshed in intergroup grudges and fighting, the podium at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was your one last shot at sticking it in a little deeper to that guy or those guys. The Hall of Fame induction, by its nature, a moment of reflection, brought out the best and worst in folks, and was never less than wildly entertaining. These were the days when rock's true giants were still being inducted. You'd find yourself on stage at night, not just between Mick and George, but alongside of Keith Richards, with Bob Dylan to your left, B.B. King on your right, Smokey Robinson to his left, Jeff Beck's stage side with Les Paul. It was a living pageant of Guy Peelart's early illustrations of the gatherings of rock's Olympus, Rock Dreams. What resulted musically was often a train wreck, but there was something to just being there. there amid your dreams, your gods, your heroes, like a misplaced stowaway on the ride of his life. It was a rock Da Vinci's Last Supper, and Steve and I often ruminated on how we felt we'd been born at exactly the right moment. We were teenagers in the 60s, when rock and radio had their golden age, when the best pop music was also the most popular, when a new language was being formed and spoken to young people all across the world, when it remained an alien dialect to most parents, when it defined a community of souls, wrapped in the ecstasy and confusions of their time, but connected in blood brotherhood by the disciples' voice of their local DJ. We were rock's early third generation, born in time to get the best of rock's reinventors of blues, pop, and soul, the British wave, yet young enough to experience its originators, Muddy Waters, Howlin' Wolf, Chuck Berry, Fats Domino, Roy Orbison, Jerry Lee Lewis, Elvis, all still alive and active at the crest of the wave of the 60s. It was rock's most vibrant and turbulent era. I saw the Doors, Janis Joplin, and The Who in Asbury Park's Convention Hall. The Who opened up for Herman's Hermits and were preceded by a New York City band, the Blues Magoos, who wore electric suits that glowed in the dark. Janis had in her band one of my great guitar heroes, Danny Weiss, from the band Rhinoceros, whom Steve and I followed slavishly whenever they came into the Jersey area. I received all these hands like a supplicant directly upon my trembling forehead and fell stunned by their power. With the radio and country exploding, there was enough rough fuel to last a poor boy a lifetime, and it has. Much great and inspirational music has come since, particularly the punk explosion of the late 70s and hip-hop in the 80s. But all in all, we had the luck of the draw. It's part of what's made our band unique, the cross-tensions of the 50s blue-collar world and 60s social experience clashing and melding in our music. We are pre- and post-hippie 60s soul survivors. It's a blend that won't exactly exist firsthand anymore when we're done. The world and society changes too quickly and too much. The birthing conditions of today's musicians will be different, just as valid, but different. And as the social conditions that gave rise to Motown, Stax, the blues, and rockabilly slip out of existence, the elements that formed the basis of what was created, the golden age of radio, the industrial age, pre-internet localism, post-industrialism, will shift into an entirely different set of influences and create the next generation's rock heroes. It's already happened quite a few times, and is happening as we speak. Long live rock, whatever that may be. Induction. Come 98, I got the word I was to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. It'd been 25 years since the release of Greetings from Asbury Park, and that was the criterion for inclusion. Our old paradox would be revisited. I'd long ago signed as a solo artist and recorded as Bruce Springsteen for 25 years. The Hall of Fame induction rules stated you were inducted under the name of your earliest recording. We'd toured since 1975 as Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band, and what I'd accomplished was inseparable from my work with my friends. A few weeks before my induction, Steve visited me in my Rumson home and made his case that I should push for the Hall of Fame to induct us as Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band, because in his words, that was the legend. He had a point, but it had been 10 years since we'd played live together. I still had a good deal of ambivalence, and the closeness we'd rekindle over the next decade had not yet taken hold. And I had a lot of pride about walking into John Hammond's office on my own that day in 1972. I'd set the band aside in the early 70s and determined to be a solo artist. I put together the greatest band in the world to further that purpose, and in doing so we created something that was not quite fish nor fowl. My primary heroes were solo artists, Frank, Elvis, Dylan, and I went in on my own with the determination to forge a solo voice. My model was the individual traveler, the frontiersman, The man in the wilderness, the highwayman, the existential American adventurer, connected but not beholden to society. John Wayne in The Searchers, James Dean in Rebel Without a Cause, Bob Dylan in Highway 61 Revisited. These would later be joined by Woody Guthrie, James M. Cain, Jim Thompson, Flannery O'Connor, individuals who worked on the edges of society to shift impressions, create worlds, imagine possibilities that would then be assimilated and become a part of the culture at large. I needed a grand instrument and more, the feeling of heart and soul commitment that gave me the room, the time to make the music I felt within me. That was the E Street Band. The Hall of Fame did not have an apparatus to consider the gray area my work and my collaboration with the band fell into. There wasn't a structure specific enough to take the important subtleties of our kind of musical entity into account. Steve was probably right. I could have petitioned the Hall of Fame to make an exception as to how I'd be inducted. Though it had never been done with any other group or individual, I'm sure they would have in this case. But to do so, I would have had to have felt with absolute clarity that that was what I wanted to do. In 1970, when I walked out of Steel Mill as a 20-year-old kid and decided that that was the last of small unit democracy and bands for me, I'd chosen a different path. On March 15, 1999, I was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame with the guys at my side. Some had hurt feelings, and some were simply happy for me. But at the end of the day, they all came through. We'd soon commence the tour that would signal a decade of some of our most productive years and bring us to several new generations of E Street fans. Rehearsal. On March 11, 1999, we went back to our roots and set up band rehearsals in Asbury Park's Convention Hall. In '99, Asbury was still blighted and struggling mightily from decades of neglect and corruption. But down on the fringes of Cookman Avenue, there was movement. A small group of artists, frontiersmen, and gays, drifting in from New York, had found the town's low rents and laissez-faire social attitudes attractive. Asbury was now the borderlands, a canvas-driven blank by poverty and abandonment, leaving room for something new to be created. There was a faint light at the end of the city's long, dark tunnel. Here we set about finding who we were now. On the first day, as I kicked the band into Prove It all night, I could feel it was all there. I was startled by some things I'd forgotten. My ears had lost their insensitivity to how loud we were. That, along with deafness, would soon return. The big rolling sound of the band, the weight it carried, felt both welcoming and unsettling. If I was going to release this big machine again, I'd better know what I wanted to do with it. Midway through Prove It, it felt like we could have played this song just 2 weeks ago. 10 years vanished into faint remembrance. It was an enjoyable day, but still I went home unconvinced. I held long conversations with John about my ambivalence. Ambivalence, of course, being one of my specialties. I couldn't have honestly expected to make my way to where we were heading without a full-on wrestling match with my own dissonance. So be it. I was drawing a lot of our set from tracks, a 66-song set of outtakes, which would be released simultaneously with our tour. I was resisting going to the classics for fear of relying too heavily upon yesterday. One evening I sat with John in the Film Center Cafe on 9th Avenue in Hell's Kitchen, and I wrote out my proposed set list. He looked it over and said, "We're a little short on the songs that after 10 years people might want to hear." Really? I made my protestations. I can't. I won't. Blah, blah, blah. Then I confided in him that I was unsure if the whole thing was going to work, if I could make it real. John calmly responded, "If you come out with your band and play your best music, people are going to like it." Oh. The next afternoon at Convention Hall, I went through a stressful rehearsal, running through music we'd long known that was feeling somehow leaden and lifeless to me. I was quietly seething with anxiety, but I didn't want to disturb or draw the confidence out of the band. There had been about 50 or so fans milling around outside of the hall for the past few weeks, and around mid-afternoon, with a few songs left to rehearse, I told one of the crew to let them in. A rush of shining, excited faces rushed stage front as I counted into Promised Land, and suddenly there it was, liftoff. The band felt light as a feather and deep as the sea. I looked into those faces and found what I was missing. It was all there inside of me. A great relief washed over me, and it all made sense. As we'd slogged away for weeks on the convention hall stage in isolation, trying to pump life into our much-vaunted songbook, there'd been only one thing missing: you. With these few souls in front of me, I could feel not only our shared history, but the presentness of what we were doing. It'd be all right. The day before our opening night concert, I brought in a song called Land of Hope and Dreams. I wanted something new to start this new stage of the band's life with. Land of Hope summed up a lot of what I wanted our band to be about, and renewed our pledge to our audience to point the way forward and once again become a living presence in our listeners' lives. That evening we closed the show with it, and we were off. We started on April 9th, 1999 in Barcelona, one of the cities that had become an epicenter of our European popularity, and were met with a blind hysteria that will continue to bring us back to this beautiful city for the next decade. It was not a reunion, but a revival, and the band played hard and well for 133 shows, winding down to a last stand in New York City that would crystallize our return in a way we hadn't expected. American Skin. As our first tour in a decade drew to its close, I wanted to write something new for our New York engagement at Madison Square Garden as a signpost to where we were heading. The shooting of Amadou Diallo, an African immigrant, by plainclothes police officers as he was reaching for his wallet, seemed to underscore the danger and deadly confusion of roaming the inner-city streets in black skin that still existed in late 20th century America. I wrote as thoughtfully as I could, trying to take in the perspective of not just the Diallo family, but the officers as well. I tried the song out in Atlanta, our last show before New York City. I just thought it was another piece of music I'd written that followed my long career path of dealing with topical subjects, and I was mildly shocked when Steve came running into our Fort Monmouth rehearsal on the day before our Garden gig saying, "Have you seen this?" There on the cover of the venerable New York Post was the head of the New York State Fraternal Order of Police, calling me a dirtbag and a floating fag. I understood dirtbag, but I had to retreat to my pre-Wikipedia Webster's for a definition of floating fag. It wasn't there. I received letters, one from the police commissioner asking me not to play the song. Huh? It's a song. No one except the folks in Atlanta had even heard it yet, but the storm continued on CNN and in newspaper editorials. Come opening night at the Garden, needless to say, some tension filled the air. You could feel the restlessness of the audience, perhaps smelling a little blood. The police backstage, usually a great part of my audience, were unsmiling and uncommunicative. Mr. and Mrs. Diallo had requested to be in attendance. I met them both briefly backstage, two elegant and beautiful Africans who, in gentle voices, spoke a little of Amadou and thanked me for writing about their son. Despite the press ruckus, I had no big presentation to make. I simply inserted the song in the part of the set where it would naturally come and went out to do my job. I gathered the band in a circle backstage, explained that something unusual might occur, but that this was what we did at our best. We held hands, the house lights dropped, and we took the stage. The opening of the set was stiff with apprehension, both our own and the audience's. You could feel it was not going to be a normal evening. I've never stood on stage and felt people waiting for just one song. Finally, 6 songs in, I cued Roy and Max to go into the dark, drawing riff and clock-like rhythm that introduced American Skin. Some in the crowd began to incongruously clap along, and I asked for some quiet. Then each band member, beginning with Clarence, chanted the opening lyric, 41 shots. At that point, I could hear some scattered booing. Regardless of what they say, it's quite distinctive to the ear from bruising. Well, that was to be expected. Then several angry young men, one flashing a badge and saluting me with the New Jersey state bird, rushed to the front of the stage. They stood for a moment shouting at my feet. What, I couldn't quite tell, but it wasn't greetings and salutations. They were shortly hustled away by garden security. We played on to a mixture of supportive applause and boos, with the Diallos in view in their seats, and that was it. I followed American Skin with Promised Land, 2 songs about the demand for and refusal to give human recognition, and the cost of that refusal. Though American Skin was critical, it was not anti-police, as some thought. The first lines you hear after the intro are from the policeman's point of view. Quote, kneeling over his body in the vestibule, praying for his life, unquote. In the second verse, a mother tries to impress on her young son the importance of his simplest actions in a neighborhood where the most innocent of motions, your hand reaching for your wallet or moving out of sight, can be misinterpreted with deadly consequences. In the bridge, the lyrics, "Is it in your heart? Is it in your eyes?" ask the singer and his audience to look inside themselves for their collaboration in events. The third verse, "We're baptized in these waters and in each other's blood. It ain't no secret, my friend. You can get killed just for living in your American skin," spoke of life in the land of brotherly fear. The sheer number of shots, 41, seemed to gauge the size of our betrayal of one another. 41 shots. 41 shots. That was the mantra I wanted to repeat over and over throughout my song. The daily compounding of crimes, large and small, against one another. I worked hard for a balanced voice. I knew a diatribe would do no good. I just wanted to help people see the other guy's point of view. The idea was, here is what systematic racial injustice, fear and paranoia do to our children, our loved ones, ourselves. Here's the price in blood. At the end of American Skin, you could feel the audience in the garden breathe a sigh of relief. The world had not ended. Many of those who booed us cheered the rest of the show, but the cleaving scar of this one song, more than any other I'd written, stayed with us for a long time. On one of my motorcycle forays through western New York, I stopped at a little roadhouse and ran into a few local officers with a few beers under their belt, who were thoroughly displeased with my editorializing. I wisely left. Years later, when I played the song at the closing night of our Rising tour at Shea Stadium, the police contingent refused to assist us out of the hall. Poor us. And we made our way through the crowded streets on our own. No problem. But I was saddened that the song was still so misunderstood by some good men towing the blue line. On the other hand, I also encountered men and women who showed me their badge, thanked me, and said they understood what I was saying. My sweetest memory of the whole fiasco is that as I sauntered down Monmouth Avenue in Red Bank one afternoon, an elderly black woman approached me and said, "They just don't want to hear the truth." I received a small plaque that year from our local NAACP, and I was always glad that the song brought me just a little closer to the black community I always wished I'd served better. No other song I'd written, including Born in the U.S.A., ever received as confused and controversial a reaction as American Skin. It truly pissed people off. It was the first song where I stepped directly into the divide of race, and in America to this day, race cuts deep. The first E Street revival was over. I'd regained my confidence in the band, and with Land of Hope and Dreams and American Skin, I found I was able to write material that stood with the songs of our past. Now we needed to make a great modern record. Chapter 66. The Rising. After the '99 tour, I took the band into the studio to do some preliminary recording. We headed into our old stomping grounds in New York City, the Hit Factory. I had Land of Hope and Dreams, American Skin, and some material I'd co-written with blue-collar Pittsburgh rocker Joe Grishecki to get us started. I gathered our old production squad, including Chuck Plotkin, and we spent a few days cutting what we had. I'd made some pretty good demos of my new songs for the band to crib from, and we hit it home with 8 things or so basically recorded. Upon second listening in the weeks that followed, it all just didn't add up. The band was playing well. The music had been recorded fine. But there was no freshness, no spark, no center, no record there. It all lay flat on the tape like nothing was happening. All great rock and roll records convince you of one essential thing, that something is happening, something you need to hear. There are many very listenable, bad records that hold your attention because they are not dull. They have been written, constructed, arranged, and produced in a way that holds the ear. It may not be art, but it's admirable craft. We didn't have that. When I listened back to what we'd recorded, my final judgment was, we were dull. I knew some of the songs I'd written weren't dull. They'd raised a shitstorm, but the records we were making of those songs were. After a quarter-century of success, John and I had to acknowledge that we no longer knew how to make our records. The art of production had simply moved its center, and our ideas and techniques were no longer current, ear-friendly, exciting, or competent. We were now much better singers, songwriters, performers, managers than we were record producers. So be it. Who's next? We were both still hungry to make great records. We'd now have to open our very closed little universe and find out how to do that. Several years previous, Donnie Ienner, then president of Columbia Records, had told me Brendan O'Brien, producer of Pearl Jam and Rage Against the Machine, was interested in working with me. His name, among a few others, now came up again. John and I scheduled a meeting between Brendan and myself at my home studio in New Jersey. We'd talk, I'd play him a little of what I had, and we'd see where it was going to go. The day came. I met Mr. O'Brien, a youngish-looking man in his 30s. He was sane, easy to talk to and be with, without pretension and confident. I ran by him some things I had, recent recordings, old demos, new demos. He focused on a few songs, said he'd come up just to make sure I was still me, and informed me that I was. And we went on to plan another meeting and recording date in his home base of Atlanta. There, we'd give each other a full audition. But before that date arrived, a beautiful, sunlit fall day would blossom over the tri-state area. On September 11th, 2001, I came down from bed and walked into the kitchen, and one of the women who worked in our home told me a plane had flown into the World Trade Center. Remembering a small plane had once flown into the Empire State Building in a heavy fog, my first thought was, poor bastard. I figured a misguided, inexperienced pilot had flown his Cessna, or whatever, way off the mark. It was just one thing. As I sat at our sunny breakfast table, the skies outside could not have been clearer. There couldn't have been a visibility problem. Curious, I went into the living room and turned on the television. Smoke was billowing from one of the Trade Center towers, and as I watched, another plane flew into the second tower. This was not a Cessna, but a full-size passenger plane. I learned that so was the first, and shortly thereafter came the report that one had also flown into the Pentagon. We were under attack. I sat like the rest of the country, transfixed by a television screen, where the unimaginable was occurring, feeling like anything, truly anything could or might happen next. We were untethered and skimming across deadly and absolutely unpredictable waters. As I saw the towers fall, such an impossible and confounding event that the newsman on the scene could not conceive of what he was witnessing and did not report that that was what was happening. In the late afternoon, I drove to the Rumson-Seabright Bridge. There, usually, on a clear day, the twin towers struck two tiny vertical lines on the horizon at the bridge's apex. Today, torrents of smoke lifted from the end of Manhattan Island, a mere 15 miles away by boat. I stopped in at my local beach and walked to the water's edge. Looking north, a thin gray line of smoke, dust, and ash spread out due east over the waterline. It appeared like the smudged edge of a hard blue sheet, folding and resting upon the autumn Atlantic. I sat for a while alone, the September beach empty beneath the eerie quiet of silent skies. We live along a very busy air corridor. Planes are constantly flying just off the eastern seaboard on their way to Kennedy and Newark airports, and the low buzz of airplane engines is as much a part of the sound tapestry at the shore as are the gently crashing waves. Not today. All air traffic grounded. A deadly, On the beach, science fiction-like quiet unfolded over the sand. After a short while, I headed home to join Patti and pick up our children from school. As I drove over the gravel of the beach club parking lot, I hesitated before pulling into traffic on Ocean Boulevard. Just then a car careening off Rumson's Seabright Bridge shot past, its window down, and its driver, recognizing me, shouted, "Bruce, we need you." I sort of knew what he meant, but on the way home, trying to put the morning in context proved almost impossible. All I was brought back to was myself in gym clothes on our high school soccer pitch as someone came running, shouting across the parking lot from the school cafeteria. I remembered my face pressed up against the chain-link fence as I heard, "The president's been assassinated. Kennedy's been shot." I pulled in front of the Rumson Country Day School, where a crowd of parents, with the same jittery silence running through them, were picking up their children. I met Evan, Jesse, and Sam, and took them home. Monmouth County had lost 150 husbands, brothers, sons, wives, daughters. For weeks, the long black limousines pulled up to churches, and candlelit vigils were held in the neighborhood park. In Rumson, a town full of Wall Street commuters, almost everyone knew someone who'd lost somebody. A benefit was held at the Count Basie Theater, where local musicians met and played to raise funds for many of the surviving families. Here I was introduced to the Jersey Girls, who would soon do so much to push the government to be openly accountable for the events of that day. Their efforts would lead to the formation of the 9/11 Commission. The nation owes them a debt of gratitude. The Rising had its origins in the national telethon we were invited to be a part of the week after September 11th. I wrote Into the Fire for that show. It remained incomplete, so I performed My City of Ruins, the song I'd written a year earlier for Asbury Park. Of the many tragic images of that day, the picture I couldn't let go of was of the emergency workers going up the stairs as others rushed down to safety. The sense of duty, the courage, ascending into what? The religious image of ascension, the crossing of the line between this world, the world of blood, work, family, your children, the breath in your lungs, the ground beneath your feet, all that is life, and the next, flooded my imagination. If you love life, or any part of it, the depth of their sacrifice is unthinkable and incomprehensible. Yet what they left behind was tangible. Death, along with all its anger, pain, and loss, opens a window of possibility for the living. It removes the veil that the ordinary gently drapes over our eyes. Renewed sight is the hero's last loving gift to those left behind. The telethon seemed a small way to give thanks for community protected and preserved to the people and their families who take that burden on as part of their everyday lives. I didn't sit around wondering about whether I should or should not write about this day. I just did. I went down to Atlanta with Into the Fire and You're Missing. Brendan brought a fresh power and focus to the band's sound and playing. He didn't comment on the subject matter. He just said, "These are good. Now go home and write some more." I knew from the beginning if I was going to continue to write thematically, my songs could not depend on simply being tied to the event. They needed an independent life, a life where their internal coherency would be completely understood, even if there'd been no 9/11. So I wrote rock music, love songs, breakup songs, spirituals, blues, hit songs, and I allowed my theme and the events of the day to breathe and find their place within the framework I created. I went home, searched my book for unfinished songs, and continued to write. Waiting on a sunny day I'd had for a year or so, and it found its place within this new material. We recut Nothing Man, a song I'd had since '94 that, along with Secret Garden, had been a part of my Streets of Philly album. It captured the awkwardness and isolation of survival. Quote, "I don't remember how I felt. I never thought I'd live." Empty Sky was the last song I wrote. My art director had sent me a photo of clouds and an empty sky, and in a few days, sitting on the edge of my hotel bed in Atlanta, I had the song. For Worlds Apart, I wanted other voices, other situations than just American ones. The 11th was an international tragedy. I wanted Eastern voices, the presence of Allah. I wanted to find a place where worlds collide and meet. My old friend Chuck Plotkin assisted me in getting the voices of Pakistani Qawwali singers, Asif Ali Khan and his group, onto Worlds Apart. Let's Be Friends, beach music. Further on, the band tearing down the house. The Fuse, images of life at home during wartime, immediately following the 11th. The record rises to the house party of Mary's Place, party music with the blues hidden inside. I wanted some of the warmth and familiarity of the wild, the innocent, and the East Street Shuffle, a home place, the comfort music and friendship may bring in a crisis. The Rising was written late in the record as a bookend to Into the Fire. Secular Stations of the Cross, Steps of Duty irretraceable, the hard realization of all the life and love left behind, the opening sky. Paradise, written late, was a study of different impressions of an afterlife. In the first verse, a young Palestinian suicide bomber contemplates his last moments on earth. In the second, a Navy wife longs for her husband lost at the Pentagon. The absence of the physical, the smells, the human longing for a return to wholeness. In the last verse, my character swims deep into the water between worlds, where he confronts his lost love, whose eyes are as empty as paradise. The dead have their own business to do, as do the living. Finally, we circle back around to my city of ruins, the soul gospel of my favorite 60s records, speaking not just of Asbury, but hopefully of other places and other lands. That was my record. Our band was built well, over many years, for difficult times, when people wanted a dialogue, a conversation about events, internal and external. We developed a language that suited those moments. We were there. It was a language that I hoped would entertain, inspire, comfort, and reveal. The professionalism, the showmanship, the hours of hard work are all very important, but I always believed that it was this dialogue, this language, that was at the heart of our resiliency with our audience. The Rising was a renewal of that conversation and the ideas that forged our band. For the next year, the East Street Band crisscrossed the nation trying to contextualize the uncontextualizable. Perhaps the physical and psychic horrors were beyond music and art's ability to communicate, explain, heal, or even comment upon. I don't know. Coming from a place that had been hit so hard, speaking to firemen who'd served at Ground Zero, ship's captains whose ferries crossed Sandy Hook Bay, bringing back survivors, their decks inch-deep in ash, and my own desire to use the language I learned as a musician to sort through what was in my own head, turned me to writing those songs. First, you write for yourself, always, to make sense of experience and the world around you. It's one of the ways I stay sane. Our stories, our books, our films are how we cope with the random trauma-inducing chaos of life as it plays. When that guy yelled out, "Bruce, we need you," that was a tall order, but I knew what he meant. I needed something, someone too. As I drove home on that lonely day to find my children, my wife, my people, and you again, I turned to the only language I've ever known to fight off the night terrors, real and imagined, time and time again. It was all I could do. Chapter 67, Wild East. After 2 consecutive tours with the reconstituted E Street Band, I wanted to return to the music I had written during the Tom Joad tour. I went back, chose the best of it, wrote a new song, Devils and Dust, and Brendan O'Brien helped me finish the record I'd started in my farmhouse at Joad's End. Brendan wanted to cut the songs from scratch, but I'd grown very fond of my home-recorded versions and decided to stick with those. We added some small embellishments, some subtle strings and horns. Brendan mixed, and there we were. I followed it with a solo tour of acoustic shows and came back home. I'd always wanted some land near my hometown. A piece came up that I'd biked past since my 30s. I'd looked down its beautiful lane and often thought, someday. The woman who owned it was an artist, and she lived there until she died. It came up for sale. Patty and I looked at it for a long time, and then we bought it. Since we gotten together, Patti always told me she loved horses. Last time I'd been on a horse, I had a Cub Scout uniform, but something's got to roam these pastures. A few weeks after we closed, a trailer arrived at our newly acquired Ponderosa with horses from the Saratoga racetrack. We were told by the kindly gentleman doing the selling they were all of fine stock and could be ridden by an inebriated chimpanzee. Okay. With no riding experience, I climbed on. I'd seen a million westerns. How hard could it be? I was then pulled all over our farm by one son of Secretariat after another until I found one who sort of listened to my unskilled commands. Over the next several months, we'd put together a stable of animals ranging from the very rideable to some only for the suicide-prone. Lesson 1. Never get on a horse named Lightning, Thunder, Widowmaker, Undertaker, Acid Trip, Hurricane, or Sudden Death. Lesson 2. Take a few lessons. We hired an instructor who put me through my paces on one of our nags, but no good came of it. My back was killing me, and I had no idea of where the half-ton under me might go next. Then a miracle occurred. Patti found a dusty old Palomino. As I sat astride him, I felt at home. He had a beautiful light gait, smooth as a Cadillac, and was extremely quiet, old, and confident. He was unruffled by the clumsy reining of the neophyte on his back. I dubbed the Cadillac Jack. The horse taught me how to ride until I had him full gallop, belly flat to the ground, breezing him at speeds they make over at Monmouth Park. In the woods, the deer and small creatures did not startle him. The wind did not unnerve him, nor the dark cause him to quicken his pace home. Once I sat in the saddle, as he sank up to his haunches in the mud of a shallow creek after a hard rain. I ended up astride him, still in the saddle, but with both feet planted firmly on the ground. I calmly stepped off, he slowly worked his way out, and we carried on. During our early years at the farm, I was thrown from horseback many times. I'd brush myself off and hop back on, but still I'm glad this occurred during my 40s, when my durability remained at an all-time high. I was thrown from all sides, and then would gaily reunite with my steed, if lucky, a few feet away, if not, back at the barn. Many of our equine companions earned their names. A beautiful black beauty like gelding unfortunately became known as he who is afraid of small things. If any rabbit, gopher, fox, or squirrel darted into his path, it was hi-o silver away, as I ate pods of dust, dirt, and grass from flat on my back. In my late 30s, I had a short tenure in a local judo dojo, where I became rather adept at being thrown. During those 2 years, I spent a reasonable amount of time, weightless and shoulder high, tracking through space until I came to a thudding halt upon the mat. Oh, how this came in handy when I cowboyed up. We had another horse, a great well-trained parade horse and show animal named Cal. He also was named He Who Does Not Like Things Upside His Head. He was the greatest horse I've ever owned and the equestrian love of my life. But he had one tick. As a colt, someone must have struck him hard on the side of his face, because any object in the area of his eyes would send him to the hills. I learned after a few forgetful occasions to honor his request. One afternoon, at one of our fall fiestas attended by about 100 of our relatives and friends, we'd hired a 20-piece mariachi band from New York City. The singer requested to have his picture taken on a fiery steed, so we brought out Cal, my best. The singer climbed aboard but had left his sombrero on the ground. He called for a bandmate to hand it to him, just as I was about to warn that it wasn't a good idea. Too late. Just as he grabbed his sombrero near Cal's face, my finest started to spin in the opposite direction of the hat. This caused our singer to windmill, wildly in search of balance, bringing the sombrero again and again to Cal's eye level. This, of course, caused him to spin and spin. Cal, with his rear hooves remaining steady, did a hard series of 360-degree pirouettes, while my amigo, his eyes rolled back in his head, was launched, NASA-like, into the dirt. The great man landed in a cloud of dust at the feet of his compañeros, who exploded in uproarious laughter. He calmly got up, dusted himself off, and moved towards the dining tables, where the whole group burst into Guadalajara, Guadalajara, followed by an all-hands-on-deck Macarena. We'd often hold small rodeos with pro bronc riders, barrel races, and team penning that we all joined in on. Team penning is pretty basic. The tequila gets lined up in shot glasses along the fence. The cows are numbered. You draw a number, and you and a partner cut that cow out of the herd and drive him toward a small pen. The team that performs this task the fastest wins. The others drink up. In short time, hilarity rules. El Charro. Most of our rodeo events were hosted by Juan Marufo Sanchez. Juan hailed from Mexico, where he'd been awarded All-Around Mexican Cowboy in 1994. He ended up marrying a Jersey girl on vacation in Mexico and now incongruously resided in an apartment in Brick, New Jersey. As a new Hispanic immigrant, whose heavily accented English left him at a disadvantage, he'd ended up working at local farms, mucking stalls, and taking care of horses, his great skill as a horseman undiscovered. One day I asked my assistant, Terry McGovern, to do some research on a section of Mexico I was writing about for my song Reno. Terry answered, "Hey, there's a Mexican cowboy living upstairs in an apartment in Brick. Maybe you should speak to him." A few weeks later, Juan showed up at our farm and stayed. He gave me a few books on the topics I was interested in, and we talked a while. But most of that first afternoon was taken up in a display of horsemanship, Charro style. Juan was also a master of the lariat, and beneath his tutoring, my cousin Ricky and I became pretty good at some basic rope tricks. One evening as we herded the cows back into the trailer, one cut loose. My bull-riding brother-in-law Mickey literally grabbed the bull by the horns, though it became quickly apparent that that's not as easy as it sounds. Small cows are strong and will easily lift you up off your feet with one good swipe of their heads. Our cow broke loose, heading at speed toward the western edge of our property in Route 34. It was a summer weekend. Route 34 was packed with Mom, Pop, Little Billy, Sally, Sue, and Grandma heading home from the beach in their SUVs. Juan, in the meantime, had disappeared into the barn and came galloping out with lariat in hand on Ranger, his trick horse. We were off. I hopped on an ATV along with Juan's father and Max Weinberg's 8-year-old son Jay. We pursued our fleeing bovine as he headed for a stand of trees. This was the last obstacle, separating our property from an open field and two packed weekend lanes of unsuspecting suburban drivers. I had visions of a full-on disaster and headlines reading, "Benny's Bronco bashed by Boss's Bull." 50 feet from the tree line, I watched Juan and Ranger make their move. Juan's right arm raised, lariat at the ready. Ranger suddenly shifted gears, and a thin line of rope arced through the air and wham! Right on the money. The rope landed perfectly, unimaginably, right over the cow's horns, as Juan wrapped the opposite end around his saddle horn, and our prey was stopped in his tracks. Juan's dad slid off the rear of our ATV and lightly tossed another rope around the horns, and then I triangulated with another. It took the three of us, soaked in sun and sweat, to move this strong little cow back to its trailer. Jay Weinberg had the last word as he looked at Juan and said, "Wow, a real cowboy." Chapter 68. The Seeger Sessions. In 1997, I recorded We Shall Overcome, for Where Have All the Flowers Gone, the songs of Pete Seeger. Growing up a rock and roll kid, I didn't know a lot about Pete's music or the depth of his influence. But once I started listening, I was overwhelmed by the wealth of songs, their richness, and their power. It changed what I thought I knew about folk music. Through Susie Tyrell, I met a group of musicians out of New York City who occasionally came down and played at our farm. Accordion, fiddle, banjo, upright bass, washboard. This is the sound I was envisioning for the Pete Seeger project. We sat up next to one another in the living room of our farmhouse, horns in the hall, counted off the opening chords to Jesse James, and away we went. We made a half-dozen recordings, I sat on them for almost a decade, but from time to time, I kept being drawn back to them. They weren't quite like anything else I'd cut before, and their freshness kept commanding my ear. I set up another session in 2005, and then one more in 2006. Everything on the record was cut in those 3 one-day sessions, 97, 05, and 06, mostly first or second takes, all live, and all with a band I never played a note with before they showed up at our farm barn dance. The Sessions Band was born. There was one show in America that stood out as not only one of the finest of, but one of the most meaningful of my work life, New Orleans. I'd been invited to play the first post-Katrina New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival as a headliner. I finally had a band that I felt would contextually fit Jazz Fest and might be able to pull the weight of that position. I understood the great symbolism the festival would have to New Orleans that year, and I wanted to make sure we honored it. They'd been through hell. With half the population lost, their city destroyed. People would be attending for deep, deep reasons, and that would need to be taken into consideration. Shortly before we were to leave for Louisiana, I thought of the city's unofficial theme song, When the Saints Go Marching In. I was compelled to seek out all the lyrics. I saw most of them had never been heard, and that this was a much deeper piece of music than what had been popularly known over the years. I slowed the song down to a meditation on resilience, survival, and commitment to a dream that lives on through storm, wreckage, and ruin. It was a quiet hymn the way we presented it, but it was our thanks and our prayer for the city that had birthed blues, jazz, rock and roll, and so much of the most epic American culture. In order to soundcheck at the festival grounds, we would need to be on stage at 8:30 a.m. on the day of our show. That's gut-level brutal for musicians, but we needed to soundcheck. This was a new band's first gig in front of people. I had to make sure my musicians were comfortable and left the stage knowing we could be great. The Edge of U.S.A. was there at the crack of dawn with us, checking it out. I'd been long-time compadres with the guys in U2 going back to that 1981 club appearance in London. I feel a great bond with their band. Bono had emceed my induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and besides being one of the last of the rock bands always willing to play for all the marbles, they also happened to be some of the nicest people I've ever met in the music business. Years later, they continued to support me and show up at our gigs regularly, so it was great to see the Edge's goatee smiling by the side of the stage. It'd been pouring rain all morning. The field was soaked and looked like the land of 1,000 lakes. It was bone-chilly and damp. We kicked into blind Alfred Reed's How Can a Poor Man Stand Such Times and Live? And the first thing I noticed was the stage was acoustically dead. There was very little ambient sound. This can make things sound flat and unexciting, even too quiet to the group. The house sound was too far away to add that little extra buzz and fullness that lets you know you're hearing some of what the crowd is responding to. All of this often happens in outside venues. For the audience, the sound will be clear and unfiltered by arena echo, but for the band, it can make you feel cut off from the crowd, and that's always deadly to me. So you adapt. You concentrate, and will that bridge between yourself and the audience, then let your Showtime adrenaline fix do the rest. We came off the stage after sound check smiling. It'd do. I stood in the wings, greeted the band stage side, and told them we'd have a great afternoon. Showtime in New Orleans. Allen Toussaint, New Orleans' spiritual godfather, who passed away in November of 2015, went on right before us. That's a hell of an opening act and tough to follow. After his set, Allen came down and met the band. He was the gracious, elegant mayor of New Orleans and welcomed us to his city. Now it was time for the kids. We walked on to a nice round of applause, not tumultuous but welcoming, and kicked into Mary, Don't You Weep. I immediately sensed the crowd was not going to be easy. They were seeing something even our fans who were there to support us hadn't seen before, and much of the audience had come to see many of the great other acts of the day. So we went to work. Sometimes two pieces have to move around a little bit, squirm and find some wiggle room until they lock into place. I could feel that was what was happening, and I knew when that arises, you just put your head down and play your music. You have to be confident in all of the thought and rehearsal that brought you to that stage. Still, it's always unnerving. It turned into a beautiful evening. We were in the last hour before sundown, and the weather was glorious. Gradually things moved, loosened up. People started dancing, swaying, taking in the noise we were making and going with it. We had the balls to blow Jersey Dixieland in Dixieland. The crowd was judging, but generous too. Then we hit How Can a Poor Man, and I made sure I enunciated every line as clearly as I could to be understood. We were an hour and 15 minutes in, and I was pushing our rhythm as far toward rock while still letting the band swing. Slowly I could feel those two pieces sliding together. Then my city of ruins. That's what it took. A mutual acknowledgement of pain and hard times. We closed at exactly sunset. I walked to the front of the stage where to my left, over the field's rim, the sun sat, a red ball on the horizon. I let its golden light wash over me like no spotlight could, and I felt the band and the crowd fall into each other's arms. We finished with the prayerful arrangement of saints we'd worked out just for this moment. I watched white handkerchiefs flutter from 1,000 hands in the last rays of the sun. There were some tears both on and off the stage as the cool evening rose up, and the crowd dispersed back onto the streets of the Crescent City. I've played many, many, many shows, but few like this one. I had to work very hard and lead the band with a conviction I wasn't sure I felt myself. But maybe that's what the evening was all about, trying to rise above the uncertainty of the day and find something to stand on. You cannot book, manufacture, or contrive these dates. It's a matter of moment, place, need, and a desire to serve in your small way the events of the day. There in New Orleans, there was a real job to do, one the lovely but fleeting notes that poured out of that day's participants and off the stage onto the streets of New Orleans could only scratch the surface of. Still, something as seemingly inconsequential as music does certain things very well. There's a coming together and a lifting, a fortifying, that occurs when people gather and move in time with one another. It's a beautiful thing. This was one of the shows that went to the very top of the list for me. I don't know if we were great, but I know it was a great evening. Sometimes that covers a lot of ground and is all the day calls for. In the 1970s, I went to a Grateful Dead show at a community college. I watched the crowd swaying and doing its trance dance thing, and I stood very outside of it. To me, sober, non-mystical, only half hippie, if that, me, they sounded like a not very talented bar band. I went home gently mystified. I don't know if the Grateful Dead were great, but I know they did something great. Years later, when I came to appreciate their subtle musicality, Jerry Garcia's beautifully lyrical guitar playing and the folk purity of their voices, I understood that I'd missed it. They had a unique ability to build community, and sometimes it ain't what you're doing, but what happens while you're doing it that counts. In New Orleans that year, we were a left field but good fit, and filled our important slot well. The New Orleans did the rest. A lot of what the E Street Band does is hand-me-down shtick transformed by will, power, and an intense communication with our audience into something transcendent. Sometimes that's all you need. I once read a review of a very competent hit-making group where the reviewer stated, "They do all the unimportant things very well." I knew exactly what he meant. Rock and roll music, in the end, is a source of religious and mystical power. Your playing can suck. Your singing can be barely viable. But if when you get together with your pals in front of your audience and make the noise, the one that is drawn from the center of your being, from your Godhead, from your gutter, from the universe's infinitesimal genesis point, you're rockin', and you're a rock and roll star in every sense of the word. The punks instinctively knew this and created a third revolution out of it, but it is an essential element in the equation of every great musical unit and rock and roll band, no matter how down to earth their presentation. Chapter 69. Magic. At the end of the Rising tour, I had a few songs from my road writing. Brendan O'Brien once again paid me a visit. I played him what I had, and we took it from there. I remember working on a decent amount of magic at my work table in Rumson, but by this time I tended to write anywhere and everywhere. I no longer separated touring and writing as I had in my early years. I wrote in my dressing room, often before the show, or after in my hotel room. It became a way I meditated before or after a raucous night. Quiet, lost in my own thoughts, traveling to places I'd never been, looking through the eyes of those I'd never met, I dreamt the dreams of refugees and strangers. Those dreams were somehow also mine. I felt their fears, their hopes, their desires, and when it was good, I'd lift off from my hotel digs and find myself back on some metaphysical highway, searching for life and rock and roll. Magic was my state-of-the-nation descent over the Iraq War and the Bush years. Still, I aimed everywhere on magic for the political and the personal to meld together. You can listen to the whole thing without ever thinking of the politics of the day, or you can hear them ticking deadly through the internal thread of the music. Like many before, our magic tours started in Asbury Park's Convention Hall. There, as a young aspiring musician, I'd seen the Doors with Jim Morrison, whose live presence and command of the stage completely engulfed you, and in 1966, I somehow managed to miss the Rolling Stones as they passed through. I'd seen The Who demolish their equipment in a cloud of smoke in front of wide-eyed teeny boppers with Mom and Dad in tow who were waiting to see the headlining act, Herman's Hermits. The Who's show sent me running in a fever out to pick up a strobe light and smoke bomb for my upcoming CYO gig with the Castiles. There, at the end of our last set, in the basement of St. Rose of Lima on a Saturday night, I switched on the strobe, set off the smoke bomb, climbed on a chair, and smashed a vase of flowers I'd lifted from a first-grade classroom onto the floor. This didn't quite pack the nihilistic punch of Pete Townsend, bashing his guitar to bits against his Smoky Vox amplifier, but limited funds and one good guitar could only take you so far. Convention Hall was the first mansion of my rock and roll dreams. There, under its roof, a wider world awaited. Real magicians appeared, and anything could happen. Midget wrestling, boat shows with yachts the size of your backyard, hot rod exhibitions, roller derby, and rock and roll baptisms all coursed through the veins of this modest concert hall that seemed to me the size of Madison Square Garden. Its front doors opened onto the interior of the Convention Hall promenade. There, stands of cotton candy, cheap T-shirts, seashells, pinball arcades, and an endless amount of shore tchotchkes lined your walk to the hall's brass doors, which promised absurdity and transcendence. It's still pretty much the same. For me now, it's just a home of my own, the Asbury Boardwalk, where I bring my band to reconnect with where we come from and to tighten up and get ready for battle on our newest adventure. Here on the boardwalk, I now play the role of the ghost of Christmas past as the city and its exciting new development passes me by. There is even a ridiculous bust of me somewhere in town, primed and ready for seagull shit. Still, on any summer night, I feel comfortably at home, walking the boards wearing my ninja cloak of invisibility, a baseball hat, all while going almost as unrecognized as I did in 1969. I still feel amongst friends and my people. It's still my place, and I still feed off and love it. So on a fresh September morning, we packed our gear and left Asbury for Hartford, Connecticut. We were off. This was the first tour where an illness would sideline a band member into missing shows. Danny Federici had contracted melanoma and now needed serious medical treatment. Danny had been misdiagnosed early on, and the cancer was now moving through his system. He had been quietly receiving care for a while, but could no longer keep it from the band, and so began a long and difficult journey. Charlie Giordano from the Sessions Band was tutored for a few shows by Dan, then quietly stepped in to take over the organ duties while Danny was treated. One evening, on one of Danny's short returns to the band, he stepped into my dressing room before the show and sat in the chair opposite me. He basically explained things weren't looking so good. At one point, he seemed to run out of words and, gesturing silently, moved one palm over the other, trying to tell me what I already knew. His eyes filled, and Finally, we sat there looking at each other. It'd been 35 years. I gave him what assurances I could that might ease his mind. We stood up, held each other for a long moment, and went out and played. Not long thereafter, Danny appeared with us for the last time at Conseco Fieldhouse in Indianapolis on March 20th, 2008. In the band, we all knew this was it. We wouldn't see Danny on stage again. Danny was a believer in the world as it stands. We never spoke a single word about a single lyric or idea that was in the many hundreds of songs I wrote. The same songs that his fingers and heart magically and instinctively knew how to color perfectly. Danny and I were closest on evenings when he found me in my lowest self. He never judged. He just observed and breathed a sigh. I always felt it was a bad way to bridge the gap between the two of us. It was. But when I tried it the other way, to bring Danny to personal accountability, I felt like his taskmaster, or his old man with a pole so far at my ass it embarrassed me. As a leader, even of a rock and roll band, there's always a little of the padrone in your job description. But it's a fine line, and the members for whom I played that role too fully usually fared the worst. But Danny tried hard. He beat alcoholism, stayed pretty true to his AA program, and worked to put a life together. But in the end, for Dan Federici, it would never be easy. One spring afternoon, a few of us gathered in a Manhattan hospital around Danny's bed. We circled the bed holding hands and said our individual prayers and farewells. Danny died on April 17th, 2008. He left behind a son, Jason, 2 daughters, Harley and Madison, and his wife, Maya. There was a lovely light-filled service held for Danny at the United Methodist Church in Red Bank on April 21st. To an overflow crowd, music was played, remembrances given, goodbyes said. I had watched Danny fight and conquer some tough addictions. I watched him struggle to put his life together, and in the last decade, when the band reunited, thrive on sitting in his seat behind that big B3. I watched him fight his cancer without complaint, and with great courage and spirit. He was a sunny-side-up fatalist. He never gave up right to the end. Before we went on for that last night in Indiana, I asked him what he wanted to play, and he said Sandy. He wanted to strap on the accordion and revisit the boardwalk of our youth during the summer nights when we'd walk along the boards with all of the time in the world. He wanted to play once more the song that is, of course, about the end of something wonderful and the beginning of something unknown and new. Pete Townsend once said, "A rock and roll band is a crazy thing. You meet some people when you're a kid, and unlike any occupation in the whole world, you're stuck with them for the rest of your life, no matter who they are or what crazy things they do. If we didn't play together, the E Street Band would probably not know one another. We wouldn't be in a room together. But we do. We do play together. And every night at 8, we walk out on stage together. And that, my friends, is a place where miracles occur. Old and new miracles. And those you are with in the presence of miracles you never forget. Life does not separate you. Death does not separate you. Those you are with who create miracles for you, like Danny did for me every night, you are honored to be amongst. Of course we all grow up, and we know it's only rock and roll. But it's not. After a lifetime of watching a man perform his miracle for you, night after night, it feels an awful lot like love. Chapter 70. Super Bowl Sunday. 6 Air Force Thunderbirds have just roared overhead at what felt like inches above our backstage area, giving myself and the entire E Street Band a brush cut. With 20 minutes to go, I'm sitting in my trailer trying to decide which boots to wear. I got a nice pair of cowboy boots my feet look really good in, but I'm concerned about their stability. There is no canopy overhead at the Super Bowl, and 2 days ago we rehearsed in full rain on the field. We all got soaked, and the stage became as slick as a frozen pond. It was so slippery, I crashed into Mike Colucci, our cameraman, coming off my knee slide. His camera, the only thing that kept me from launching out onto the soggy turf. Then our referee, for glory days, came running out, couldn't stop himself, and executed one of the most painfully perfect man slips on a banana peel falls I've ever seen. This sent Steve, myself, and the entire band into one of the biggest stress-induced laughs of our lives that lasted all the way back to our trailers. I better go with the combat boots I always carry. The round toes will give me better braking power than the pointy-toed cowboy boots when I hit the deck. I stuff my boots with 2 inner soles to make them as fitted as possible, zip them up snugly around my ankles, stomp around in my trailer a bit, and feel pretty grounded. 15 minutes. I'm nervous. It's not the usual pre-show jitters or butterflies I've had before. I'm talking about a 5 minutes to beach landing, right stuff, Lord, don't let me screw the pooch in front of 100 million people kind of semi-terror. It only lasts for a minute. I check my hair, spray it with something that turns it into concrete, and I'm out the door. I catch sight of Patti smiling. She's been my rock all week. I put my arm around her and away we go. They take us by golf cart to a holding tunnel right off the field. The problem is there are 1,000 people there, TV cameras, media of all kinds, and general chaos. Suddenly, hundreds of people rush by us in a column, shouting, cheering, our fans, and tonight, also our stage builders. These are the volunteers. They've been here for 2 weeks, on their own dime, in a field day after day, putting together and pulling apart pieces of our stage over and over again, theoretically achieving military precision. Now it's for real. I hope they've got it down, because as we're escorted onto the field, lights in the stadium fully up, the banshee wail of 70,000 screaming football fanatics rising in our ears, there's nothing there. Nothing. No sound. No lights. No instruments. No stage. Nothing but brightly lit, unwelcoming green turf. Suddenly, an army of ants comes from all sides of what seems like nowhere, each rolling a piece of our lifeline, our earth, onto the field. The cavalry has arrived. What takes us on a concert day 8 hours to do is done in 5 minutes. Unbelievable. Everything in our world is there, we hope. We gather a few feet off the stage, form a circle of hands. I say a few words drowned out by the crowd, and it smiles all around. I've been in a lot of high-stakes situations like this, though not exactly like this, with these people before. It's stressful, but our band is made for it, and it's about to begin, so, happy warriors, we bound up onto the stage. The NFL stage manager gives me the 3-minute sign. 2 minutes. 1. There's a guy jumping up and down on sections of the stage to get them to sit evenly on the grass field. 30 seconds. White noise screams from our monitors. They're still testing all the speakers and equipment. That's cutting it close. The lights in the stadium go down. The crowd erupts, and Max's drumbeat opens 10th Avenue. I feel a white light silhouette. Clarence and I share a moment. I hear Roy's piano. I give C's hand a pat. I'm on the move, tossing my guitar in a high arc for Kevin, my guitar tech, to catch, and it's, ladies and gentlemen, for the next 12 minutes we will be bringing the righteous and mighty power of the E Street Band into your beautiful home. I want you to step back from the guacamole dip. I want you to put the chicken fingers down and turn the television all the way up, because of course there is just one thing I've got to know. Is there anybody alive out there? I feel like I've just taken a syringe of adrenaline straight to the heart. Then I'm on top of the piano, good old boots. I'm down, 1, 2, 3, knee drop in front of the microphone, and I'm bending back almost flat on the stage. I close my eyes for a moment, and when I open them, I see nothing but blue night sky. No band, no crowd, no stadium. I hear and feel all of it in the form of a great siren-like din surrounding me, but with my back nearly flat against the stage, I see nothing but beautiful night sky with a halo of 1,000 stadium suns at its edges. I take several deep breaths and a calm comes over me. Since the inception of our band, it's been our ambition to play for everyone. We've achieved a lot, but we haven't achieved that. Our audience remains tribal, that is, predominantly white. On occasion, the Obama inaugural concert, touring through Africa in '88, during a political campaign, particularly in Cleveland with President Obama, I looked out and sang Promised Land to the audience I intended it for. Young people, old people, black, white, brown, cutting across religious and class lines. That's who I'm singing to today. Today we play for everyone, for free. I pull myself upright with the mic stand, back into the world, this world, my world, the one with everybody in it. And the stadium, the crowd, my band, my best friends, my wife come rushing into view, and it's teardrops on the city. During 10th Avenue, I tell the story of my band and other things. When the change was made uptown, it goes rushing by, then the knee slide. Too much adrenaline. A late drop, too much speed. Here I come, Mike. Boom! And I'm onto his camera, the lens implanted into my crotch with one leg off the stage. I use his camera to push myself back up and say it, say it, say it, say it. Blam! Born to Run. My story. Something bright and hot blows up behind me. Later I'll hear there were fireworks. I never see any. Just the ones going off in my head. I'm out of breath. I try to slow it down. That ain't gonna happen. I already hear the crowd singing the last 8 bars of Born to Run. Oh, 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 oh. Then it's straight into working on a dream. Your story, and mine, I hope. Steve is on my right, Patti on my left. I catch a smile and the wonderful choir, the Joyce Garrett singers, that backed me in Washington during the inaugural concert is behind us. I turn to see their faces and listen to the sound of their voices, working on a dream. Done. Moments later, we're ripping straight into Glory Days, the end of the story. A last party steeped in happy fatalism and some laughs with my old pal Steve. The ump doesn't fall on his ass tonight. He just throws the yellow penalty flag for the precious 45 seconds we've gone overtime. Home stretch. Everyone is out front now, forming that great line. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch the horns raising their instruments high. My guitar is wheeling around my neck, and on the 7th beat, I'm going to Disneyland. I'm already someplace a lot farther away and more fun than that. I look around. We're alive. It's over. We link arms and take a bow as the stage comes apart beneath our feet. It's chaos again, all the way back to the trailer. The theory of relativity holds. On stage, your exhilaration is in direct proportion to the void you're dancing over. A gig I always looked a little askance at and was a little wary of turned out to have surprising emotional power and resonance for me and my band. It was a high point, a marker of some sort, and went up with the biggest shows of our work life. The NFL threw us an anniversary party, the likes of which we'd never have thrown for ourselves, with fireworks and everything. In the middle of their football game, they let us hammer out a little part of our story. I love playing long and hard, but it was the 35 years and 12 minutes. That was the trick. You start here, you end there. That's it. That's the time you've got to give it everything you have. 12 minutes, give or take a few seconds. The Super Bowl helped me sell a few new records and probably put a few extra fannies in the seats that tour. But what it was really about was this. I felt my band remained one of the mightiest in the land, and I wanted you to know it. We wanted to show you, just because we could. By 3 a.m., I was back home, everyone in the house fast asleep. I was sitting in the yard in front of an open fire, watching the sparks light, fly, and vanish into the black evening sky, my ears ringing good and hard. Oh yeah, it's all right. Chapter 71. Moving on. The rest of 2009 was taken up with the release of our Working on a Dream album and tour. Max's son, Jay, stepped in for his dad, who was taking care of business with Conan O'Brien, and at age 18, Jay became only the second man to sit on that drum stool in 35 years. After a few ragged starts, it was obvious Jay had the power, the precision, the ears, the discipline, his father's work ethic, and willingness to learn. Plus, he brought his own brand of young punk energy that kicked the shit out of our playbook. Still, something didn't feel quite right. When Jay initially started playing with us, my skin wasn't moving right. Then I realized with all his technique and power, he was playing on top of the band, riding over the surface of our arrangements. We took a break. I walked over to him and quietly explained that the drums are not part of the exoskeleton of these arrangements. The drums are the soul engine, buried down and breathing inside the band. You play not on top, but immersed in the band. You power everything from within. I said, take a breath, take it back down, and dig deep. When you hit that right position, when the beat is placed correctly, you'll drop inside the band naturally. That could be a pretty sophisticated idea for anyone to wrap their head around, much less an 18-year-old who up to this point had mostly played in front of approximately 30 people at a local club. But like father, like son. That afternoon, Jay Weinberg took out his shovel and dug himself a hole so deep inside the rhythm section that the question of who was going to do the job became moot. Jay brought fire, youth, intensity, and his own brand of showmanship to the band. When we stepped on stage in front of 50,000 screaming fans, he blew the place apart. Later that year, we played the 25th anniversary of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We had a blast backing Darlene Love, Sam Moore, and Billy Joel. I sang I Still Haven't Found What I'm Looking For with U.S.A, and Because the Night with my second favorite Jersey girl, Patti Smith. We had 3 weeks of touring left. My great concern was Clarence's physical condition. This is something I had watched deteriorate for a long time. First the knees, then the hips, then the back, then it got worse. He traveled with a trainer and someone who monitored his medical condition, but he still had to sit through much of the working on a dream tour. Getting him on and off the stage became a small production. An elevator was built. We walked on together so he had some support. But his inner strength, heart, and commitment to playing never wavered. He had mellowed greatly with age, until he often felt like this half-sleeping lion. He was not the danger he once was, but you still did not want to disturb him. C's presence remained large and his will ironclad. That's why he was still there. He willed it. And if it had been up to him, he would have died there. That always worried me. We found doctors before each tour to provide him with a full checkup. Somehow, he was always ready to play. I told him, I need to know exactly what you can do and what you can't do. But he grew furious if I poked my nose too deeply into his medical business. During the Dream Tour, he brought along a young mixed-race man as his assistant. For months I never really knew who he was. I just figured he was one of C's people who fluctuated regularly and brought some service or comfort to him. It was Jay Clemens, Clarence's nephew, a saxophonist himself, though he never played, with the exception of joining C one night on 10th Avenue Freeze-Out. Clarence was always the last band member off the stage. As I held up that big body night after night, and we slowly made it down the stairs, he often whispered, "Thanks for letting me be here." I was thankful he was there. Even in his diminished state, Clarence's presence remained rock-like and essential to me. We flew up to Buffalo, New York, where we played the Greetings from Asbury Park album, start to finish for the first time. It was the last show of the tour, and the night was filled with high anticipation, camaraderie, and the excitement of an adventure completed. The place was in an uproar, and the party was on. Old ghosts were there. Mike Appel had accompanied us to the concert, stood in the circle of hands before the show, and was deeply welcome. We were alive and farther down the road, the place filled with Mike's old cackling laugh and carny energy. Music played. People drank. Back on the plane as we drew closer to Newark, from his seat Clarence lifted his glass and said, "I've just got something I want to say. This could be the start of something big." Everyone laughed. But that's how it felt. The band was playing great, and we were navigating this part of our work life with grace and energy. Half of our set was drawn from new material of the past 10 years, and we were still thrilled to be amongst one another. We remained in love with the music, with our band, and with our audience. With the lights of the eastern seaboard sparkling beneath us, carrying us home, we knew we'd worked hard and been lucky. Chapter 72. Wrecking Ball. One afternoon, driving back from a séance at my local watering hole, I started singing at the wheel. You put on your coat, I'll put on my hat. You put out the dog, I'll put out the cat. Easy money. Bing, the light went on. The muse had materialized along the roadside. Easy money was the key to a record I needed to make. After the crash of 2008, I was furious at what had been done by a handful of trading companies on Wall Street. Wrecking Ball was a shot of anger at the injustice that continues on and has widened with deregulation, dysfunctional regulatory agencies, and capitalism gone wild at the expense of hard-working Americans. The middle class stomped on. Income disparity climbed as we lived through a new Gilded Age. This was what I wanted to write about. I've been following and writing about America's post-industrial trauma, the killing of our manufacturing presence and working class for 35 years. So I went to work. I had some music in my notebooks waiting, jack of all trades, written in a fury. We take care of our own in Wrecking Ball. Then I wrote Easy Money, Death to My Hometown, and This Depression. I had shackled and drawn in rocky ground from a gospel film project I'd been working on, and they fit perfectly. Finally, I knew I needed a closer. I had Land of Hope and Dreams, with which we struggled to beat our own live version until Bob Clearmountain came in with a transcendent mix. But still, I needed the song that would address the new voices of immigration, the civil rights movement, and anyone who'd ever stuck their neck out for some righteous justice and was knocked down or killed for their effort. Where were they? I decided they were all here, now, and speaking to those who would listen. Those spirits don't go away. They haunt, they rabble-rouse from beyond the grave. They have not been and can never be silenced. Death has given them an eternal voice. All we have to do is listen. That would be the message of my last song, We Are Alive. Listen and learn from the souls and spirits who've come before. I knew this was the music I should make now. It was my job. I felt the country was at a critical juncture. If this much damage can be done to average citizens with basically no accountability, then the game is off, and the thin veil of democracy is revealed for what it is, a shallow disguise for a growing plutocracy that is here, now, and permanent. Wrecking Ball was received with a lot less fanfare than I thought it would be. I was sure I had it. I still think I do, and did. Maybe my voice had been too compromised by my own success, but I don't think so. I have worked hard and long to write about these subjects, and I know them well. I knew Wrecking Ball was one of my best, most contemporary and accessible albums since Born in the U.S.A. I'm no conspiracy theorist, so basically I realized that the presentation of these ideas in this form had a powerful but limited interest to a reasonably large but still select group of people, especially in the United States. For the next several years we toured, crisscrossing the globe to a wild reception, where Europe, as usual, was a whole other story. There was a deep and abiding interest in American affairs and anyone singing about them. Their interview questions were political, and filled with the stakes I knew I was writing about when I wrote the record. I came to terms with the fact that in the States, the power of rock music as a vehicle for these ideas had diminished. A new kind of superpop, hip-hop, and a variety of other exciting genres had become the hotline of the day, more suited to the current zeitgeist. Don't get me wrong, I can't complain. Wrecking Ball went to #1 and had a fine success of its own in the United States. Appreciative and understanding audiences met us everywhere, but I thought this was one of my most powerful records, and I went out looking for it all. Chapter 73. Losing the Rain. I was in the studio at my farm on a rainy, wind-soaked day between tours when I received a phone call from Clarence. I've been trying to get hold of him for a sax session on the new version of Land of Hope and Dreams we'd cut for the upcoming Wrecking Ball. He was calling from Los Angeles, where he'd just performed with Lady Gaga on American Idol. He played a great solo on her Edge of Glory single, as well as appearing in the video. I asked how he was, and he said he had some numbness in his hand that was inhibiting his sax playing and was making him very nervous. I asked him what he wanted to do, and for the first time in our history, he begged off a session and asked if he could return home to Florida to see a neurologist and have his hand checked out. I assured him he could catch the session later and told him I'd call him in a week or so and see how he was doing. Patti's and my anniversary came up, and we left to spend 5 or so days in Paris. About 3 days in, Gil Gamboa, our security person, knocked on our hotel door in the afternoon. When I opened the door, all I saw was his eyes glazed with tears. He choked out that Clarence had had a very serious stroke and was in the hospital. I left for Florida. Clarence's stroke was massive, shutting the lights out on an entire side of his brain. It had happened in moments as he fell out of bed onto the floor. I visited St. Mary's Medical Center in West Palm Beach, where I was greeted by Clarence's brother, Bill, Jake, his nephew, and Victoria, his wife, and I was ushered in to see the big man. He lay in bed, breathing heavily, in a dimly lit room, with tubes and cords emanating from underneath his gown. Clarence's eyelids, which were always like soft steel doors, languorously opening and closing, were heavily shut. Victoria spoke to him and told him I was there. I took his hand, spoke gently to him, and could feel a light grip form around my fingers. Some part of him, somewhere, was responding. Clarence's hands were always like heavy stones, but when he placed them upon your shoulders, the most comforting, secure feeling swept through your body and heart. Very, very strong and exceedingly gentle. That was C with me. The folks at St. Mary's were kind enough to provide us with a small room where Clarence's brother, nephews, children, and friends could gather, play some music, and talk about C. It was far enough away not to disturb the other patients, and before long we had the saxophone, guitars, and our voices singing during the days and nights we waited to see how Clarence would respond to the efforts of his doctors. There were procedures, medical decisions to be made by the family, doctors' consultations, but one afternoon I was taken aside by Clarence's main physician and was told it would be near miraculous if he ever regained consciousness. If he did, he would most certainly be wheelchair-bound, an entire half of his body paralyzed, his speech, his face, his hands dysfunctional. He would certainly never play the saxophone again. I don't know how Clarence would have handled this. He was a strong man with a staggering life force, but I know not playing, and not playing in the band would have hurt big. It really wasn't meant to be. Clarence had been a natural creature of excess, lived hard, never really taken great care of himself, and never looked back. A week passed, C's condition continued to worsen, and all that could be done had been done. The morning sun laid a pinkish veil over the St. Mary's parking lot as we entered through the rear door and gathered bedside in Clarence's small room. His wife, his sons, his brother, his nephews, myself, Max and Gary prepared to say our goodbyes. I strummed my guitar gently to Land of Hope and Dreams, and then something inexplicable happened. Something great and timeless and beautiful and confounding just disappeared. Something was gone for good. There is no evidence of the soul, except in its sudden absence. A nothingness enters, taking the place where something was before. A night without stars falls, and for a moment covers everything in the room. Clarence's great body became still. His name was called. A lot of tears fell. We took some time, said our prayers, and were ushered gently out by the nun who'd been C's nurse. Clarence's brother, Bill, took it very hard for the rest of us. The stillness was broken. In the hallway we comforted one another, talked for a while, kissed and hugged one another, then just went home. Back in the world, it had turned into a beautiful sunny Florida day. just the kind C loved for his fishing expeditions. I went back to my hotel and took a swim deep into the sea until the noise of the shore drifted from my ears. I tried to imagine my world without Clarence. Then, turning over on my back, I felt the sun take my face, and I swam back to land, went inside, and fell asleep soaking on my bed. The thick Florida air filled my lungs with cotton as we entered the Royal Poinciana Chapel. All of E Street, Jackson Browne and Clarence's wives and children, along with Eric Mayola, who took the iconic picture of Clarence and me on the cover of Born to Run, were there. Victoria spoke lovingly of Clarence and read his last wishes, which were basically that C wanted his ashes scattered in Hawaii in the presence of his wife and all the other special women in his life. Only Clarence, alive or dead, could pull this one off. The first time I'd seen C's massive form striding out of the shadows of a half-empty bar in Asbury Park, I had thought, here comes my brother. Yet as solid as the big man was, he was also very fragile, and in some funny way, we became each other's protectors. I think perhaps I protected C from a world where it still wasn't so easy to be big and black. Racism was still there, and over our years together, occasionally we saw it. Clarence's celebrity and size did not always make him immune. I think perhaps C protected me from a world where it wasn't always so easy to be an insecure, weird, and skinny white boy either. Standing together, we were badass. On any given night, some of the baddest asses on the planet. And we were coming to your town to shake you and to wake you up. Together we told a story that transcended those I'd written in my songs and in my music. It was a story about the possibilities of friendship. A story that Clarence carried in his heart. We both did. It was a story where the scooter and the big man busted the city in half. A story where we kicked ass and remade the city, reshaping it into the kind of place where our friendship would not be such an anomaly. I knew that that was what I was going to miss. The chance to stand alongside Clarence and renew that vow on a nightly basis. That was the thing that we did together. Clarence was one of the most authentic people I'd ever come across. He had no postmodern bullshit about him. Other than my old man, a true Bukowski character come to ass on a barstool life, I never met anyone else as real as Clarence Clemens. His life was often a mess. He could spout the most inane bullshit you've ever heard and believe it. But there was something inside of his skin that screamed life was on, and he was the master of ceremonies. He made himself extremely happy and horribly miserable. He dogged me and blessed me, was side-splittingly hilarious, and always treading near pathos. He collected a cast of characters around him that often had to be seen to be believed. He was sexually mysterious and voracious, but he was also incredibly lovely and my friend. We didn't hang out. We couldn't. It would have ruined my life. There was always too much. But the time I spent with him was filled with thrills and big laughs. We were physically comfortable with each other, often hugging and embracing. Clarence's body was a vast world in and of itself. He was a mountainous, moving, kind citadel of flesh in a storm. I miss my friend, but I still have the story that he gave me, that he whispered in my ear, that we told together, the one we whispered into your ear, and that is going to carry on. If I were a mystic, Clarence's and my friendship would lead me to believe that we must have stood together in other older times, along other rivers, in other cities, in other fields, doing our modest version of God's work. Clarence was elemental in my life, and losing him was like losing the rain. In his last days, he moved slowly to the stage, but when he got there was a big man in the house. On returning to New Jersey and work, I re-entered the studio. My producer Ron Aniello was there working on Wrecking Ball. He gave me his condolences and said after he heard about Clarence's death, he didn't know what to do. So while he was in L.A., he had carefully pieced together Clarence's solo from a live take to fit our new version of Land of Hope and Dreams. I sat there as C's sax filled the room. Chapter 74, The Wrecking Ball Tour. Clarence once mentioned to me during a negotiation that he should be paid not only for playing, but for being Clarence. I said no, and it was funny, but he had a point. Was there another one? Nope. There was only that one. In truth, he was paid for being Clarence, as he'd been the most highly remunerated member of the E Street Band since close to its inception. So what did we do now? That was all that was on my mind as our tour approached. Ed Mannion, our longtime Jukes E Street Seeger saxophonist, was a great player and an all-around good guy and would get the job done. But the job was tricky. It was less of a job than a position of faith that had some distinctly shamanistic requirements. There was a fellow out in Freehold whom I'd played successfully with, who had C's toned down, was great on stage, but... I received a small collection of DVDs from guys who could play Rings Around the Moon, but we didn't need John Coltrane. We needed a to-the-bone rock and roll saxophonist. I sat in bed going through them one morning as Patti sat at my side going, nope, 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 nope. Out of curiosity, I even went on the internet and checked out the top tribute bands to see how they were handling it. No. Jake. Though he traveled with the band for the better part of the Magic Dream Tour, I'd never really heard Jake play till Clarence's funeral. There he did a lovely version of Amazing Grace. He was physically big like C. He and his brothers, to the unknowing eye, could appear to be a misplaced tribe of Maori warriors. Jake was bespectacled, sweet, and soft, too. Somewhere along the way, Mama had been good to him, and he carried with him the limitless sunshine that was C's specialty on a good day. He was talented, a good songwriter and singer. He loved music, was young and hungry, and I could perceive inside of him the beginning of a star. After C's death, many months went by. Jake and I stayed casually in touch, and though we both knew what we were thinking, it was appropriately never mentioned. On the street, I was confronted regularly with the same questions from friends and fans. What are you going to do? That's how it always came out. One thought, one word, one critical, life-defining, all-important, existential, I gotta know now, 'cause it's driving me crazy that this thing I loved might no longer be there, question. What are you gonna do? My answer was always, we're gonna think of something. Steve on Jake. He's black. He plays the saxophone. His name is Clemens. He's the guy. He's the only guy. Steve dismissed my other candidates as white. I knew what he meant. He was saying that thing, that world, that possibility that Clarence symbolized going back to the early days of race-divided Asbury Park was tied to his overwhelming blackness. It was. And that thing was a critical piece of the living philosophy of the E Street Band. I agreed that Steve was right, but by definition, there being only one true big man whom neither chops, nor size, nor the blackness of night could replicate, it didn't really matter. Maybe. I knew the band had changed the minute C breathed his last. That version of the E Street Band would be never no more. There would be no replacing Clarence Clemens. So the real question was, so what's next? Next, now. Jake's very existence gave him the first shot. Besides, I had already played with the other guys I was thinking about, and Jake was the only real question mark. I needed to find out who he was. So many months after we'd sat in that little room at St. Mary's passing the guitar around, I made the call he must have been expecting. I laid out the situation. It was an audition. It'd be just him and me. We'd meet and see if there was reason to take it further. On tour, some had expressed reservations about Jake's maturity. In my experience with him, I could feel some swagger, but after speaking with him during Clarence's illness, I felt there was a lot more there. It was time to see. Jake came to his first professional meeting with me an inauspicious hour late. I was ready and steaming. When he walked in, I said, Did you have something more important to do? He said no, he did not, but he had gotten lost. I said, let's go to work. Over the phone, I'd given Jake 4 or 5 songs to familiarize himself with. Promised Land, Badlands, and a few other ringers. I wanted to hear his tone, his phrasing, and find out his learning ability. When he arrived, he sort of knew them. Lesson number 1. In the E Street Band, we don't sort of do anything. James Brown was my father, God, and hero as band leader. Sam Moore was also a great inspiration. At their best, these were men whose lives forbade them to fuck around with the thing that was lifting them up. On the bandstand with their bands, they gave no quarter. People always asked me how the band played like it did night after night, almost murderously consistent, never stagnant, and always full balls to the wall. There are 2 answers. One is they loved and respected their jobs, one another, their leader, and the audience. The other is because I made them. Do not underestimate the second answer. I needed Jake to deeply understand them both. So I said, let me get this straight. You're coming in to audition for Clarence Big Man Clemens' seat in the E Street Band, which is not a job, by the way, but a sacred fucking position. And you are going to play Clarence's most famous solos for Bruce Springsteen, referring to myself in the third person. The man who stood beside him for 40 years, who created those solos with him, and you're going to sort of know them? Where do you think you are? If you don't know, let me tell you. You are in a citadel of rock and roll. You don't dare come in here and play this music for Bruce Springsteen without having your shit down cold. You embarrass yourself and waste my precious time. I don't usually talk like this, and I was exaggerating for his and my benefit, but not much. I needed to know who Jake was, because even if he could play in the E Street Band, who you are, what you've got inside, your degree of emotional understanding of the stakes we're playing for fucking matters. It's not intellectual. Dan Federici was all instinct, but he understood the brotherhood. Did Jake? After a few times around, I instructed him to go to the hotel room from whence he came, and not to return until he had these solos down. I said, before I take him to sit in with the band, he'd have to play this material perfectly, with just him and me. Then we would play and record to a live tape of the band in full flight. Then, and only then, would I bring him before the group. He called me a day or 2 later and said he was ready. When he came in this time, he was. Over the next few days, I found Jake to be a soulful, hard-working young sax player, whom I had a deep feeling for. I was rooting for him, for us. C was in the room, big time. He drew us closer. He'd been Jake's uncle, had mentioned Jake to me when he wasn't well, and I knew he'd have smiled over Jake's being here. This felt like it had his blessing. That would have meant nothing if Jake hadn't had it. There could have been an army of sax players, with C's looks, his playing ability, and the Clemens name, but if they didn't have that deep connection to why we were in all of this, we would have come up 0. Jake had East Street soul in his blood and bones. He was a big, good-looking, talented kid. That's cool. You want stars, and Jake had that kind of confidence. Before the day was over, he'd need it. I also knew that Jake was ready to put his talents, body, and soul at the service of my band and our ideas, and we, in turn, would change his life. Some of the band members who'd played with Jake before found him undisciplined and were skeptical. Jake and I had to be ready to wash that away in one fell swoop. We drove to the abandoned military base of Fort Monmouth, where the band had a rented theater in which we rehearsed. Jake and I walked in and greeted the band, and I called the tunes as Jake killed them one by one. For Steve and several others, it was a done deal. A guy or 2 wanted to hear possible other options. John Landau was initially made anxious by Jake's physical similarity to C. He looks like a young Clarence, he said, face wrinkled in consternation. I looked, but that's not what I saw. I saw that somebody up there liked me, and had sent us this very lovely kid, with all the right ingredients, to take what was potentially the most damaging injury to our family and help us move past it and down the road. This was not a job for a hired gun or mercenary, no matter how well intended, at least not on this tour at this moment. The Apollo Theater, Holy House of Soul, the most sacred stage in a rock and soul's world. This is where the next generation E Street Band will fittingly, frighteningly, have its debut. As we arrive for sound check, the stagehands greet us, thank us for coming, and show us the tree stump sitting stage right that every Apollo wannabe rubs for good luck before their moment of truth. I suggested Jake give it a rub. This is the stage where James Brown took it to the bridge, where Smokey didn't leave a dry seat in the house, where Joe Tex dug the women, skinny legs and all, then sagely counseled his followers, hold on to what you've got. Tonight, after 40 years of road work, we're wannabes like the rest. You just want to live up to the place and deserve your short moment on stage in one of the great shrines of music. From this stage, Sam and Dave schooled the crowd on what it took to be a soul man. Soul man, soul man, soul man, that's the term. As an R&B singer, I will never be more than pretty close. But soul man is a much broader term. It encompasses your life, your work, and the way you approach both. Joe Strummer, Neil Young, Bob Dylan, Mick and Keith, Joey Ramone, John and Paul, all white boys who could rest comfortably with that sobriquet. It's all-inclusive, and I'd be perfectly happy with just those 2 words on my gravestone. At sound check, I walk back to Jake's station within the horn section. I don't want to do anything obvious that would place Jake in the position of having to stand in Clarence's stead. C's spot won't be re-inhabited by another sax player, and the big man will be something our band and audience will have to get used to missing. That's why Jake plays out of the horn section, or out of his own position. It's his. It's open ground waiting to be claimed, but he will play those solos. I've instructed Jake that those solos are compositions, collaborations between Clarence and me, that are engraved on our fans' hearts. You don't need to do anything fancy, just play them. Reach back for your best sound, breathe where C breathed, and play them as they were written and recorded. The work Jake has to do comes from the inside. Knowing the notes is easy. Any reasonable sax player can blow those notes. But understanding them, knowing what they mean, their power within the song, is what's transformative. As time passed, and our music bored its way into our fans' souls, Clarence's entrance with one of our classic songs was almost always greeted with thunderous applause. Why? He wasn't playing something hard, but he was doing something hard and singular. He was meaning it. As Branford Marsalis said in a beautiful essay he wrote upon Clarence's death, C was blessed with the power of musical intent. The solos themselves are beautiful. They're simple, elegant, I suppose. But they're not going to win us any blue ribbons at Berklee College of Music unless you understand how difficult it is to create within a framework of limits something slightly new under the sun. Clarence reinvented and reinvigorated the rock and roll saxophone for the 70s and 80s. Yes, there were King Curtis, Junior Walker, Lee Allen, and many other of Clarence's mentors. But for me, Clarence goes right up there with the greatest, and he's a big part of what carries me up there in whatever slot I may fill. Jake's job, his service, is to understand those notes, to mean them. Then he will become a part of that collaboration, and that's something you can't fake. You either do it or you don't. Technically, Jake is a fine saxophonist, and when he does his work, he restores those solos to their shining brightness. C himself struggled to play them in the later years due to his physical degeneration, so Jake gets to fill them with the power of youth one more time. It's good to hear. I walk up to Jake at the end of sound check and stand alongside him. I can't resist. Smiling, I take 6 paces forward to a small landing. This is where Jake will perform his pieces. I look at him and say, 2 hours from now, these are the steps that are going to change your life for better or for worse, and I slap him on the shoulder. He smiles that 1,000-watt smile that is one of Jake's most potent weapons and nods. Showtime. Jake appears backstage moments before we go on without his glasses. I say, "Where are your glasses?" He says I'm wearing contacts. I say, put your glasses back on. You're the student. We take care of our own. No solo. Badlands. The air sucks out of the room. A beat, then the 24 notes or so of the Badlands solo roar out of Jake's sax and roll across the interior of the Apollo. The briefest of moments. Then an explosion of applause and screams storms back from the audience, and we're on the other side. He's never late again. Before the Apollo, I explained to Jake that at this moment we were in a great dance with our audience. They would tell us what we, as a duo, could and could not do. All we had to do was watch and listen. At first I never put Jake in any stage position Clarence and I had been known for. That meant no opposite risers, no shoulder-to-shoulder, or any of the variety of other iconic poses C and I casually knocked off. We were careful to tread respectfully, but Jake proved to be himself right from the start. He performed the difficult task of allowing C's spirit to inhabit him without giving up his own identity. Slowly, most of our rules fell away, and we began, with our audience's approval, to simply do whatever felt right. The tour was going to be not only the hello to this new version of the band, but an international goodbye and a sad and joyous wake for the big man. That's the way it was at every stop. Clarence's presence hovered over us, without ever stopping our forward march toward our new direction. That was Clarence's parting gift to us. Chapter 75. 0 to 60 in nothing flat. The blues don't jump right on you. They come creeping. Shortly after my 60th, I slipped into a depression like I hadn't experienced since that dusty night in Texas 30 years earlier. It lasted for a year and a half and devastated me. When these moods hit me, usually few will notice. Not Mr. Landau, no one I work with in the studio, not the band, never the audience, hopefully not the children. But Patti will observe a freight train bearing down, loaded with nitroglycerin, and running quickly out of track. During these periods I can be cruel, I run, I dissemble, I dodge, I weave, I disappear, I return. I rarely apologize, and all the while Patti holds down the fort as I'm trying to burn it down. She stops me. She gets me to the doctors and says, "This man needs a pill." I do. I've been on antidepressants for the last 12 to 15 years of my life, and to a lesser degree, but with the same effect they had for my father. They have given me a life I would not have been able to maintain without them. They work. I return to earth, home, and my family. The worst of my destructive behavior curtails itself, and my humanity returns. I was crushed between 60 and 62, good for a year, and out again from 63 to 64. Not a good record. During this time, I lost quite a few friends and family. Clarence, Danny, my Aunt Ada and Aunt Dora, Tony Strallo, my friend and trainer of a decade, to his own depression, and Terry McGovern. Terry was my aide for 23 years and the man who'd fired Steve and me for my last chance bar gig at the Captain's Garter 40 years earlier. Some people take whole worlds with them when they die, and that was Terry McGovern. A Navy SEAL, Terry was the last great symbol of the raging honky-tonk Jersey Shore scene of the 60s and 70s. Bar manager, feared bouncer, lifeguard, father, grandfather, loyal friend and working companion, Terry covered it all, and I wrote Terry's song for him on Magic. At first I thought it might have been all this death around me, but as deeply as I loved all of these people, death I can handle. It's this other thing. This thing I've studied and fought against for the better part of 65 years. It comes in darkness or in broad daylight, each time wearing a subtly different mask. So subtle that some like myself, who have fought it and named it multiple times, welcome it in like an old friend. Then once again it takes up deep residence in my mind, heart, and soul, until it is finally rooted out after doing its wreckage. Antidepressant medication is temperamental. Somewhere around 59 or 60, I noticed the drug I'd been taking seemed to have stopped working. This is not unusual. The drugs interact with your body chemistry in different ways over time and often need to be tweaked. After the death of Dr. Myers, my therapist of 25 years, I've been seeing a new doctor whom I'd been having great success with. Together we decided to stop the medication I'd been on for 5 years and see what would happen. Death to my hometown. I nosedived like the diving horse at the old Atlantic City Steel Pier into a sloshing tub of grief and tears the likes of which I'd never experienced before. Even when this happens to me, not wanting to look too needy, I can be pretty good at hiding the severity of my feelings from most of the folks around me, even my doctor. I was succeeding well with this for a while, except for one strange thing. Tears. Buckets of them. Oceans of them. Coal-black tears pouring down my face like tidewater rushing over Niagara during any and all hours of the day. What was this about? It was like somebody opened the floodgates and ran off with the key. There was no stopping it. Bambi tears. Old Yeller tears. Fried green tomatoes tears. Rain, tears. Sun, tears. I can't find my keys. Tears. Every mundane daily event, any bump in the sentimental road, became a cause to let it all hang out. It would have been funny, except it wasn't. Every meaningless thing became the subject of a world-shattering, existential crisis, filling me with an awful, profound foreboding and sadness. All was lost. All. Everything. The future was grim, and the only thing that would lift the burden was 100 plus on 2 wheels or other distressing things. I would be reckless with myself. Extreme physical exertion was the order of the day, and one of the few things that helped. I hit the weights harder than ever and paddleboarded the equivalent of the Atlantic, all for a few moments of respite. I would do anything to get Churchill's black dog's teeth out of my ass. Through much of this I wasn't touring. I'd taken off the last year and a half of my youngest son's high school years to stay close to family and home. It worked and we became closer than ever. But that meant my trustiest form of self-medication, touring, was not at hand. I remember one September day paddleboarding from Seabright to Long Branch and back in choppy Atlantic seas. I called John and said, "Mr. Landau, book me anywhere, please." I then, of course, broke down in tears. I'm surprised they didn't hear me in Lower Manhattan. A kindly elderly woman, walking her dog along the beach on this beautiful fall day, saw my distress and came up to see if there was anything she could do. Tears. How kind. I offered her tickets to the show. I'd seen this symptom before in my father after he had a stroke. He'd often missed up. The old man was usually as cool as Robert Mitchum his whole life, so his crying was something I loved and welcomed. He'd cry when I'd arrive. He'd cry when I left. He'd cry when I mentioned our old dog. I thought, now it's me. I told my doc I could not live like this. I earned my living doing shows, giving interviews, and being closely observed. And as soon as someone said Clarence, it was going to be all over. So wisely, off to the psychopharmacologist he sent me. Patti and I walked in and met a vibrant, white-haired, welcoming but professional gentleman in his 60s or so. I sat down, and of course, I broke into tears. I motioned to him with my hand. This is it. This is why I'm here. I can't stop crying. He looked at me and said, "We can fix this." 3 days and a pill later, the waterworks stopped on a dime. Unbelievable. I returned to myself. I no longer needed to paddle, pump, play, or challenge fate. I didn't need to tour. I felt normal. Chapter 76. Garageland. The phone rings. Mick Jagger is on the line. I had a teenage daydream about receiving a call like this many years ago. But no, the Stones do not need an ex-pimply-faced frontman for the next evening's show. But it's the next best thing. They're playing in Newark, New Jersey, and have decided one extra New Jersey guitar man and voice for tumbling dice might get some of the local fannies wagging. By the time I was 50, I'd met many of my heroes, Sinatra, Dylan, Morrison, McCartney, Orbison, and I'd enjoyed it, though I still gave them a wide berth. They still meant too much to me to surrender my starstruck feelings, and that's the way I liked it. But the following evening I found myself walking into a brightly lit, busy reception area of a New York rehearsal studio. The girl behind the desk gives me a nod and points to a door. I open the door to a modestly sized room where there's a band in a tight-knit garage set up against one wall. There are 2 guitars, bass, and drums, and a B3 organ in a corner. The lead singer comes up, giving me a smile that still lights up the entire room. Mick welcomes me to rehearsal. Keith, Ronnie, and Charlie from back behind his drums follow with warm greetings. They have their small Fender amps set side by side in the exact positions in which any band at the Fort Monmouth Teen Club would have set up on an empty 60s Saturday night. There are no fancy pedals, no mountain of speakers, just the bare-bones equipment for making rock music pure and unchanged. There are few handlers, no entourage, and I am suddenly transported back to the little dining room I rehearsed in daily with the Castiles, except these are the guys who invented my job. They have been stamped on my heart since the chunking chords of Not Fade Away came ripping off the little 45 I bought at Britt's department store in the first strip mall in our area. After some pleasantries, there are 2 mic stands alongside one another, a few feet in front of the band. Mick, still all sharp edges and pragmatism, moves to the mic on the left. I take the right as he counts off, and Keith, the man whose recorded playing taught me my first guitar solo, slithers into the opening riff of Tumbling Dice. I've come across many spirit-filled folk in my travels, but no one as spectrally beautiful as Keith Richards. Some years ago, Patti sang backup for the Stones, and on Keith's first solo record. One night we visited him in the studio. He took Patti's hand, looked me in the eye, and with great regard for her, said, Oh, this one. From my left, in the voice that's wet millions of knickers, comes Women think I'm tasty, but they're always trying to waste me. I'm pretending to be a peer, but it's not easy. Inside I'm reeling as Mick motions to me to take the second verse. It feels good. It's within the meat of my voice, and if I can't swing Tumbling Dice, I should go back to my broom handle and my mirror. A great group is always about chemistry. Up close, the chemistry among these players is unique. Keith's guitar plays off of Charlie's drums, creating a swing that puts the roll back into the rock. This is the last of the rock and roll bands. Combine that with the most underrated songbook in rock history, and the Stones have always stood heads above their competition. Still do. I'm having so much fun, and I can't let anyone know. You've got to roll me. You got to roll me. Mick and I are trading lines in the coda back and forth like a couple of white salmon Daves. Then it's over. Mick says, That was great. We played it exactly 1 time. I went home. On the way home, I kept thinking, I gotta call Steve. He will completely, 100%, full tilt, rock and roll crazy understand. He did. The next night we did it for 20,000 thunderstruck New Jerseyans in Newark. It was a thrill, but it didn't have the mystic kick of the night before when I got to sit in that little room with just those 4 guys, the greatest garage band in the world, and my small piece of rock and roll heaven. Chapter 77, High Hopes. When I'm on tour, I'll often carry with me a collection of my unfinished music. I'll bring a few unfinished projects along that I'll pop on in the wee hours after the show and listen to. I'm looking to see if there's something there whispering in my ear. I still had a nice set of songs from my production work with Brendan, and night after night they'd call to me, looking for a home. This coincided with Tom Morello's joining the band and suggesting we dust off High Hopes, a song by L.A. group The Javelinas that we covered in the 90s. I could really jam on that, he said. As we gathered in Australia at our first rehearsal for the Wrecking Ball tour's resumption, I had an arrangement that I thought might work. This was going to be Tom's first stint subbing for Steve, who was busy with his acting commitments, so I wanted him to be able to put his imprint on the show. He did that. The arrangement caught fire live, and we decided to cut it in a Sydney studio, along with a favorite song of mine by the Australian group The Saints, Just Like Firewood. With the inclusion of these songs and studio recordings we made of American Skin and The Ghost of Tom Joad, a real album began to take shape. I then recorded Tom onto some of our Brendan O'Brien tracks, and things really began to spark. Tom proved to be a fabulous and fascinating substitute for Steve. melding into the band seamlessly while greatly increasing our sonic palette. Before resuming the tour, however, I had some business to take care of. For at least the past 5 years, I'd noticed the fingers in my left hand growing successively weaker with each tour. On a long solo, my hand and fingers could fatigue almost to failure. I'd found a variety of ways to get around this so the audience wouldn't notice and my playing didn't suffer. But by the start of our Wrecking Ball tour, it was becoming a problem I could no longer ignore. Probably since my 40s, some physical problem had come along with every tour. One tour it's your knee, then it's your back, then it's tendinitis in your elbows from all the hard strumming. These maladies appear and disappear quite frequently over the latter part of your work life and are rarely critical. I just find a way to manage them and continue on. However, the paralysis of my guitar playing hand was something else. That was accompanied by a numbness and tingling down my left arm, and I noticed in the weight room that I was now significantly weaker on the left side of my body. I consulted a variety of physicians, had the MRIs done, and found out I had some cervical disc problems on the left side of my neck, pinching and numbing the nerves that controlled my left side from the shoulder down. I found a great surgeon at the Hospital for Special Surgery in New York, and we set a date. The surgery went like this. They knock you out. They cut an incision into your throat, tie your vocal cords off to one side, get in there with a wrench, screwdriver, and some titanium. They take a chunk of bone out of your hip and go about building you a few new discs. It worked. Because all of this takes place around the vocal cords, your voice is gone for a couple of nerve-wracking months. Also, you get to wear one of those whiplash collars for about 2 months. But sure enough, right on the doc's timeline, 3 months in, I was ready to work again. With my new discs and rehabilitated voice, we headed down under with just one instruction: no crowd surfing. But there is no fool like an old fool. So the first night I dove right on in, everything was fine. About my voice. First of all, I don't have much of one. I have a barman's power, range, and durability, but I don't have a lot of tonal beauty or finesse. 5 sets a night, no problem. 3.5 full-on hours, can do. Need for warm-up, light to none. My voice gets the job done. But it's a journeyman's instrument, and on its own, it's never going to take you to higher ground. I need all my skills to get by and to communicate deeply. For me to sell you what you're buying, I've got to write, arrange, play, perform, and yes, sing to the best of my ability. I am a sum of all my parts. I learned early this is not something to fret about. Every performer has his or her weak link. Part of getting there is knowing what to do with what you have, and knowing what to do with what you don't have. As Clint Eastwood said, the man's got to know his limitations. Then forget about them and walk on. I was teased endlessly in the Castiles and dismissed as a vocalist. For a long time that was fine with me. George Thies was a great singer, and I was perfectly content to work on my guitar skills. I always saw myself primarily as a lead guitarist anyway. Then I got to where I could carry a melody and to my ear sound half decent. At some point in the Castiles, George and I began to share more of the vocal duties. Once that band folded, and I moved on to my next band, Earth, I became a full-fledged playing and singing frontman. I was still earning my keep as one of the few guitarists in the area who could half-ass Clapton and Hendrix, but I was singing everything too. Then I began to write acoustically, and I would spend my off nights singing solo, accompanied by just my 12-string Ovation guitar in the local coffee houses. I wrote a lot and got used to depending on my voice, along with the quality of my songs and playing to carry the show. I thought I was getting pretty good. Then when George, my short-lived New York producer, invited me to his apartment, he had that 2-track tape recorder. One afternoon he said, "Let's record some of your songs." As I was performing for the tape, I was thinking, damn, I'm good. Then I heard it back. It sounded like a cat with its tail on fire. It was out of tune, amateurish, dumb, and unknowing. The sound that came back off that tape killed what little confidence I had in myself and my vocals. It was truly demoralizing. But what could I do? It was the only voice I had. And I decided after the Castiles I would never depend on another lead singer again. It was not independent enough for me. So I learned, as I've mentioned, that the sound in your head has little to do with how you actually sound. Just the way you think you look better than you do, until the iPhone photo your Auntie Jane takes cold slaps you in the face. Tape performs this same function for your voice. It's a dead-on bullshit detector. You can't kid yourself once you've heard yourself on tape. That, my friend, is the way you sound. You can only live with it. So I figured, if I didn't have a voice, I was going to really need to learn to write, perform, and use what voice I had to its fullest ability. I was going to have to learn all the tricks, singing from your chest, singing from your abdomen, singing from your throat, great phrasing, timing, and dynamics. I noted a lot of singers had a very limited instrument, but could sound convincing. I studied everyone I loved who sounded real to me, whose voices excited me and touched my heart. Soul, blues, Motown, rock, folk, I listened and I learned. I learned the most important thing was how believable you could sound, how deeply you could inhabit your song. If it came from your heart, then there was some ineffable element X that made the way you technically sounded secondary. There are many good, even great voices out there, tied to people who will never sound convincing or exciting. They are all over TV talent shows and in lounges and Holiday Inns all across America. They can carry a tune, sound tonally impeccable. They can hit all the high notes, but they cannot capture the full emotional content of a song. They cannot sing deeply. If you were lucky enough to be born with an instrument and the instinctive knowledge to know what to do with it, you are blessed indeed. Even after all my success, I sit here in envy of Rod Stewart, Bob Seger, Sam Moore, and many other greats who can sing magnificently and know what to do with it. My vocal imperfections made me work harder on my writing, my band leading, my performing, and my singing. I learned to excel at those elements of my craft in a way I might otherwise never had if I had a more perfect instrument. My ability to power through 3-hour-plus shows for 40 years, itself a display of my manic insecurity that I'd never be enough, with a thoroughbred's endurance, came from realizing I had to bring it all to take you where I wanted us to go. Your blessings and your curses often come in the same package. Think of all the eccentric voices in rock who've made historic records and keep singing. Then build up your supportive skills, because you never know what's going to come out of your heart and find its way out of your mouth. With the reconstituted E Street Band playing at its peak, we decided to take it to a few places we hadn't toured. We did a 10-day run in South America, where we hadn't visited since the Amnesty Tour, then South Africa, where we had never played. We ended up with a return trip to Australia, building on the success we'd had the previous year down under. This time we had Steve and Tom along, kicking off each night's show with our Aussie favorites, Highway to Hell, Friday on My Mind, and Staying Alive, complete with an all-female string section. Finally, one last stop in New Zealand, and we headed back home for a short U.S. leg, then took down the tent on the most successful, well-attended, and popular tour the E Street Band had ever done. Chapter 78, Homefront. At the end of the tour, rather than returning immediately home, I joined Patti and my daughter Jessica in Europe, where she was touring internationally as a professional show jumper. All my children had left school, were on their own, doing well and mostly out of the house. 20 years of parenting had gone by, and we now served them in an advisory capacity. Evan graduated from Boston College. He had gone into the music business, living in the West Village only blocks away from my old Café Wa stomping grounds. He works in radio as a program director and festival producer. He has become quite a good singer and songwriter in his own right. Independent, creative, and bright, with a hard moral compass, he proudly makes his own way. Sam went to Bard College and studied to become a writer. He left after a year, feeling that he needed to do something with more immediate impact on people's lives. He became a firefighter, re-entering the blue-collar world I'd known so well. His graduation from the fire academy near my hometown of Freehold, amid all my old friends and neighbors, brought tears and made Dad and Mom very proud. He also set up a project to bring returning veterans to our shows on a nightly basis. There he hosts vets in a friendly environment where they can enjoy the show and a night on the town. Jessica graduated from Duke University and had gone on to some fame of her own, becoming a world-class athlete, winning the American Gold Cup in Old Salem, New York in 2014, and riding for the U.S. team as they won the Nations Cup in Dublin, Ireland at RDS Arena, my and the E Street Band's old stomping grounds. Patti manages our lives, plays in the band, makes her music, and holds it all together. The success of our children is largely due to her strength, great compassion, and deep interest in who they really are. Mild post-tour depression can usually be expected. Sometime in June, I noticed I wasn't feeling all that well. The shows are an insane high. The adulation, the touring company, the fact that it's all about you. When you come off the road, that stops on a dime, and you're a father and husband. But now the kids are driving, so you're an out-of-work chauffeur. The bump is natural, but the crash that I experienced this time was something else altogether. It was hard to explain, bearing symptoms I'd never encountered before in my life. I had an attack of what was called an agitated depression. During this period, I was so profoundly uncomfortable in my own skin that I just wanted out. It feels dangerous and brings plenty of unwanted thoughts. I was uncomfortable doing anything, standing, walking, sitting down. Everything brought waves of an agitated anxiety that I'd spend every waking minute trying to dispel. Demise and foreboding were all that awaited, and sleep was the only respite. During waking hours, I'd spend the day trying to find a position I would feel all right in for the next few minutes. I was not hyper. In fact, I was too depressed to concentrate on anything of substance. I'd pace the room, looking for the 12 square inches of carpet where I might find release. If I could get myself to work out, that might produce a short relief. But really all I wanted was the bed, and unconsciousness. I spent good portions of the day with the covers up to my nose, waiting for it to stop. Reading or even watching television felt beyond my ability. All my favorite things, listening to music, watching some film noir, caused such an unbearable anxiety in me because they were undoable. Once I was cut off from all my favorite things, the things that tell me who I am, I felt myself dangerously slipping away. I became a stranger in a borrowed and disagreeable body and mind. This lasted for 6 weeks, all the while we were overseas. It affected me physically, sexually, emotionally, spiritually, you name it. It all went out the door. I was truly unsure if I could ever perform in this condition. The fire in me felt like it had gone out, and I felt dark and hollow inside. Bad thoughts had a heyday. If I can't work, how will I provide for my family? Will I be bedridden? Who the fuck am I? You feel the thinness of the veil of your identity and an accompanying panic that seems to be just around the corner. I couldn't live like this. Not forever. For the first time, I felt I understood what drives people toward the abyss. The fact that I understood this, that I could feel this, emptied my heart out and left me in a cold fright. There was no life here, just an endless, irritating, existential angst embedded in my bones. It was demanding answers I did not have, and there was no respite. If I was awake, it was happening. So, I tried to sleep. 12, 14 hours weren't enough. I hated the gray light of morning. It would mean the day was coming. The day when people would be waking up, going to work, eating, drinking, laughing, fucking. The day when you're supposed to rise and shine, be filled with purpose, with life. I couldn't get out of bed. Hell, I couldn't even get a hard on. It was like all my notorious energy, something that had been mine to command for most of my life, had been cruelly stolen away. I was a walking husk. Patti coaxed me out of bed and tried to get me moving. She steadied me, gave me the confidence to feel I'd be all right. and that this was something that was just passing. Without her strength and calm, I don't know what I would have done. One night in Ireland, Patti and I went out to dinner with a group of people. I was doing my best to fake that I was a sane citizen. Under these conditions, that can be hard to do. I had to leave the table somewhat regularly to let my mind off its leash or to keep it on. Finally, on the street, I phoned my pharmacologist. I explained to him things were condition red. He asked, "Does anything make you feel better?" "If I take a Klonopin," I said. "Take one," he said. I did, and it stopped. Graciously, mercifully, thankfully, yes, there is a God, it stopped. After a short period on Klonopin, I was able to stop the medication, and the agitation did not return. But it was a terrifying window into mental debilitation, and I don't think I could have gone on like that indefinitely. All of this brought back the ghosts of my father's mental illness and my family's history, and taunted me with the possibility that even after all I'd done, all I'd accomplished, I could fall to the same path. The only thing that kept me right side up during this was Patti, her love, compassion, and assurance that I'd be all right, were during many dark hours all I had to go on. Mentally, just when I thought I was in the part of my life where I'm supposed to be cruising, my 60s were a rough, rough ride. I came back to the States slightly changed and still wrestling with myself day by day. But things became a little more normal as time passed. I've long ago stopped struggling to get out of bed, and I've got my work energy back. That feels good. 2 years have passed, and it can feel like it never really happened. I can't specifically recall the state. The best I can do is think, what the fuck was that? That's not me. But it's in me, chemically, genetically, whatever you want to call it. And as I've said before, I've got to watch. The only real bulwark against it was love. Writing about yourself is a funny business. At the end of the day, it's just another story, a story you've chosen from the events of your life. I haven't told you all about myself. Discretion and the feelings of others don't allow it. But in a project like this, the writer has made one promise, to show the reader his mind. In these pages, I've tried to do that. Chapter 79, A Long Time Coming. My father's house shines hard and bright. It stands like a beacon, calling me in the night. Calling and calling, so cold and alone, shining across this dark highway where our sins lie unatoned. My father's house. If I had one wish in this God-forsaken world, kids, it'd be that your mistakes will be your own. Your sins will be your own. A long time coming. My father's house is probably the best song I've written about my dad, but its conclusion wasn't going to be enough for me. In Long Time Coming, I lay out the wish I've had for my children. We honor our parents by not accepting as the final equation the most troubling characteristics of our relationship. I decided between my father and me that the sum of our troubles would not be the summation of our lives together. In analysis, you work to turn the ghosts that haunt you into ancestors who accompany you. That takes hard work and a lot of love, but it's the way we lessen the burdens our children have to carry, insisting on our own experience, our own final calculus of love, trouble, hard times, and if we're lucky, a little transcendence. This is how we claim our own lives as sons and daughters, independent souls on our piece of ground. It's not always an option. There are irretrievable lives and unredeemable sins. But the chance to rise above is one I wish for yours and mine. I work to be an ancestor. I hope my summation will be written by my sons and daughters with our family's help, and their sons and daughters with their guidance. The morning of my dad's visit to Los Angeles before my fatherhood stands out now as a pivotal moment between us. He had come to petition me, to settle a new sum from the dark and confusing elements that had been our lives. He had some faith that it could be done, came searching for a miracle whose embers he felt stirring in his own heart and that he hoped was burning and buried somewhere in the heart of his son. He was asking me to write a new ending to our story, and I've worked to do that. But this kind of story has no end. It is simply told in your own blood until it is passed along to be told in the blood of those you love, who inherit it. As it's told, it's altered, as all stories are in the telling, by time, will, perception, faith, love, work, by hope, deceit, imagination, fear, history, and the thousand other variable powers that play upon our personal narratives. It continues to be told because, along with the seed of its own immolation, the story carries with it the rebirthing seed of renewal, a different destiny for those who hear it than the painful one my father and I struggled through. Slowly a new story emerges from the old, of differently realized lives, building upon the rough experience of those who've come before, and stepping over the battle-worn carcasses of the past. On a good day, this is how we live. And this is love. This is what life is. The possibility of finding root, safety, and nurturing in a new season. The tree sprouts. Its branches thicken, mature, bloom. It is scarred by lightning, shaken by thunder, sickness, human events, and God's hand. Drawn black, it grows itself back toward light, rising higher toward heaven, while thrusting itself deeper, more firmly into the earth. Its history and memory retained, its presence felt. On a November evening, during the writing of this book, I drove once again back to my hometown, back to my neighborhood. The streets were quiet. My corner church was silent and unchanged. Tonight there were no weddings and no funerals. I rolled slowly another 50 yards up my block to find my great, towering copper beech tree gone, cut to the street. My heart went blank, then settled. I looked again. It was gone, but still there. The very air and space above it was still filled with the form, soul, and lifting presence of my old friend, its leaves and branches now outlined and shot through by evening stars and sky. A square of musty earth, carved into the parking lot blacktop at pavement's edge, was all that remained. It still held small snakes of root, slightly submerged by dust and dirt, and there the arc of my tree, my life, lay plainly visible. My great tree's life, by county dictum or blade, could not be ended or erased. Its history, its magic, was too old and too strong. Like my father, my grandmothers, my Aunt Virginia, my two grandfathers, my father-in-law Joe, my Aunt Dora and Aunt Ida, Ray and Walter Shoshone, Bart Haynes, Terry, Danny, Clarence, and Tony. My own family gone from these houses, now filled by strangers, we remain. We remain in the air, the empty space, in the dusty roots and deep earth, in the echo and stories, the songs of the time and place we have inhabited. My clan, my blood, my place, my people. Once again in the shadow of the steeple, as I stood feeling the old soul of my tree, of my town weighing upon me, the words and a benediction came back to me. I chanted them sing-song unthinkingly, endlessly in the green blazer, ivory shirt, and green tie of all of St. Rose's unwilling disciples. Tonight they came to me and flowed differently. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. All of us, forever and ever. Amen. I fought my whole life, studied, played, worked, because I wanted to hear and know the whole story, my story, our story, and understand as much of it as I could. I wanted to understand in order to free myself of its most damaging influences, its malevolent forces, to celebrate and honor its beauty, its power, and to be able to tell it well to my friends, my family, and to you. I don't know if I've done that, and the devil is always just a day away. But I know this was my young promise to myself, to you. This I pursued as my service. This I presented as my long and noisy prayer, my magic trick, hoping it would rock your very soul and then pass on, its spirit rendered, to be read, heard, sung, and altered by you and your blood, that it might strengthen and help make sense of your story. Go tell it. Epilogue. A few weeks before Thanksgiving, a sunny late fall day springs upon central Jersey. 60-degree temperatures send me out to the garage to fire up my motorcycle and catch the last good riding weather of the season. I head south to Manasquan Inlet. A 2-day nor'easter has just subsided, blowing through, driving the ocean up to the dune grass at the boardwalk's edge, and washing away a significant amount of my old beach back into the white-capped, still-churning sea. The jetty my sister and I so gingerly tiptoed out upon in the late summer dark is topped with a good 3 or 4 inches of damp sand over black rock that makes navigating its shifting surface in engineer boots a minor adventure. Here in November, the sun sets over the southwest, Point Pleasant side of the inlet, unsheathing and casting a shimmering sword north across the gray inlet waters to the Manasquan side. There I sit on the jetty at Sword's Point. As the waves lap upon the rocks at my boot heels, the tip of that sword shatters into shards of golden light on the waters below, breaking into mini-suns, microcosms of the God source that brings life to our planet. Here I am amongst and greeted by friends known and unknown. It comes with the turf. A well-meaning menagerie of school kids, old folks with their metal detectors, dogs, surfers, fishermen, folks from Freehold who've always used Manasquan as their shore getaway. The kids behind the counter at Carlson's Corner. The endless strangers who wait in cars sitting in line facing the inlet. There behind those driver's side windows could sit the merry, puzzled ghost of my old man, dreaming of another life somewhere, someplace, far away from all the goodness he has wrought and his beautiful treasures. It's my place now, another small and bittersweet inheritance. As the sun sets into a range of gray-blue clouds, I fire the engine on my bike back to life, tighten my helmet, throw my scarf around my face, toss a wave goodbye, and slip from the small town of Manasquan out into the 5 o'clock traffic along Route 34. The sun is down now, and a cool evening falls. At a light, I zip my leather jacket to the neck, notice my boot heel resting upon the hot, wrapped exhaust pipe of my V-twin, leaving a swatch of rubber and lifting a thin, swirling slipstream of blue smoke into the crisp autumn air. The light goes green and the road stirs and rumbles beneath me as I pop over small sections of highway that have expanded in the summer heat, then cooled, leaving irregular ridges, sequential speed bumps where sections of asphalt meet. Rumble, 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 pop. Rumble, 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 pop. With every pop, I'm bouncing up off my sprung seat, and suddenly I'm back going round and round, rolling over the blue slate driveway outside the convent house of St. Rose, and waiting, wanting once again, to hear my grandmother's voice calling to me at dusk. I listen. But tonight the past fades, and there's only the present voice of sparks, firing pistons, sweet cold mechanics. I travel into a stream of headlights as commuter cars, holding their day travelers, flash by inches from my left handle grip. I move north up the highway until the traffic recedes, leaving only my headlight illuminating blank road and dashes of white line, white line, white line, white line. My ape-hanger, high-rise handlebars, thrust my arms out and skyward to shoulder height, opening me up to the wind's full force, a rough embrace, as my gloved hands tighten their grip on that new evening sky. The cosmos begins to flicker to life in the twilight above me. With no fairing, a 60-mile-per-hour gale steadily pounds into my chest, nudging me to the back of my seat, subtly threatening to blow me off 600 pounds of speeding steel, reminding me of how the next moment holds no guarantees, and of how good things are. This day, this life, how lucky I've been, how lucky I am. I turn the corner off the highway onto a dark country road. I hit my high beams, scan the flat farm fields looking for deer. All clear. I twist the throttle as rushing into my arms comes home.